बड़े भैया हमको फ्री फायर खेलना है, बड़े भैया हमको फ्री फायर खेलना है। बड़े भैया इसको हीलिंग बैटल में हरा दो। बड़े भैया हमको फ्री फायर खेलना है। छोड़ भाई हील बैटल कर लेते पर मेड किट नहीं है पास। छोड़ भाई फ्री फायर खेल लेते पर फोन में नहीं है नेट। छोड़ भाई फ्री फायर खेल लेते पर नहीं चल रहा दिमाग। मुझको फ्री फायर खेलना है, फ्री फायर खेलना। बड़े भाई फ्री फायर खेलते खेलते नेट उड़ गया। वो 2G के नेट पे पूरा मेरा दिन कटा। वो फ्री फायर फोन कवर वाला फोन भी खो गया, हो गया। बड़े भाई फ्री फायर खेलना है, बड़े भाई हीलिंग बैटल में हरा दो। बड़े भाई फ्री फायर खेलना है। बड़े भाई जो भी इस रील को देख रहे हैं प्लीज लाइक कर देना कि ये वाईफाई चोरी करे लो अभी पहला। वो जो चुपके से बैठे मेरे गेम पर शूट, वो जैसे तैसे हीलिंग बैट में सर्कल ले रहा। मेरी स्किन देख बेबी मेरी फ्री फायर मैक्स की, तू किल देख मेरी या फिर देखो मेरी केडी। और वक्त नहीं देना इन्हें, करो पुश रैंक मेरे पास में तो वहाँ मत आके ना फेंक। बेबी बैठे बैठे गिनता मैं नोट पे बॉक्स, इन लड़कों को रखता मैं भैया के स्कोप पे। D&D भी ऑन है, फोन पे पाउडर है, उंगली ना हट जाए लॉबी में खौफ में। ना देता रैम को ना फोन, चाहे फट जाए फोन भी बदल देंगे। फ्री फायर लव बॉयज दो का है सर्कल में, और मेरा बड़ा भाई कौन जीता कौन हारा देख लेगा मेरे भाई। फ्री फायर खेलना है, फ्री फायर खेलना मुझे भाई हीलिंग बैटल में हरा दो, हीलिंग बैटल में। बड़े भाई फ्री फायर खेलना है, फ्री फायर खेलना। भाई जो भी इस रील को देख रहे हैं प्लीज लाइक कर देना कि ये फोन लेना है।
Bad on my peak, but I was a peak. ले पहन ज्ञान में अगर ये मौत मरे तुझे ऑफ करे। मेरी AK-47 गोल्ड है बहुत। बैटन में ईगल के सर्कल के बीच में अकेले में घूमूंगा, कोई ना खौफ दिखे तुझे ऑफ करे। मेरी AK-47 गोल्ड रेको है करे कहता रह जाएगा भैया के स्कोप पे बच के ही मानेगा। लड़कों में स्किन लगा के करीना की किसको पटाएगा वो भी बता के जा। है करे लॉबी में है करे बचकाने छोड़ दे कुट का तेरा घर पे लगे ना चोट तुझे तभी ऑफ करे लगा माइक पे।
बड़े भाई फ्री फायर खेलना है, बड़े भाई हीलिंग बैटल में हरा दो। बड़े भाई फ्री फायर खेलना है। छोड़े भाई जो भी इस रील को देख रहे हैं प्लीज लाइक कर देना कि ये फोन लेना है।
लाइव फ्री फायर गेम की तरह है। हम हर गेम जीतते नहीं पर हर गेम से सीखते जरूर हैं। मेरा नाम है प्रियंक पटेल। मैं LG यूनिवर्सिटी में पिछले 6 साल से बच्चों को ऑटोमोबाइल इंजीनियरिंग पढ़ाता हूँ। मेरे जो दोस्त थे उन्होंने बोला कि आप फ्री फायर अच्छी खेलते हो, अच्छी सिखाते हो, तो क्यों ना आप गेम सिखाने के वीडियोस बनाइए। और इसीलिए मैंने गेमिंग चैनल फ्री फायर की शुरू की। सुबह 6 बजे से लेकर शाम के 4 बजे तक मैं आपको एक सिंसियर प्रोफेसर की तरह दिखूंगा, और फिर शाम को 4 बजे से रात के 12 बजे तक एक हार्डकोर गेमर। फ्री फायर के वीडियोस में सबसे पहले मैं स्ट्रीमिंग करता था। एक टाइम ऐसा आया कि मेरी स्ट्रीमिंग पीक पे चल रही थी और एग्ज़ाम्स आके रुक गई, तो मैंने कस्टम रूम्स क्रिएट करना स्टार्ट किया। और उसी टाइम पे एंट्री होती है 3 लोगों की, स्टॉर्म, AK और अर्पित। तो शुरुआत तो हमने एक दूसरे के ऑपोजिट में खेलने से की थी, मगर बाद में पता चला कि साथ में बहुत ज़्यादा अच्छा खेल सकते हैं। जो हम साथ में खेलते थे वो गेम से इतना अच्छा बॉन्डिंग बन गया। सो इट इज़ बेसिकली कि 4 दोस्त आप साथ में बैठे हो, गप्पे लड़ा रहे हो और साथ में गेम भी खेल रहे हो।
कभी मिला आप लोग?
नहीं, हम एक्चुअली में चारों एक दूसरे को कभी नहीं मिले। प्लान बहुत बने मगर मिले कभी नहीं। इंजीनियरिंग में एक कॉन्सेप्ट है क्वांटम एंटेंगलमेंट। दो पार्टिकल के बीच में कितना भी डिस्टेंस हो, वो दोनों एक दूसरे से रिलेटेड रहते हैं। यहाँ पे हमारी जो दोस्ती है वो बिल्कुल क्वांटम एंटेंगलमेंट की तरह है। हम चारों एक दूसरे से दूर हैं, मगर किसी एक पे भी कुछ भी होता है तो फील चारों करते हैं, रिएक्ट चारों करते हैं। इस चीज को आप टीम सिनर्जी कह लो, ब्रदरहुड कह लो, बॉन्डिंग कह लो, कुछ भी कह लो। वो कहते हैं ना, ब्रदर फ्रॉम अनदर मदर।
मेरा नाम हर्षित है और मेरा इन गेम नेम पीजी स्टॉर्म है। मैं गुवाहाटी द सिटी ऑफ टेम्पल्स में रहता हूँ।
स्टॉर्म जो है ना, वो एकदम रिवेंज टाइप का कैरेक्टर है, इजीली ट्रिगर्ड पर्सन आप बोल सकते हो।
प्रीसर के चैनल पे एक लाइव स्ट्रीम हो रहा था जहाँ पे कस्टम रूम्स होते थे। एक राउंड में प्रीसर ने मेरे को नॉक किया और मैंने एक राउंड में प्रीसर को नॉक किया था। फिर मैं और प्रीसर एक साथ ग्रुप में आए कि भाई कैसा लगा ऐसे करके।
मेरा नाम है अमल कृष्णा, 20 years of age। मेरा इन गेम नेम है मिस्टर एके।
एके एक्चुअली में केरला से है और एके का जो कैरेक्टर है वो भी एग्जैक्टली साउथ के मूवी के हीरो जैसा है। उसके साथ अगर आप खेल रहे हो ना तो आप कभी बोर नहीं होंगे। उसे पंगे लेना बहुत ज़्यादा पसंद है
और वो हमेशा बोलता रहता था एक मेडिकेट दे दो मैं सबको नॉक कर दूंगा, पर नॉक खुद ही हो जाता था जाके।
और उससे भी स्पेशली पसंद है मेरी किल चोरी करना।
भाई मेरा चोरी होता है किल। मैं किसी को चोरी नहीं करता, वो लोग मेरा किल चोरी करते हैं।
मेरा नाम है अर्पित पठानिया। मैं हूँ हिमाचल प्रदेश से। करंटली मैं चंडीगढ़ में रहता हूँ।
अर्पित बेसिकली बहुत ज़्यादा म्यूट रहता है,
कुछ मुंह से आवाज़ ही नहीं निकलता था।
और इसलिए कोई इंपॉर्टेंट सिचुएशन में अगर कोई इन्फॉर्मेशन देनी है कि कोई रश कर रहा है या ये हो रहा है वो हो रहा है तो वो दे नहीं पाता। गेम में बेसिकली अर्पित और स्टॉर्म ये दोनों रशर है, क्लोज रेंज फाइट्स के एक्सपर्ट है और वो हमेशा आगे भागते हैं। मैं स्नाइपर हूँ और इन गेम लीडर हूँ तो मैं सबसे पीछे रहता हूँ। उन दोनों और मेरे बीच में रहता है एके, जो कि एक फ्रैगर है और एक असल्टर है। स्टॉर्म और एके जाते हैं रश करने के लिए, फिर क्या हो जाते हैं दोनों नॉकडाउन।
स्टॉर्म तो बोलता रहता था कि भाई तू आगे चल, मैं तेरे पीछे कवर देने के लिए हूँ।
और मुझे और अर्पित को जाना पड़ता है रिवाइव करने। नॉर्मली जब कैजुअल मैचेस खेलते हैं तो एक दूसरे की टांग खींचने में से लोग ऊपर नहीं आते। यही लोग प्रोफेशनल मैचेस खेलने जाते हैं, कोई क्रूशियल मैचेस खेल रहे हैं, रैंक पुश कर रहे हैं, तो एक दूसरे के गेम प्ले को इतना ज़्यादा समझते हैं कि बोलना भी नहीं पड़ता है और एक दूसरे को असिस्ट मिल जाता है। धीरे धीरे व्हाट्सएप के नंबर एक्सचेंज हुए, व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप क्रिएट हुआ और फिर हमारा एक टाइम था कि रात को 9 बजे स्ट्रीम स्टार्ट करना है।
रूटीन बन गया हमारा कि 9 बजे है तो अपन गेम में आना है। स्क्वाड पे लोग वेट कर रहे हैं।
व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप पे मैसेजेस आना स्टार्ट हो जाता था कि भाई आ जाओ।
सुबह से लेके शाम तक 9 बजे का वेट करते थे, बिकॉज सभी लोग उसी टाइम पे ऑनलाइन आते थे और उसी टाइम पे खेलते थे।
और अगर मैं लेट हो गया हूँ, मैं खाना खा रहा हूँ, तो मेरे को फ़ोन पे फ़ोन आ रहे हैं, सर कहाँ हो, 9 बजे स्ट्रीम स्टार्ट करना है, स्ट्रीम पे आ जाओ। उस टाइम पे बॉन्डिंग ऐसी थी ना कि अगर कोई मुझको बोल जाता है ना तो दे आर बी लाइक सर आप जवाब नहीं दोगे, आप क्यों अपना मुंह खराब करोगे, हम बैठे हैं ना आपकी ओर से। एक टाइम था जब स्ट्रीम पे बिल्कुल वॉचिंग नहीं आ रही थी, बहुत ज़्यादा डीमोटिवेट हो गया था मैं। इन लोगों ने फ़ोन करके बोला कि सर आप लाइव करना शुरू करो, आपको वॉचिंग आ जाएगी। मैंने लाइव स्टार्ट किया, 5-6 की वॉचिंग आ रही है। आई वॉज सरप्राइज कि ऐसे कैसे। मगर फिर मुझे एक दिन बाद पता चलता है कि ये लोग अपने मम्मी पापा के फ़ोन में लाइव स्ट्रीम लगा के बैठे थे। ये लोग एक बैकबोन है, एक रीज़न है कि आज मैं एक चैनल लेके खड़ा हूँ।
एक टाइम था जब मैं फाइनेंशियली और मेंटली बहुत डाउन हुआ था।
एक के पापा को कोविड हो गया, ज़्यादा ही सिम्टम्स थे तो वो पूरा प्रेशर में है। स्टॉर्म की एग्ज़ाम्स, पापा का बिजनेस, जितनी भी मतलब रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटीज़ थी वो उसको कैचअप कर रही है।
पढ़ने के लिए मेरे को घर से दूर इधर आना पड़ा। थोड़ा अकेला फील करता था, इंट्रोवर्ट था, इसीलिए ज़्यादा दोस्त भी नहीं थे।
एक टाइम था जब हम दिन में 6 घंटे खेला करते थे और अब 6 महीने हो चुके हैं साथ में नहीं खेले।
अब टाइम नहीं मिल पाता, पहले पढ़ाई थी, अब जॉब है।
तो फिर सबके एग्ज़ाम्स आने लगे, सबका थोड़ा बिजी शेड्यूल होने लग गया, तो फिर सबने थोड़ा खेलना कम कर दिया।
मैं बहुत मिस करता हूँ उस टाइम को जब हम सभी लोग गेम साथ में खेलते थे। काश कोई उसी टाइम मेरे को बता देता कि फ्यूचर में मैं गेम नहीं खेल पाऊँगा, तो उसी टाइम में 3-4 गेम शायद और खेल लेता।
कभी मिला आप लोग?
नहीं, हम एक्चुअली में चारों एक दूसरे को कभी नहीं मिले। प्लान बहुत बने मगर मिले कभी नहीं।
याद आती है?
बहुत ज़्यादा।
फाइनली गाइज आई एम सुपर एक्साइटेड, सो आई कांट बिलीव कि मैं गुवाहाटी जा रहा हूँ।
इतने मीटिंग्स कैंसिल हो चुके हैं कि हम लोग हमेशा इसके बारे में बात करते हैं, भाई कब आ रहा है, इधर चलते हैं उधर चलते हैं साथ में।
सब अपने काम में बिजी रहते थे और कुछ ना कुछ फिर रहता था, इसलिए मिल नहीं पाए।
पर मिलना है, साथ में बैठ के गेम खेलना है।
भाई मेरे को तो उन लोगों से मिलना है, एक मीटअप तो बस कुछ भी हो करके रहना है।
मैं रियल लाइफ में भी देखना चाहता हूँ कि वैसे ही है या कुछ चेंज है उसमें।
सो अगर अब मिल जाते हैं ना तो मज्जा पड़ी जैसे।
भी जैसे रिसेंटली प्रीसर की शादी हुई है तो हम वहाँ जाने वाले थे, लेकिन हमारे एग्जाम्स आ गए थे तो मैं जा नहीं पाया।
79 years since our last war. I don't think it can go on much more. I can feel it. We can feel it. We got peacetime kleptocrats keeping score. Keep our heads down, let them get some more. We don't need it. Let them see.
एज अ फैमिली आप जैसे कोई चीज़ को हैंडल करते हो, हम बिल्कुल उसी तरह उस चीज़ को हैंडल करते हैं और उसके अंदर फिर ना कोई बैरियर आता है या फिर ना कोई ऐसी चीज़ें आती है जो हमें रोक सके। एज अ फैमिली, एज अ क्वांटम एंटेंगलमेंट हमारी बॉन्डिंग है, सब बोल सकते हैं। मैं तो हमेशा कहता हूँ लाइफ फ्री फायर मैक्स गेम की तरह है। कभी आप जीतोगे, कभी नॉकडाउन भी हो जाओगे, पर हिम्मत मत हारिए, क्योंकि गेम की तरह जिंदगी में भी कोई आएगा, आपको रिवाइव करेगा और एक ना एक दिन आपका बुया हो ही जाएगा। तो फोन उठाओ, अपने दोस्तों से बात करो और गरीना फ्री फायर मैक्स खेलो।
They're making bad days and worse. Bad days and worse. Bad days and worse.
For years, we brought justice to our city. We made mistakes, fought amongst ourselves. Many of us fell along the way.
I almost admire your perseverance, Tyson. You and I could have been a great team.
You'll never put your hands on my research. This ends today.
Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you all are doing good. You guys are watching TEZ Presents Free Fire Max India Cup 2025. And to make things spicy and crisp, we have Crips. How are you doing, Crips?
Thank you so much for the warm and crispy welcome, Azora. It is a pleasure being here. Of course, I'm doing well, but I'm certainly hoping that I can say the same for our teams. Obviously,
That's right.
some hearts were broken yesterday as we saw the matches of Groups A and B. The top 9 teams made it across. Unfortunately, the teams who were in the bottom 3 of their particular groups did not make it. And today, we'll be seeing a fresh batch. We'll be seeing Groups C and D.
That's right, C and D, all eyes on them as they're going to be the ones who can shatter down all the benchmarks which were made in day one. These are the online qualifiers where teams can either make it or break it. And as so far so good, I have seen multiple teams going ahead and making that early century, as we call, in the entire leaderboard. And if that is the case, C and D have a lot of pressure on their shoulders. How well can they go ahead and survive is the question now.
Yep, and they won't just have to survive their groups today. They'll have to go through this long, grueling journey in the TEZ Presents Free Fire Max India Cup. They're already done with the in-game qualifiers. It was done on 13 July. Right now, we are in the online qualifiers phase. Today is 27 July, and for today and for the next 2 weekends, we'll be having the online qualifiers, after which we'll be jumping into the league stage. The league stage will be even more grueling because that will be across 4 weekends. The top 12 teams will make it to the grand finals on 27th and 28th September. But right before that happens, the top 8 teams will get a chance to earn some extra cash in the CS mode.
Well, that's right. And in order to go ahead and understand all of this in more detail, the format is going to come in real quick.
Yeah. Let's take a look at the format as well, because all teams will have to go through the ringer if they want to make it across. Right now, we're in the online qualifiers stage. FFC qualifiers was already done. The 48 teams from the FFC qualifiers will come into the online qualifiers, and from here, these 48 teams will be broken down into 4 groups: A, B, C, and D. 12 teams in each group. The first 2 weeks we'll watch all the groups play, but after that only 36 teams will remain, so they will be then broken down into 3 groups, and then they will be further narrowed down. The teams that make it across on that front will make it to the league stage.
Well, all of that, all eyes on all of these players, 18 total teams moving in towards from the online qualifiers are going to keep moving forward. And the league stages, it's going to be grueling. Every single one of them going ahead with every given opportunity in order to showcase what can they do better. Top 2 teams from each day, from 6th September to 7th, they're going to keep heading towards the grand finals, and top 6 eventually from the overall standing will head there towards as well. So total 12 teams will be in the finals, and that's how we can understand which team is going to win that utmost trophy of this entire tournament.
Yup, and while the top 12 teams make it to the grand finals, 8 of them will also get to play in the Clash Squad mode that is also going to follow a league stage and the finals. The first day will have best of 3s, the next day will have the best of 5s, and when you make it to the grand finals, 27th we'll have the Clash Squad finals, and then on the 28th we will have Battle Royale mode.
And the Clash Squad, well, I'm just excited for that itself. Top 12 teams from the Battle Royale finalists can also head towards the Champion Rush stage. You guys know what the Champion Rush is. If you don't, then no worries. It's all about how well you can go ahead and analyze the situation and reach towards the 80 points. And once you do that, all you have to do is get at least 1 booyah in order to get the entire tournament on your name. So that's the kind of championship that we are talking about, and this entire tournament itself is giving them the opportunity and the room and the space to go ahead and play with the best of the best and showcase that this team is one of the top contenders in India Cup.
Yep, and all the teams that make it to the top will get rewarded for their hard work. There's a total prize pool of 1 crore up for grabs here. Of that, 80% of the prize pool, 80 lakh rupees, will be awarded to all the teams who are in the Battle Royale mode. And the Clash Squad has a separate prize pool of 20 lakh rupees. Obviously, the Battle Royale prize pool will be divided between all the finalists. The winner taking half the prize pool himself. The teams at the bottom will only get a tiny amount, but they will get something or the other if they just make it into the grand finals. As you can see, the champion will walk away with 40 lakhs. Runner-up will walk away with 15. Second runner-up will walk away with 7 lakhs. And even the teams that are finishing in the in the 11th and 12th place will get 50,000 rupees.
True, the MVP, first and foremost, 50,000 will be rewarded to him as well. So, yeah, you get to earn from every single aspect in this tournament. All you have to do is be placed from at least 1 to the 12th position. That's it. You're going to get some reward. And talking about how well all of these teams are going to go ahead and play, it's all about how well they're going to analyze the situation. But talking about the Clash squad prize pool as well, it's total amount of 10 lakh. The first the champion is going to take 10 lakh. It's total of 20 lakh rupees. So first runner up 4 lakh, second runner up 2 lakh, and up to the 8th spot you have some or the other reward coming in, 40,000 to be precise.
Yes, and that is a lot of money up for grabs. That's why all of these players must put their best foot forward and keep learning from all the other teams as well as they watch their matches, as they watch them play. You cannot afford to just learn everything yourself and just based on your experience try to win over here. You have to learn from everyone else's mistakes as well. You can make mistakes by rushing down. You can make mistakes by being too passive. Regardless of what your playstyle is, you need to get the maximum number of points. You will get 12 points for getting a booyah, 9 points for getting in second, 8 points for coming in third. And in this fashion, the number of points you get will keep reducing the earlier you get eliminated in any particular game.
Exactly.
And each elimination will also grant you 1 point. So the teams have to come up with their own mix. They need to figure out what works for them and get a good blend of position as well as elimination points.
Well, true. I've seen multiple teams going ahead and trying to understand and analyze the situation rather than getting the 12 points. They focus more on eliminations. Let's see this time around which team is going to have similar kind of a preference or what will happen next. But talking about that one unique active skill, Crips, please shed some more light.
So, as you know, Free Fire lets you have 1 active ability and 3 passives ability. So each player in a team can only use 1 active ability. No other player can have the same active ability in their arsenal. They have to use something else. For example, if your sniper is using Skylar's Riptide Rhythm, nobody else on the team can use it. If your rusher is using Tatsuya, nobody else can use Tatsuya. You either have to pick up an Oscar or figure out some other way to move quickly, if at all you want to stick to movement. So that's why you need to make sure that all your players are using different active abilities. But these are just the permanent active abilities. You can obviously pick up the temporary active abilities from the game itself, and that doesn't matter because you can repeat those. But yes, all the teams that are participating today can be seen on your screen. This is going to be Group C, ladies and gentlemen, and there's some big names here.
Big names. Of all of them, 5 of them are tier 1 teams. So K9, Total Gaming, Team Tamilas, Autobots, Krusty Sports, all eyes on them. And the others, the underdogs, how well can they tackle the situation is the question now. It's a lot of pressure whenever it comes to, taking a fight against a tier 1 team on how well they can analyze versus how well you can take down the overall opportunity. So today's the time where all of these teams are going to figure that thing out, at least in the beginning or in the latter stage of it. Figure it out and then somehow get the booyah in order to stay above the 9th position, else you all know what the warning signs are going to look like. 10th, 11th, 12th, 3 teams are going to be eliminated today.
Yep. And it's going to be quite difficult for a lot of these teams because there's some big names over here. Like, take a look at Krusty Sports. Duker has just proved his mettle in the EWC. You also have Total Gaming in this entire group who've already won a major Free Fire tournament in the past.
Yes.
And you also have teams like Team Tamilas who used to be PVS Gaming. They've also done really well in the competitive circuit before, and now they've been picked up by Team Tamilas. So big org changes, big name changes over here as well. These teams will be playing 6 games, and obviously the map order has been randomized. So with the randomizer, it is kind of obvious now that the first game is going to be on Alpine, the next is going to be on Kalahari. Then we do Bermuda and Purgatory. Nexterra and Solara will come in late.
That's right, Alpine, Kalahari, couple of maps where we're gonna have that center focus on how teams are gonna, figure out and play. Alpine, I've seen multiple teams trying to, relax, understand what's gonna happen next, but also at the same time, I've seen Group A just going ham against every single team that they could find in the close by vicinity. So it's a map where anything and everything can happen. Snowfall being one of the places where I've seen multiple teams trying to have that battle. Forest Red, one of the places where even the circle can come in towards the center, and it's all about how well you can rotate in. So if that thing happens in a very nice manner, then I believe teams are going to understand onto what can be done. First map being Alpine, it looks beautiful. It has every single thing out there, and how well can teams go ahead and play this one is the question.
Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the first game of the day. It's Group C from TEZ Presents Free Fire Max India Cup 2025. And we are live with the games. We're going to go from Fusion to Dock. The plane path is pretty standard. No surprises over here. It's not even skewed towards one part of the map very heavily. Although I see some trouble brewing towards the southern side where Odds and K9 might just be clashing against each other right off drop. I don't see any other drop clashes so far, but Autobots being in Fusion have split up quite a lot to get more loot, and they can obviously third party on this area. Dafiq, he draws first blood, gets a knock onto Pro Boys and finishes him off as well. It's all up to Jay now, as Odds might just face an early elimination before the first minute even gets completed.
They're gone.
And Dafiq finds him. Within a matter of seconds, we have a team eliminated.
Oh my goodness. And if this is the case, K9, they are hunting down their enemies. And this is just the banger of a start that they require. Thompson alongside M590 in hand, Dafiq, we have seen him. He's like one of the major clutches that he can pull off for the team. And if this thing continues moving forward, it's always going to be a better stance. But hold up. Total Gaming, there is one confederation right in front, and Shanky, he's going to win that one. He's going to instantly eliminate the opponent as well, but Delete on the other end, he has also faced a similar kind of brunt. So Total Gaming, one-on-one exchanges coming forward, 3 eliminations in total, but the last man standing has somehow managed to run away for the likes of VX.
Yep, Delete was supposed to start that last person, but it seems like he will be deleted himself, and Belonix live to fight another day. Now they must look for a revive point or maybe a vending machine. I don't even know if you can get that much money early on in the game, but K9 already eliminated the Odds, and that was a quick battle. So by the time Autobots even heard the gunshots and were in a position to respond, there is no third party to be done. That first fight has already ended. K9 have reset and prepared themselves for the next battle. Autobots are a little late to third party.
Autobots, it's all right. They have understood the entire situation, assessed it. Moreover, going ahead and getting those token points are going to be super important in order to revive one of the teammates if they have fallen down. Mayank way too close in the proximity, and the others are slowly making their way forward. K9, they're on a hot streak, already receiving a lot of damage, but Hani on the other end, he is the person at the receiving end of it. Couple of players knocked and taken out. Mayank, what are you doing? The Fiki on the ground asking for help, and he gets that help right in the nick of the time. Autobots, they're looking very antsy at this point of time. 3 players right in front of them. Sohail just charging forward, and he knows the whereabouts of the opponents. What can he do? Zoro arc. Unfortunately, his arc is over. Xian, he's running away. He's far off from the actual action, which is going ahead. Dafiki right in front. He's getting shot constantly. He's taking a fight against Mac, but I believe that's a lost cause. Xian on the other end. Backs exposed, Sohail right in front. It's not going to look good for him. He needs to somehow hit his shots. Mac on the other end, he has been taken down. But for how long can this team keep running this chaos as K9, one by one, they've been obliterated. Last man standing. And I believe he himself is asking a similar kind of question. But wait a second. Did they manage to escape?
I believe so. K9 left with 1 player. They're going to be running for their lives. Velonix was left alive by Total Gaming. They are also going to be running for their lives. There's 2 one-man squads in this entire lobby so far. Meanwhile, Total Gaming have recovered. They brought back their fallen members, Delete and Aztec. Although I don't think K9 will be able to do the same anymore. Autobots made short work of them.
Yeah. Undergraduate. They're against Blackbirds. And I'm hoping that Blackbirds are prepared for this one. Abhi way too low on HP, and he was thinking about running away using the Tastuya dash. But unfortunately, he's been caught in the crosshairs. There was the confirmation which was about to come in, but unfortunately, that move was a bit premature. And with that said, the person who was thinking about doing mass damage, Blackbirds, unfortunately, they have hit the retreat button.
And Ungraduate Gamers also off to a good start. 3 eliminations to their name. There's not too many teams that are completely out of this game yet. They escaped by narrow margins. Even Blackbirds struggling now. At least K9, who were down to just a one-man squad, have recovered now. They've got all of their members alive now. And there's very little that K9 can do in order to lose any more members. I don't think they'll be getting into any fights anytime soon, considering that K9 is fairly isolated. Although if some people spot them and try to hunt their players down, knowing that they won't have that much loot right now, then it's a completely different story. Total Gaming, they're near the railroad, and they are up against Team Tamila's XPVS. This could be 2 big teams clashing against each other. But we don't even know if this is just a clash or if they're just taking pot shots so far. Aztec makes a mistake though. Jump pads right towards Team Tamilas. And he's right in the trajectory as well. So he's going to get knocked. Shanky has to make a risky maneuver and revive him. And the glue walls have been destroyed.
No.
Aztec falls down again. Shanky's getting rushed by Kuti and Teddy. Can he keep himself alive? The glue wall once again buying him just enough time. He does enough damage to them both, but not enough to completely eliminate them. Even the heal drone has been destroyed. The Cassie healing has been used as well. Yes, Team Tamilas, they know that the Skylar ability would have destroyed their glue walls, and probably Total Gaming could have traded that, but they use their utility really well.
Good information game as well. I mean, Coda being utilized and understanding where the opponents can be. If you prone, if you crouch, that's where your information will not be known. But unfortunately, all the other players from the likes of Total Gaming, they were thinking about having a much more quicker maneuver. So in that case, they were been caught red-handed. Overall, a good fight for the likes of Team Tamilas. It's going to definitely give them the confidence that they need. And on the other end, I can see some really nice rotations coming in. Autobots, they're ready to roll out. And with that, they are finding yet another team in the crosshairs. Aryan, you're not in the safe zone. You need to somehow run away from there. He did somehow manage to run away with the skin of his teeth, but unfortunately, the team is just going to keep badgering and moving. Mayank in the middle of all of that. He's been taken down. And the support needs to be provided right about now. Mac way too low of HP, and he's been taken down as well. Quirkies, they're slowly but surely showcasing all of their quirks. And the eliminations are bound to come in.
Oh my goodness. I don't think he can rescue Mayank now. He's bleeding out, hemorrhaging. Oh, nice. He uses the treatment gun. Good way to rescue your teammates from afar. And this comes in just in time because the Blue Zone's going to start to hurt them now. Oh, and they already see other players being dropped over here. Autobots, they are in danger. Quirkies have also called in backup. Nice shot. He uses the grenade launcher to get the knock onto Atharva. And that goes under the glue wall. There's a tiny gap where the feet can be seen. And that's what he uses to get the grenade launchers, lob it across the gap. He's captured the vending machine as well. What a battle for the vending machine. The Quirkies were also coming towards the vending machine, hoping to get their teammates back up online. And you could see that Autobots saw a couple of people in the sky. They were trying to shoot them down. But they're like, nope, if you can use this, then so can we. They also plug their teammates in and get them back online. And we might just see a lot of this, you know. We might just see a lot of players go for the revive points, go for the vending machines outside the zone, that too. Even Total Gaming are doing the same, right? Shanky is somewhat close to the zone. I'm guessing he's going to go ahead and capture some space for his teammates. Meanwhile, Delete is literally on the edge of the map, and he's trying to go for the recall point.
Oh, you look at the Mafia location right now. Railroad, and he's inside the circle, so far away from the entirety of Total Gaming. This is not at all looking good. I mean, I get it if he's going for those deadly maneuvers in order to get at least a elimination or two, that's going to be good. But overall, he won't be able to band across with the team and then move in for a perfect rush. That's one of the places where the entire team is going to think about how to go ahead and execute. Finally calling in Aztec as well, and now in front of them is CES, Krusty Sports, led by Duker. So A good situation, but it can turn to a fatal one real soon.
Yeah, and by real soon, I mean really, really soon. This zone is going to start to hurt soon enough. And after the third circle, you really can't afford to stay outside for that much longer. So Blackbirds, they still have to make their way in, but at least they've got vehicles. No big problems for them. Ungraduate Egg, these guys, they've got their eyes on Team Tamilas, and this fight is happening smack in the center of the current circle right now. So these guys need to maintain control of the center, need to maintain control of Militia if they want a good chance in the end game. But it looks like UG will just move away from this area. They just go across the street, not that far. They can obviously still control a tiny part of the zone. Most likely the western end of the new circle, but they know that Quirkies are coming in from this area, so they try to gatekeep them. It's gonna be a 2 vs 3 battle because even UG have lost.
It's a 2v3. Undergraduate. And on the other end, good fights coming up, but wait a second. Piyush, of all of the person, he's been taken down. And this is not looking good. Undergraduate X Hanuman, one by one, they are trying to bring in the benefit of this entire situation, but unfortunately, Quirkies, they are prepared for this one. Abi has been taken down as well. Aryan being the last man standing. Quirkies, they are rushing forward. They know that this is the last man, and in order to shut him down and shut the entire team's hope, you need to take this fight now, or it's gonna be never. Akash going way too close. P19 hand sprays down, but instantly comes down the glue wall. He's still figuring out what's happening, looking around, understanding where the location is, and Aryan is playing this bit way too clean. Tatsuya ability already utilized, and it's going to take some time for the active ability to come back online yet again. Aryan, he's going for the heal, but Akash on the other end, he's not at all healing. He's not worried. He knows that the team support will arrive at the nick of the time, but both of them's HP is demolishing, depleting, all thanks to staying outside the circle. Aryan, he's playing it very smart, slow and steady, and Quirkies on the other end. They're not at all looking solid.
This is a mutually assured destruction, you know. I mean, UG were in the zone. They were almost close to Team Tamilas at one point. But then they decided to move away from them and launch themselves somewhere towards the edge of the zone so that they could gatekeep Quirkies. But this is backfired for them heavily. And now they've ruined both their own game and Quirkies' game. There's not a lot of vending machine spots and recall points left in the circle.
That's right, no forward, nothing. No support that can be provided or take less damage. Tank it up, and this is that one opportunity. The entire team has been eliminated, but at what cost? Another player has been knocked, but on the other end, there's another fight different than what we could see. It's Autobots against K9, but K9 this time around, they were not built different. They've been bitten down into pieces. It's a 1v2 situation. Mayank, what can you do as Mac? He's down on his knees, asking for help. He's providing the information, but for how long is the question, as K9, they have decimated yet another team. Joker right in front, and Simp, I don't think so. They have the chance to go ahead and live for another day. Zoro arc, his arc has just begun as Joker is slowly thinking the laughter is fading away, and so goes the team. Simp, they have been eliminated, and no more last laughter for them.
They are the exterminators. K9 responsible for the elimination of 3 teams in this lobby so far. And they don't even let them escape. These guys go for squad wipes on squad wipes. No stragglers left. No prisoners. And they certainly don't let anyone get their reses back up. Sure, they've been reduced down to a 2-man lineup, but with 12 eliminations, I think they've earned their merit. Take a look at Quirkies now. After surviving that gatekeep attempt against UG, they've taken such a lovely vantage point.
And you know what the best part here is, Crips? They have the healing sniper rifle.
Yeah. If any of them even lose their teammates, you don't even need to go ahead and res them up front. You can just shoot the, revive bullets at them and they will be back up. So they can take as many risks as they want. Meanwhile, Team Tamilas, they are in a risky fight against Crushed Esports now. Crushed Esports, one of the most reputed teams in the lobby, has been relatively silent so far. Only 3 eliminations to their name so far, but they are looking for their 4th. They are looking to finish off Crown so that Team Tamilas and XPVS will be out of this game. And yes, that's exactly what they've done.
Total is in nearby shack. And I completely understand that if you stay isolated, you stay silent, you can go ahead and get that opportunity to bank upon. But unfortunately, they haven't received that quite yet. On the other end, K9 is also facing the brunt force approach of Crust Esports. Crust being outside the circle, they're still dealing a lot of damage. But Total Gaming, they were prepared for this one. They're taking down every and any single opportunity given at them, thrown towards them. HP completely full. And Crust Esports, they are the ones at the receiving end. Junior, the last man standing, he's going in for the heal. He wants to enter towards the circle in order to not take that damage. Unfortunately, delete is going to be deleted instantly. There was a finisher being applied. But here's the thing. Crust Esports, in the midst of all of that, they have been eliminated. One tier 1 team is already long gone.
And it looks like the other one will also be eliminated soon. Total Gaming, with just 2 players left, are in a lot of danger. One more team bites the dust. We are up to the final 4, and Blackbirds have all of the players alive, which gives them the highest chance of winning. Dash is used so that they can get towards the hard cover. That rock, though, will be pushed out of the zone, so Total Gaming will still have to rely on their glue walls. Shanky gets sprayed down by Atharva's MP5, and Mafia is all by himself. The glue wall melters are being thrown towards them, so he's going to have to move ahead into the zone and hope that Blackbirds are focusing on K9 first. Luckily for him, that's exactly what's happening. Nades on the right side, glue wall melters as well. Blackbirds are trying to flush K9 out of that cover. The tiny tower is all that stands between death and certain death.
Oh my goodness, look at Quirk. They're still on top. Quirkies getting the bird eye view, but when are they going to drop down? Now finally thinking about dropping down, but unfortunately, the moment he drops down, he's a fallen bird. It's been clipped. K9 on the other end, they're still sticking around towards the outside corner. And look at Blackbird. All of a sudden, they're having a ball and they're going to take down at least one player. Zoroark, unfortunately, he could not do much. Zafik, he's still trying his level best, shooting his shots, but unfortunately, it is not going to be their game as Blackbirds, they claim this one with all the righteousness, the booyah.
What a lovely booyah from Blackbirds. They cleaned up house in that final fight, dealing with Crust Esports so well, making sure that Quirkies also are doing their level best to keep Crust Esports suppressed. And when Crust was gone, they dealt with Total Gaming. They also managed to draw aggro really well from K9. They just basically got every team to do all the dirty work for them. And these guys were then able to just keep themselves alive and focus on the booyah. They were very objective and very meticulous in their approach in that last game.
Surgical approach indeed. And not gonna lie, Blackbird at one point of time, there was a last man standing and they were looking very wonky. The start was not at all good, but later on backtracked to what mistakes they made and instantly rectified in mid-game. That's the kind of champion approach that you need in order to convert the booyah onto yourselves. So overall, a really good game coming in. But K9, my oh my, they stuck to the guns and they were just waiting outside and just outside this, like very close to the circle. They just have that room and space to wiggle around with. So overall, even from their end, it was a really nice initiative coming in. It's just that the man count disadvantage did sting them like a bee at the very end. So I'm hoping that teams can, understand what kind of advantage can be created if you have the fantastic foe with you. So that's the kind of approach I would really love to see from teams coming in moving forward. But yeah, there's one thing that I want to highlight here, like about yesterday, Crips, that Ultra Instinct, just with 2 people, they managed to clean so many teams. And I was thinking that K9 also has similar kind of, the kind of gameplay that we usually expect, but it happens. It was a very downslope game.
Yeah, it was a really difficult game for everybody involved, considering there's so many teams alive in that last circle. So naturally, there's going to be pandemonium. In fact, there is so much chaos and confusion. We'll have to take a look at the highlights once again to see that final fight once more. Now, as you can see, there's way too many teams alive in such a tiny circle. So naturally, things are bound to get chaotic. Blackbirds, they dealt with Quirky so easily. I mean, they dropped down right between them and K9. And honestly, Blackbirds weren't even aiming towards Quirkies, right? They were just trying to get K9 out of the picture, and Quirkies just dropped in and donated their frags to them. Of course, K9 were also stuck in between a rock and a hard place, so there's not much that they could have done. But I believe Gokis maybe could have stayed up there for a little longer
Maybe.
and drop only when the zone forces them to. Again, the moment your feet touch the ground, you're going to take a bunch of damage and you're going to be very vulnerable. Maybe at that time, one of the teammates from above could have shot the player falling down with the treatment sniper to keep himself healthy and happy. Maybe you could have used a glue wall. The moment you land, give yourselves a little landing avenue so that you don't get instantly destroyed the moment your knees break. So things obviously could have been different. Blackbirds, even though they get the booyah, they only have 7 eliminations, so that puts them at a total of 19 points. But K9 Esports, by virtue of having eliminated 3 whole squads by themselves, plus 2, have 14 finishes and still end up on top.
That's true. And talking about the MVP in the map of Alpine, it is going to be Kid 26 going ahead and showcasing what he's made of. 3 total eliminations, 2 assists, and a damage of 854. Thiva, of course, being one of his main active skills. And with that said, the rusher did be, like, he was on point. But overall, I could have, bet more on him. Just that it was a very small damage game coming in from their end. Moreover, it's just the position advantage that they could create till the very end. Overall, it's a really good booyah, but it's again one of those games where some of the team will overshadow your performance.
Yes, and they did overshadow everyone else. I mean, this is one of those rare games where the MVP is the rusher of the team and not the sniper. I believe Arka and I were discussing this yesterday, where we noticed this one pattern. Out of the 12 games, 11 MVPs were the snipers for the team. This time we get to see a rare occasion where the rusher of the team is the MVP. But still, his team did really well, and the Blackbirds also, while they are missing the eliminations, their positioning was impressive. Radhe Thakur, obviously, his experience really shines over here. Even though he has the least damage on the team, I'm pretty sure that he was calling the shots behind the scenes. And that's why Blackbirds were able to win this booyah.
Indeed. Talking about the game summary, total damage being dealt upon this entirety of the map is 45,292. So that's good amount. Alpine, we have seen something more than just this, but I believe it's just the start of the day, and all of the players were caught off guard, thinking that it might be some other map or it could have been, Kalahari. But unfortunately, it's not the vanilla maps coming in first. It always can be randomized, and this is the kind of surprise that they received. Total glue walls destroyed is 125. Again, a very less count that we could usually see. And total knocks 88. Total eliminations being 65, and the longest elimination distance is 106. So, yeah, Alpine, not as surprising, to be honest, Scripps.
Yeah, honestly, a pretty typical Alpine game, except for the fact that a lot more teams were alive towards the end zone than I expected. I thought that there would be like some 10-12 teams in the last 10-12 players in the last circle. There were like 20-something players in the last circle, 4 teams alive. So yes, Alpine is done and dusted. Blackbirds win the booyah in that map. Up next is going to be Kalahari though. And if I'm not wrong, this happens to be one of the strongest maps for both Krusty Sports and Total Gaming.
Yes, that's where I was about to come in. And not only that, K9 also plays really good in this particular map. So Kalahari being one of the places where multiple teams can go ahead and get the vantage point by the grappling hook, thanks to the game's mechanics, and to get the vantage point and then take down opponents. Well, that's one of the things that we would love to get the example coming in from Quirkies as well. I mean, having the height still could not give them the benefit of the doubt of the entire, bird eye view, and they could not convert much. I'm hoping that they can do at least some bit of damage in this particular map, as it's the sniper's paradise. You get a couple of snipers, you go to the highest ground, you wait there, and you just count 1, 2, 3, and someone will show up. Trust me, they will.
Yeah. In fact, the only problem you're going to face is that more people might show up than you would expect, because there's plenty of launch pads in this entire map. There's a lot of zip lines in and around refineries, so movement is going to be swift. Third parties can be quite rampant, and in fact, because of the verticality, there's so much space to hide that we saw some very chaotic fights yesterday towards the end zone. In fact, not even the last circle, right? Towards the second last circle, we saw situations where there's like 4 teams fighting in one tiny area. How tiny is that area that entire fight can fit inside one team UAV, one heal UAV? That's how many players were there in such a tiny area. Imagine a Mumbai local train. That's how packed it was. They were packed in there like sardines.
And I'm hoping at this time the package is not going to turn into a diamond, because you know, right, if you squeeze one thing way too hard, it might turn into one of them. So hoping that all the teams are going to be prepared, not only that, and get those real estates that they desire the most, and the ones who reach early and predict the circle can eventually bag in a booyah. So let's go ahead and see what Kalahari can present us in this day number 2 and Group C performance.
We're gonna go from the northern side to the south. Oh, there's already trouble brewing in Paradise. Look at that. TM, they almost tried to drop clash against UG, but then they decided against it. They could have gone to Council Hall, but then they just switch away from that spot and go Bayfront at the last moment. Meanwhile, in containment, you've got VX Velonix fighting against the odds. And once again, odds have their odds of winning reduced because of this early drop clash. Last time they had a drop clash against a tier 1 team. This time, Velonix are also creating a lot of problems for them. Jay and Manu down already.
Odds, they're not having a really good time. I mean, previous to this, the way they were performing, they obviously had the upper hand. Not only that, they were even taking fights against a tier 1 team and winning them. But now all of a sudden, every single thing is falling apart. It's been torn into bits and pieces. Trusty Sports on the other end, there's a different action being brewed up, and Quirkies. That's the kind of mistake I would never make. I mean, imagine you are thinking that Stone Ridge is going to be clear. No, it's never going to be clear. It's very close to the command post. And of course, teams are going to land there in order to get the map control and then later on keep moving in towards the dead center. So that's one of the places where you should not go. Total Gaming on the other end, they're also taking another fight against Velonix, and one player is already knocked and eliminated.
Yeah, but Total Gaming at least did not drop clash against them. Total Gaming went towards Santa Catrina, and then they are going up towards confinement in order to go clash against Velonix. Meanwhile, in Bayfront, Autobots are fighting against TM, and this could be dangerous. Megasas already have lost one player, and the rest of their players are very far away from each other. Adiraj and Jason have no trading potential.
Oh,
Mysterious, he's also gonna get up on top, use that grapple gun to his advantage, and he's just simply not gonna let Adiraj leave. He can hear him. He's tossing nades left, right, and center.
Oh no, Abhiraj. He thought that he could run away from that corner, but unfortunately, it's Autobots. They always love to roll and take out all the opportunities that they can bring in order to get the eliminations. 2 eliminations so far. Not that confident of a start, but it is getting there. They're banking it slowly. Mayank, Mysterious, both of them just chiming in. Mac and Sohail, I would love to see how they can also contribute in this entire roster of theirs. Total Gaming on the other end, 3 eliminations. Wow, okay, I want to see which team faced the brunt force of this particular one. There was Velonix.
It was Velonix.
And the other one.
No, just Velonix.
Just Velonix?
But, yeah, just Velonix. Although we just witnessed the fight between Autobots and TM. TM, one of their players got a finish, and that was the longest finish of the game so far at 111 meters. Let's see if anyone else can top that. UG, on the other hand, these guys, they were about to get drop clashed on Council Hall, but they have moved out of there, and that's good, because if UG stayed over there, they would be 4th party. You see, Velonix ran all the way from confinement to Council Hall, and Total Gaming are chasing them. They are hot on their heels. These guys are playing hot pursuit, and they went all the way towards Council Hall to chase those last few members of Velonix. If UG would have been here, they also would have ended up getting into this fight. But luckily, UG have moved out. They are now in Bayfront, and they are fighting against a whole new team, which they seem to be doing quite well against.
Total Gaming
Mafia's
on the
the
other
new
end.
elimination leader.
Yeah, he is. And the entire team is on a hot streak. 5 total eliminations on their name, and there's a launch pad right in front of them. All they have to do is think about which direction they have to launch towards, and Kohli's right in front. Oh, this is that golden opportunity where they can go ahead and nullify yet another player. Shots fired. Kohli running for his life, grapple hook in hand, and he thinks that he can be safe. There is Autobots coming in from the other corner. What's going on? Total Gaming in the middle of all of that, they think about hitting the retreat button because this fight is not the one that they desired for, and delete. Oh my god.
And Total Gaming, these guys are just relentless, man. I mean, Delete was back there. He was shooting down Autobots while his two rushers, Aztec and Shanky, these guys are pushing into ungraduate gamers. Aztec does go down, but Shanky goes in for the res instantly, and he doesn't have Tiva, so he can't get his teammate back up in time. He also has to apply the medkit and heal. Instead, just goes for a rebreather instead. Aztec won't be revived anytime soon because there's a lot of problems brewing in the horizon, but Mafia and Delete, they both have arrived on scene, and surely one of them at least has Tiva, so they can get Aztec back online. Mafia, with his sniper setup with Rafael, Maru, and Mako, he's gonna be able to lay down some long-range cover fire and keep Total Gaming alive in Bayfront.
Mafia, my oh my. 4 eliminations strong alongside Shanky. Aztec did not even get the opportunity to breathe there. He was down on his knees way too quick. And now look at them. This is looking so solid. Now they want a weapon upgrade as well. Might as well get level 2 or level 3 weapons. That's going to be amazing. And that's the golden opportunity that they love to seize all this time long. Total Gaming, whenever it comes to Kalahari, they are like the undisputed kings out there, and nobody can compete against them. They know how to search, They know how to hunt. It's like they've already taken the roles and responsibilities of K9 as well.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even know what K9 is up to. They've just
They're at
been in
command
command
post.
post forever. Yeah, they've just been here forever, right? At least Total Gaming is on the move constantly. They went from Santa Catrina to Council Hall to Bayfront, and now they're going towards Shrines. Who do they have this time? Looks like they found another member of Team Megastars as their prey, and now they're up at double digits. 10 eliminations for Total Gaming. They are the manifestation of Grim Reaper, and they are just lurking on that northwestern corridor of the map. Mafia.
Yeah.
All of these guys, you can see that they're using the jump pads and getting into Oldhampton now, where the remainder of Autobots lies in wait.
Oh my god, what are they doing? Every single person they see, all they're doing is shift, delete, and shift, delete. Shanky on the other end, good shots coming in from his end. 5 total eliminations on his name. He's unstoppable for now. And Autobots, Mac, last man standing. The hope for Autobots to at least breathe in Kalahari is slowly being taken away. It's a deserted place where teams are slowly understanding the wrath of Total Gaming on how good they can play. But Team Megastars, my oh my, they're up against Crust. I was looking for this fight for so long. It's happening towards the northeastern side, and it is gonna come to an end really soon, as Crust, they never forgive their opponents.
Yeah, Crust Esports is also following in the footsteps of Total Gaming. They are also going around the entire western corridor of the map and cleaning up shop wherever they go. They went from confinement to Council Hall looking for people, and they did find some. Now they must make their way back into the center. Total Gaming, they know that Mac managed to res a couple of his teammates, so now they are here to punish him. How dare you bring your teammates back? Also, thank you so much for the extra points. Mafia, he's got him in his crosshairs. Nice shot with the AWM, and Mac goes down. 12 finishes for Total Gaming so far. I have a prediction to make. I might just be wrong.
Please.
I mean, I hope somebody proves me wrong and stops Total Gaming in their tracks, but I believe they will finish this game with more than 20 eliminations.
Oh, that's a big ask. I would say 35, but all right. Prove me wrong. Total Gaming, and I know you guys can do it. There's another fight brewing up. Team Tamilas going against Undergraduate. Every single thing is a freeze for now, but Teddy on the other end, he has been taken down. Way too low HP. Crown, Kuti, both of them nullified. But wait a second. What a way to come back. Team Tamilas, they have put Undergraduate 6 feet under.
Great stuff by Team Tamilas. Now you know why they were signed. But that's trouble. You can't exactly go for the safe revives anymore. Simp Gang, they are looking down on you. They're towards the southern part of Refinery, taking those platforms for themselves. And look at the spread out. These guys have 3 of the
Is that
Refinery
Total Gaming?
platforms under their control, and now Total Gaming has just flown
What are they
in.
doing?
Fighting, of course, looking for their next prey.
They're so quick. They're so darn quick in going ahead for the recon. One player already knocked. Shanky, what's he doing? Shanking the opponents to death. Gutting them out. Simp on the other end. They were looking so confident. Height advantage, taking shots against Team Tamilas. But all of a sudden, they think that that was a big mistake. They should have taken some isolated, muffled shots in order to stay safe from this team. Total Gaming. 13 total eliminations. And they're not stopping. Look at them. They're yet again focused upon Team Tamilas. And that's the kind of banner that they want to see. Glue wall right in front. They know that there's a team right there.
Yup. And Total Gaming now have the ridges under their control. With this, they control so much area. Like, they can literally control the entire northern and the western corridor of this entire place. They can stop teams coming in from Bayfront. They can stop anyone coming in from even Foundation area if they keep on positioning themselves over here. But look at the movement. Junior used it quite well. His teammates come in to save him. Itazo, with the glue walls, actually manages to rescue him. Definitely has Tiva equipped. That's the only way he can revive his teammates that fast. But Mafia suffered a knock. He's been brought back up on his feet. No trouble for Total Gaming so far. But I do believe that at this point, Total Gaming need to concede this area and focus on taking control of the oil tower up on top. I do believe 2 of the teammates are already there. Okay. At least this tower is under their control. They should be able to take control of the entire refinery area.
Total Gaming, height advantage, it's there. But unfortunately, so many teams are right across them. Simp right behind them. On the underneath, there's Crust alongside Team Tamilas as well. It's not a good sight for them. They need to somehow run away from the situation. Kuti, what were you thinking? Oh my god, the buffs came in at the right time, else he was the first one who would bite the dust. And Total Gaming, they're just waiting for such kind of opportunities. There's Crust right in front and Autobots, they are calling in the rotation as well. Mysterious. He's thinking that he can run away from that situation untethered, but no, that's not going to happen. Max Sohail way too behind. And that one player who's trying to rotate right now is going to have a lot of trouble. Look at the way their shots are going to come in, and Mayank, he's the first one to go down. 14 total elimination, and it wasn't even Mysterious. What?
But at the same time, Total Gaming are now forced to give up on their oil tower control, so they no longer have access to the highest point. Mafia and Delete both have stepped down from that platform. They've only left Aztec up there. Meanwhile, they are suspicious that Simp Gang might have also taken control of one of the other towers. I wonder if that's true, because Aztec can't see anyone. So at this point, they're just being paranoid. But they're being rightfully paranoid. They have every right to be extremely cautious. Rusty Sports are most likely going to play directly underneath the ridge. There's no way to get up there. They can probably use the grappling guns, but then Total Gaming is up on that ridge, so this will be problematic.
Oh, a lot of problems. Rusty Sports, 4-man strong. Ayush's HP is slowly coming back, and there is a monster truck that they can use in order to get that artificial cover that they need. Couple of them, to be precise. Team Tamilas right in front. Krusty Sports, they're facing the brunt force approach coming in from the likes of Total Gaming. And this is not at all looking good. The height advantage always stings like a bee. And the only team that is floating like a butterfly is this one Total Gaming.
Yeah, Total Gaming. I don't think they are floating like a butterfly. I think they're more like flying like a dragon and breathing fire on everyone. Their hunger just insatiable. Their thirst for blood unquenchable. And they've got another team which falls victim to them. Team Megastars go out in a blaze of glory. And now they've got K9 in their crosshairs. Oh my days. Total Gaming are just unstoppable. Hold up though. Crust
Whoa!
Esports are also shooting at K9. So K9 have just absolutely no chance of surviving. Both Crust and Total Gaming are shooting at them. Even Team Tamilas are shooting at K9. Oh my goodness, this is a terrible situation to be in. At this
It's a
point,
terrible one.
it's a competition between these streams. Which one of us can steal the final shot? Which one of us can get that finish point?
The elimination steal is a key factor, and it is always there in Battle Royale, so feel free to welcome it out there. K9, they're not at all looking good. They're left stranded there, right there. No man's land is where they're entering towards an Autobots. They're also facing the similar kind of brunt force coming in Total Gaming. They are having every single direction under their control, and it's not even their business. They're poking nose from every darn corner and somehow managing to squeeze in 19 eliminations. K9 right now, they think that let's just move in towards the circle as it's slowly shrinking in, but again it is Total Gaming alongside Team Tamilas who's constantly barraging all of those bullets at them.
And Crust Esports have already gone down. So have Autobots. Crust Esports just could not handle the heat towards the bottom of that area. But look at the circle, man. It's in the open. Not a single team is inside the zone right now. All of them have to battle their own demons and each other in order to get to the zone. Team Tamilas, they are still somehow trying to corner K9. But Zian and Tafiq, they are keeping themselves alive so well right now. The Santino ability might just be of great use over here, but no teleportations available. They have only their grapple guns to work with, and they're trying to close in the distance with Total Gaming. Total Gaming on their upside. Meanwhile, Tamilas chasing them from below. Tafiq and Zian, they have to hold on, and that's all they can hope for. Total Gaming crossed the 20-kill barrier, but Delete is the only one left now. 1v1 between them and Quirky Sports. Hold up. Quirky Sports just managed to get the res on them. Somehow, Team Tamilas have all their players, almost all their players alive in this kind of a situation. They had the hard compound for themselves. They did not have the height advantage, but by virtue of having brick and mortar under their control, they keep themselves alive. And with this one-man advantage, it's now a 1v2v3. Delete versus the world.
Two more glue walls. Delete. What can he do in this situation? Akash and Aryan just moving forward. They know that there's one freebie out there. Delete, he's trying to run away. A couple of glue walls that are already been utilized. Delete is left stranded. He has nothing in his pocket and he gets eliminated as well. Akash, he's been knocked on his ground. Aryan, the last man standing for the likes of Quirkies. What can they do against Team Tamilas? As Quirkies, they're slowly entering towards the circle. Aryan, he's trying his level best against three people. I don't think so. He can go ahead and take this fight, and there you go. He's been bitten down to dust. And the booyah coming in from Team Tamilas was mandatory.
Team Tamilas played rather smartly, rather safely, and even then managed to get quite a lot of finishes. They did not have the high ground advantage like Total Gaming did. They didn't have a very high finished game, but what they did have is the only thing that nobody else was able to get. They had a compound which had actual doors and walls in it, which kept them safe from almost everything. Whether it's projectiles, whether it's abilities or bullets, they had a place to call home, and that's why they were able to live through that entire skirmish when you had multiple teams rushing into the zone. You remember that massive skirmish when there's Crust Esports, Team Megastars, Autobots, all of them just trying to get inside the zone, and then Total Gaming is just shooting at them from above? Well, Team Tamilas was also shooting at them. The only difference is Total Gaming then got backstabbed by Simp Gang. Nobody laid a finger on Team Tamilas.
Exactly. Team Tamilas, they were like the ones who painted themselves green and then just stood in front of a green screen. So they were very much safe.
Exactly.
And they were inside the compound, a lovely place to be at. They would really thank their realtor and say that, you know what, after this decision, we can go ahead and get another booyah moving forward in the different map as well. But overall, K9, here's the thing. If Total Gaming minded their own business, not took shots against K9, K9 would have somehow snuck past and reached towards Team Tamilas, and that's where I think things would have changed way too much and drastically, to be honest. So yeah, Total Gaming, they did manage to squeeze in a lot of eliminations, and I believe, again, this is another one of those games where they have overshadowed that one team who got that perfect booyah. So it's all right, I completely understand, but it's all about the presence of mind that this team was providing in the map of Kalahari.
Oh, 100%. I mean, they finished third, right? So that gives them some
Yes.
8 placement
8
points.
points.
You combine that with 22 eliminations, that's a 30 bomb right there. That's a big number for just one game.
Big number. And that's the kind of game that they wanted. That's the expectation that they already provided themselves versus the reality. Reality is also very similar. Reality would have been, okay, we get 12 points. That would be perfect. It will complement our eliminations as well. But of course, 8 and the amount of eliminations that they've already provided, 22 or 23, somewhere there, it is just Brobdinagian. Let's just go ahead and relive the entirety of this moment and understand what went right and what went wrong for multiple teams. Team Tamilas, for them, everything went right.
Yeah, and Total Gaming were doing well. They had so many of their players alive, but obviously once they had to give up that high ground, they were in the thick of things with everyone else. And they were surrounded by Quirkies on one side, they were surrounded by Team Tamilas on the bottom. You even have, if I'm not wrong, it was one remaining member of Quirkies who was just pestering them towards the end. And look at Aryan, he's just trying to run around, right? So they thought they dealt with Quirkies, that wasn't the case. Autobots was eliminated quite early on. And even though Total Gaming went down swinging, they score more than the team that wins the actual Booyah. 30 points for Total Gaming, that's a 30 bomber right there. And Team Tamilas, only 9 eliminations. Quite humble compared to the mighty Total Gaming, but they played it safe according to their positions and got that Booyah.
Total Gaming, I'm just missing one person. He's standing right behind Fauziache. I'm just hoping that he comes back into the game and just puts the team to a right direction. It's already there in the right path, but it's just that the final few circles or the final few fights, they need to be fought right. You have the man-guard advantage, might as well squeeze the Booyah, because Booyah provides you 12 darn points. And imagine 22 plus 12, that would have been the score that they would love to see at this point of time. But I completely understand where they're coming from. So overall, this is a really good game coming in. But talking about the MVP of the map of Kalahari, it is going to be Kuti. And he played to perfection. Tatsuya, that's right, the rushers are getting the MVPs, and I'm loving it. Group C is filled with surprises, unlike Group A or B, where snipers were getting the opportunity of getting the MVPs.
And he even played it to his strengths, knowing that he's a rusher. He cannot compete with Total Gaming in the long-range battles, so that's why Team Tamilas were just simply not even shooting at the teams who were above the ridge. They knew that all the teams on top will have to drop below, and that's when that's when Team Tamilas decided to get out of their own cover and fight everyone on level ground. They would just simply not engage with you if you had any sort of a terrain advantage.
Yeah. Overall, talking about the contribution that every single player has provided from the likes of Team Tamilas, I would really love to see the overall contribution coming in from their end. The amount of damage, the kind of active abilities that they have utilized. Skyler, of course, Tatsuya, Olivia, and Jay Beebs. So all of them is going ahead and giving the right kind of support and the rush, plus the sniping that is required in the overall game to build up the pace.
I'm actually surprised that people are still using J Beebs and Koda together. I mean, sure, individually they're amazing, but Koda is more of an information gathering character rather than anything else. And there's quite a lot of disparity between these players. Vati did not really have to do much, but Kuti, with 3,000 damage, he got 5 eliminations, and you could clearly tell that he's the one who's being the front man for the team. He's the tip of the spear. Teddy, I'm guessing, is going to be providing cover from afar, and that's why he and Kuti have a lot of damage together. Meanwhile, Crown and Vati were playing as supports, and they did not even need to do much with their teammates doing all the heavy lifting.
Kalahari, the snipers' paradise. Longest elimination distance being 130. Finally, they're making all the snipers proud. Total glue walls destroyed is 116 eliminations, and knocks being 71 and 97 respectively. But damage is one of the places where I thought it might go above 50,000, but it's still underneath the barrier. So come on, guys, wake up. We need more damage.
Well, We do need more damage. I would love to see that massive 50k number, but there were 97 knocks and only 71 eliminations. That means almost 25 or more people were just simply not finished off. There's a lot of missed opportunities. Also, credit where it's due. We saw some incredible rescuing this time around. We saw teammates helping each other. The moment one player goes down, the other one is trying to heal them with heal guns and place glue walls to keep them alive. Here's the overall standing, ladies and gentlemen. Total Gaming, despite not having a single booyah, are soaring above everyone else. Same for Key9 Esports, because they had a lovely game in Alpine, plenty of eliminations to their name, and they are at 40 points now. Now, Team Tamilas, of course, by winning Kalahari, they're at third place. But Blackbirds, even though they won Alpine, they did not really have an impressive performance in Kalahari, and they're still at just 20 points. Quirkies and Krusty Sports above them.
Oh, they need something more, but talking about UGX Hanuman and Team Megastars, the odds, these are the teams that are not getting the opportunities to shine. Previous to this, Alpine was good for UGX Hanuman, but later on coming down to the map of Kalahari, which is like the vanilla map of all, including Bermuda, they could not perform that well. So they need to start figuring things out in order to how well can you go ahead and analyze the situation and improve it mid-game like Blackbirds did earlier on, and they failed to go ahead and replicate the similar kind of performance in Kalahari. This shouldn't be repeated. If this comes in a repetition part, Crips, then we have to bid them farewell towards the end of this particular Group C challenge.
Yeah, UGX Hanuman, they are supposed to be an amazing team, and so far they've had some terrible games because they were very actively fighting, and unfortunately there were several instances where they kind of overextended. Like in the game of Alpine, they kind of went outside of the zone to fight someone and it backfired for them. Even in Kalahari, they were just on the chase all the time, and if you rotate so much, you will lose your players like that. So I hope that the teams towards the bottom three fix their mistakes in the upcoming games. We still have 4 more games left for Group C, ladies and gentlemen. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with more games after a break.
Good afternoon and welcome back to TEZ Presents Free Fire Max India Cup 2025. It is Group C today, 2 matches already down. This is me, Tanya. Alongside me, it is Lucifer as Sam. Hey Sam, how do you feel about the day today? Because the group is a banger.
It indeed is. I think it is no short of a roller coaster that we've seen as things started off here in Group C. We expected certain teams to get their booyahs, but it turned out in the other direction. Even after having the highest eliminations, yesterday it was at 21, today it reached 22, and that team did not manage to get a booyah. I think that final shrink zones, right? Teams have to kind of understand that they will shift and accordingly plan or strategize, and in their position they missed, and Team Tamilas and Blackbirds, they bagged it out.
They backed out for sure, but the leaderboard shows something. Otherwise, the Booyah baggers are not the top 2 teams. And let's also talk about the match schedule for the day. We have witnessed Alpine and Kalahari, where 2 different teams won away the Booyah. The first one with a total of 19 points, taking the Booyah, which is Blackbirds, and second coming Team Tamilas with 21 points. But if we talk furthermore about previous 2 maps, I would want to say that K9 was on number 1 without having a Booyah with total of 23 points, out of which 14 were elimination points. And Quirkies are trying to be ready with some survival instincts, but then that is not working as they have to. Leaderboard shows that Total Gaming with 44 points and no booyahs. K9 Esports with 40 points and no booyahs. Team Tamilas, even after having a booyah, have got 32 points on their name.
I think so far we've seen a wonderful run, and as well as I think a few practices from individual players taking the team to the top, right? You mentioned Quirkies, Aryan. I think in both the games that we've seen, he tried to establish a control, stay a little ahead for this team, and even survive. Look forward to a booyah. Let's see if it's going to happen as we jump to Game 3 here in FFMIC 2025. It is Bermuda. Let's see if there is a booyah return for Total Gaming. They had a splendid 22 eliminations. Can they find a booyah this time, which will give them 12 placement points, Tanya?
Booyah or no booyah, they are the table toppers. Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be the 3rd map for the day. Bermuda, one of the most comforting map. One of the most comforting map for TEZ, presenting Free Fire Max India Cup 2025. It is going to be, yesterday we found total of 18 teams qualifying towards the league stage. Today also we are going to get those, and here we go talking about it. We already have the fight right off the bat on the grounds of Mars Electric. We have got Hamid down on the knees. Confirmation will also happen. It is Team Odds, who did not perform good on the map of Kalahari, are trying to procure some eliminations, but they are getting eliminated.
This side for the side of Odds is not great. It has happened in every map, Tanya. And if this continues, they could be one of the first few teams as we come to the 3rd game's end at Booyah. And they're done for. They don't have a chance of a comeback. Another elimination being striked. And there is one last survivor making a run as far as possible. But it doesn't look like Simp X Gang. They want to let them go. But on the other end, Team Megastars and Velonix. A similar situation between these 2 teams as well. They're towards the bottom from the 9th to the 10th and 11th spots. And they're fighting to get back to that top 5 if possible, a safer spot.
Rimnam Village it is, the safe spot to have a landing and longest rotation possible, but there are 2 teams deciding and thinking alike. Let's see the Mega Stars versus Team VX. How are they going to proceed to this fight? They are looking forward to escalate, not going to take any pause. Glue walls being used, trying to rush. Anshul might be the first person of contact here, and he is trying to save himself, but it is too tough for him to survive. And look at the team support coming in from the Mega Stars. 2 players down on the knees already. DVG will survive, pushing in, will trade out. No scope of revival for anyone, but Team VX with total of 4 elimination points are going to win this battle of Rimnam Village, and vending machine nearby, revival shouldn't be the concern.
It was very close of a battle, Tanya. Raj from afar was providing the cover fire, and it worked out in their favor. UJX and Aman, a similar situation. They always look like they have a lot of power. They get eliminations in their favor, but of all the fights that happen towards the end, they miss out on opportunities. This time it's Crust against them, another team who end up always in the safe zone, in the circle, in the final fights. Can they stand or withstand this fight One of the players from UGX Hanuman has already decided to peel off from this fight, decide for another approach later down the line because Crust is surrounding them. Abhi's been spotted, he's getting surrounded and he is knocked.
Under the chimney, the battle will still continue. Crust Esports with total of 2 eliminations. Ungraduate Gamer not ready for this fight. They are trying to chase out of view at least. There's vehicle nearby. Would you want to use one to show his position, to reveal himself? Abhi is down, vending machine is nearby. He's lacking tokens to give him revive. So right now the first priority for Kohli and any other teammate is to get those tokens. Aryan will be spotted as well. Crust Esports wouldn't allow anybody walking away from their crosshair. They're going to make sure to grab those eliminations, and those points will matter by the end of the day, because today is top 9 teams. Only top 9 teams have got the chance of moving ahead towards the league stages.
It's a tough battle for all these teams if they want to get to the league stage. First, they have to qualify in week 1. And odds again with left one last survivor, Jay. Thankfully, a little bit of a distance and there could be an iron cladding as it is also another team Autobots come in the mix. But on the other end, all the commotion heard. Team Tamilas, they are putting down all the players from Velonix. SJL knocked right now, looking forward to that elimination, but they're also on the search of this one last player. That's DVG. They confirmed the third elim for themselves, and DVG is making a run, but the island is running out of terrain.
Pochinok, vending machine. Now this has run into a common phenomena where everybody wants to take a fight near to the vending machine. So as they take their last breath, they want to make sure that their teammate gets the deserved resurrection. On the hot grounds of Pochinok, we spot 2 teams, Autobots, with 2 elimination points, and they are squad strong. And they did not allow Sim to survive furthermore. They made sure to get that elimination confirmed. The last man. Now, if you have a look at the overall card, we do see that 3 people with single man surviving, and the worst position goes in for Team Velonic. DVT has been spotted. Players are chasing in, pushing in, and there's a first team elimination. Velonics are sent out of the lobby.
This is going to be tough. They were at the 9th spot. And Hanuman, now they have an opportunity. They decided to peel off from a fight. TG, they are never peeling off from any fights. They spot the likes of Crust Esports quickly trying to take the launchpad and make a run, but they do not allow that. But counter knock, Delete is also knocked, and now it's up to Shanky and Mafia. Mafia spots Ayush, and what an opportunity. He waits for a clear sight, gets the knock, confirms the elimination, and now Junior is wondering what just happened. They thought that Rock was a safe spot. It was the cover they needed, and now Junior traverses away from the likes of Total Gaming as soon as he understands that the revives have also been done.
What a clean VSS shot he gave. One connecting to knock him down. It was all 2 shots that required to take one of the player downs, and on the course, Team Total Gaming's other 2 players have been revived. Delete will reunite with his teammates, and Crust Esports has got the information. It's Junior who's trying to find him and get him down before he procures any sort of loot. But is he aware about the 3 players? It's going to be Shanky who's going to take care of Delete on the long range. If he pushes up and open, the prey will be preyed immediately.
Oh no. Team Megastar seems like they might be suffering a full team elimination. And they only had 2 eliminations in their name. They were at the 11th spot before this game 3 started, and it seems like they might just still be there. Things are not looking good. Somehow, this time at least, odds are not the first team to fall down. We'll quickly talk about the safe zone, the circle. Autobots, they went to fight against the likes of Simpex Gang at Mars Electric. And now you can see the last surviving player Trax. He's trying to buy some time. K9's Dafik, similar approach from his end. Quack is right now in the factory, who could put a stop and a stall to the likes of Autobots. And Odds J, the one man standing we were talking about, he now gets an opportunity to revive his boys, get them back in action towards Riverside. They're still playing at the edges of the play zone. They will eventually get in. But right now, Crust, their approach here, Tanya, has changed. They decided to peel off from the Total Gaming fight and entering towards Hangar. But there's already the Blackbirds who have gotten the booyah in game 1.
Blackbirds definitely have got the booyah. They have got the advantage of the circle as well. Circle took a shift near to the hangar, so now each and every team has to make a move. One of the farthest team is going to be Ungraduate Gamer. The fight between Crust Esports will continue, and it's going to be Blackbird spotting at us. He's down. He was down, and he is going to get immediate treatment. He's going to be fine, but I don't think there's going to be any delay to this battle until and unless Crust Esports decides to fall back.
There's a distance between the two, and therefore I think Crust Esports, they don't have to get into this battle full on and maybe see for clearing off the likes of Blackbirds, but if they delay this further, we already saw the Total Gaming fight. So eventually Total Gaming might step in here and cause some trouble. But for now, they're also in the play zone taking their time. You spoke about UGX Hanuman. They're also the northest of this map that we are seeing, where we spoke about the team who got revived. Odds, they're getting closer to them, meaning while undergraduates are trying to get inside the circle, there could be a situation where a clash between them would happen. But for now, looking at the likes of Blackbirds, such a safe spot for them in the circle. The center, it could be the heart for them towards the final few circles that we see, and maybe another booyah written in their name.
The center of the circle also brings in the center of attraction to all the lead. Let's see if that is going to be the case at this point of time. But Clock Tower it is for Quirkies, the masters of survival. For the first map on the grounds of Alpine, sure, they stumbled down off that board and they were taken down immediately by Blackbirds, and now they are again trying to pick up fight against such team. Team Total Gaming has got the information on Crust Esports. Are they looking forward to make a move? Because somebody has to engage and fight. Sure, there's no force or there's no zone forcing them to pick up this fight. But earlier you take fight, earlier you gain the momentum, you stand with a strong opportunity. Even if you don't get a booyah, you will be standing with some elimination points, realizing there is somebody on the ground. Team Total Gaming are going exactly across the roads to have a good compound on their name. And yes, they do get one.
Total Gaming, this is the team we spoke about. Crust Esports is given enough time for them. Ayush, a little peek and he gets hit with bullets. Zoeb, he was a little afar from his teammates and that's why he was trying to provide cover fire through the window. Zoeb finally makes it, but Total Gaming, they want to strike at this opportunity, but it's going to be Shanky who gets knocked instantly. He gets knocked and they instantly revive him and Shanky. So this battle still stands at a 4v4. But Total Gaming, they are the ones getting outside the compound, moving closer to the likes of Crust Esports and overpowering them, surging them with throwables, and now getting inside the same compound to overrun them from here and get control of this fight and maybe clear them if possible. The Melters making sure they have no defenses, nades going across to see if they could maybe do some damage, but no, Aztec, an unfortunate nade of his own. But thankful to his teammate, he will be back on his feet. But this does not stop here because there's a third team, Quirkies, in action.
That was the worst that could have happened. The time the glue wall was placed, Aztec suffering bad, and by the time the teammate was reviving, other teammate also fell down on the knees. Delete. He is revived, and he is moving out of sight. They want to make sure they survive as a squad strong army. But on the course, Mafia with his VSS is trying to bring in some more elimination points on the entire different POV. He is not looking forward to fight within that compound where every teammates were. Now, with the long range support, they do not get any elimination points. Team Total Gaming had 3. We are going to move away from here. Use the launch and just as well. They do not need to force, but on the course, Team Undergraduate Gamer has hopped in near to the center of the circle.
Circles closing in, 10 teams surviving. Odds, they made it out. They're now finding frags, eliminations, and they confirm one after another. Players from UG and also striking on Blackbirds. Total Gaming also trying to take this advantage and a different angle of an approach that they bought for themselves against Quirkies as well as Crust Esports. Do they find any elimination? So far, they're still at 3. Quirkies now trying to fend off the likes of Crust, but Crust are the ones who are trying to find the knock. Athar, in the meantime, also confirms one in his name. That's going to be Odds. They make a jump, but in the wrong direction, head out towards Athar. And Athar looking forward to finding this elimination, a 1v1 battle. Damage being done on Athar. Manu, he gets the knock. And that's Odds, who will have an opportunity now to get inside the circle because of Athar going down and a compound they can call their own.
They made a good move. Right now, it's going to be upper ground being contested by Crust Esports and the lower ground by Simp Esports. Throwable will deliver enough damage to Joker for Team Simp Esports to push in towards the upper ground. It's a 3v3 situation as of now, and they're looking forward to climb up, but throwables will delay it a bit. And at the end of the day, it is a play of patience. You need to make sure whenever you rush upwards, you are not losing your numbers. Instead, you are getting some elimination points. There's nobody to take care of the outside of this particular compound, so no throwables are hopping in, and they have managed to seal pack each and every opening from throwables with the perfect placement of glue walls.
Oh no, another team enters Tanya here. There's already Quirkies. Now it's Simpex gang. And now it's gonna get even tougher. Instantly trying to run away Blackbird's Arjun. He knew he made a wrong decision when he decided to smack and go for a fight. Autobots, they have control of it, and right behind them is K9 as well. Total Gaming have complete vision of all this happening, but they cannot put their say or bullets through it because it's a little bit of a distant fight. Arjun, he wants to get his teammates back badly, but the position he is in, it's going to be too tough. He has to run out in the open. On the other end, K9 on the compound above the likes of Autobots, spotting all the teammates around them. This is an eagle-eye vision that they have without using their active skills or abilities. But do they find a booyah as the safe zone and the circle is moved away from them?
The circle has made a move where most of the team are outside of the circle, and they will not only have to battle the opponents but also the zone. Odds Jay will be spotted by Piyush as well as Dafiq, and Jay will be eliminated. Sure, it's going to be UG who is getting that elimination points, and core being used by Shanky from Total Gaming will get one knockdown, but will he get the confirmation though, because it is a long duel happening. Circle will force them to move outside of it, and Blackbird's last player standing is being bombed, but then he survives that somehow. K9 closing in against Autobots trying to move out of this compound. There's no room of opportunity, because once they hop out of this compound, they're going to be the victims of not only K9 but there are other players around as well. They choose a different route out, and they are going to make sure that once they move in, they are the one who is going to push on the way to eliminate. But on the course, it's Team Ungraduate Gamer getting eliminated. K9 with double eliminations. It's going to be two players standing as of now.
Dafiq spots the players of Odds, trying to fight out with him as his teammates been knocked. He's covering himself in all directions, spots them again, finds the one knock. Can he find the last? It's one last player, Manu, and he does. Dafiq gets a triple, eliminates the sides of Odds, and makes his team survive towards this end and final circle. His team did spot Team Tamilas, but now he's the last man standing as Total Gaming. They've also gotten closer, but this safe zone, it's moving in the other direction. A similar situation that happened in the previous game for Total Gaming, it's moving away from them. Quick action will be the rise of a booyah. Otherwise, it could be a similar deficit that they faced previously. And now they're going against likes of Krusty Esports. They spotted one player. They are now stuck in a compound. Junior and Zoeb. They're the last two survivors. Melters being used, jumping inside the compound on the roofs, making sure they don't get out. But Team Tamilas, they're here to act as a third party and ruin the game for one of these two teams. Total Gaming, they have an opportunity. They face off Kutti. Shanky is down. Delete is knocked. Team Tamilas, they get countered. It's up to Crown and Teddy. Teddy's on the roof. He spots Aztec. Mafia is inside. Delete's brought back to life, but instantly knocked by a skill. Now Crown and Teddy, they're holding the roof as much as possible. Teddy and Crown slowly backing off. Krusty Sports' last player, Zoeb, is still alive. And Crown known. He sees that player, puts him down. That's a confirmation. Team Tamilas inching closer towards this booyah. It is the last two players from two different teams. Total Gaming having one, and K9. And K9's it is Dafiq who managed to clutch it out. Total Gaming's Aztec, but he is on the other end in a safe spot. We spoke about this. Total Gaming, their approach of getting towards a position which could be called a safe haven for a booyah. Let's see if that's going to be possible, as there was a knock that Aztec dealt with. He has one last glue wall. He has an Oscar ability to play with. He finds a knock again. It's all up to Crown. his intentions, his visions only on the side of Team Tamilas. He's not fighting with Dafiq as of now. He's making sure at least he clears the one angle and then figures out the next. Quickly using the pocket vending, and now spots Dafiq making a jump across. Crown out in the open. The glue wall, I spoke about one. Did he get another that he bought from the pocket vending? Right now there's a cover of a small rock. Dafiq with his skill instantly dashes ahead, getting closer. Now in that trench, Aztec barely has any vision of Dafiq. It's only Crown in his eyesights. It's taking time, this final fight, a 1v1v1 between three teams for one booyah. Total Gaming did not get one. Team Tamilas did not get one. K9 didn't. Dafiq, the man, the savior for K9, trying his opportunity to get this. Crown now hit with the damage coming in from the safe zone, from the play zone. He spots, but Dafiq, he's crossed over. He's so close to Aztec. Now Aztec is crunched between two teams. Glue wall again, he bought it. Now Crown, his eyesight set on Dafiq. Aztec, how has he bought time for himself? This conundrum of a fight looks brilliant. It's just the patience. I feel like Aztec, he still has an opportunity. He's waiting it out because he feels, and yes he is, at almost at the center of this play zone shrinking. Dafiq forced away. Crown getting closer, but he cannot climb up the trench. He knows it's going to be difficult. Dafiq uses the monster truck to get closer to Aztec. Aztec, now this is his opportunity, but he's not able to connect the shot. And Dafiq goes towards Crown. One after another, using medkit while he is in the monster truck. And now he's out of it. And Aztec, what is this? Crown! He also sits in the vehicle. They are going in for the last survival battle, but Dafiq gets inside it. Dafiq's down. Crown is in while it's shrinking. It's up to Aztec, and Aztec does it. Total Gaming get a booyah for themselves. What a phenomenal last zone fight that we witnessed. A 1v1v1. A brilliant patience game. All of them breathing down each other's throats. And what a way to win it for Total Gaming. Unbelievable. Oh my god. What a show coming in this final fight. They were all in the same monster truck. Barely any abilities to use. Felt like Dafiq could have it. He played a little smart. And now it is Total Gaming who managed to miss it in game 2 but get the booyah here in game 3. Unbelievable sights, and this is in the online stage of week 1 day 2 group C matches. I would have expected to see something like this in the grand finals, but it's not. We are seeing it right here, right now in the online stages, which tells you that every team, every star player wants to give the best for their team. That's what Dafiq was trying to do. Crown was trying for his side of Team Tamilas. And this is all so that stay in the top 9. But again, this is a lot of points that the bottom teams are missing. UGX Hanuman, Team Megastars, Odds, Velonix, Simpex Gang. Here at least Simpex Gang found a couple of eliminations, survived a little longer, will also get placement points. But will it be enough? This was a brilliant show. Unbelievable fights coming in. And Total Gaming, they're secure. A big booyah for themselves. And an individual 1v1v1 booyah, Tanya.
This is something that absolutely, this is something that everybody wanted to definitely watch, and Team Total Gaming is bringing in whatever the best it is. And we do know about Team Total Gaming. There's a massive fandom happening outside, and there must be a celebration with crackers with the amount. Now we can also add up to something which I started off with. Team Total Gaming is on number 1 position, but without booyah. Now they are on number 1 with booyah and massive elimination points.
I'm still in perplexion of what happened over there. That fight was just kind of bringing the sights of what it was very similar, Tanya, what we saw in Kalahari. Total Gaming had the circle, they had everything, they had the height advantage. Here also it was similar. They had control of all the things, but voila, in the last and the final fight, the safe zone decides to shift. And Total Gaming, they had to make a move. At least one of their players had to make the move towards where the safe zone was shifting. And kudos to Aztec doing it. And also you have to give kudos to his resilience, is making sure that he's not getting hit by both the sides from K9 as well as Team Tamilas. Let's take a look at that final shot, because it was not an easy one for any one of those players.
Aztec, the last man here with 2 elimination points, and water routes being involved. Later on, monster truck. It was we climbed up the monster truck, all 3 opponents sitting on the monster truck trying to defy the zone. But then it was K9 who decides to move out of it, which definitely delivered a lot of damage through monster truck as well as zone. And then it was Aztec standing in the center of the circle and taking down the last man standing with total of 21 points, out of which 9 elimination points. Krusty Sports nearby with 21 points. There's a tie here, but sure, it's a booyah and non-booyah difference. If we talk about the maximum number of eliminations, that falls in the hands of Krusty Sports.
Krusty Sports, I think a brilliant game played from them. They were the reason majority of the teams kind of kept faltering down. Example for Simpex Gang. Even the likes of Total Gaming, they could have also had a little bit of a deficit. Even K9 as well. Krusty Sports never decided or gave opportunity. They were relentless for anybody to get inside that compound. Megastars, Velonix and Hanuman still in that similar situation at the bottom. But let's jump to the MVP. The Nader with Joseph, Alvaro, Nairi, Oscar and Beaston. Aztec secures this booyah. 4 eliminations, 2000 damage and 3 assists as well. This is Bermuda. We still have 3 more games to go, and it is similar to what happened in our game 2. Sorry, the Group B yesterday, not Game 2. In Group B, we ended up witnessing the top teams getting a lot of points for themselves. And because of that one situation, even a team with Booyah yesterday did not manage to qualify. They have to make sure that today it does not happen. That teams who get the Booyah make sure that they also manage to get themselves an opportunity to qualify. Team stats of the team who got the Booyah. That is Total Gaming. We can see Shani, Joseph, Maro and Ford. I think of all the other teams, yes, I saw even in Ignis being used. Total Gaming have a little bit of a variety in their active skills as well. I do see Maro in the mix, which is not generally always active skill. Majority of them use it as a passive. But now let's look at the numbers. 1,400, 2,000, 3,000 and 1,500. Nobody is below 1,000, Tanya, in terms of damage that they've done.
But I do see Shanky doing a lot of damage dealing, a lot of assists, and he got only 1 elimination points. But at the end of the day, if we talk about Mafia, he had total of 8 knockdowns on his name. Sure, those could not be registered. Somehow it went just about perfect. There was one nade which was self-struck due to the timely glue wall. Now everything has been nullified after they won away the Booyah. Let's talk about the game summary right now. Entire game had total of 76 elimination points, and look at the total knocks. Now we know how Mafia had that sort of knock numbers.
I think so far in this game of Group A, Group B, now in Group C, I think we have reached that marker of 100. So far we had seen almost till 90 knocks being seen. This is the first time we end up seeing 100, meaning a century knock coming through, and on top of it 76 eliminations. Longest elimination distance a little not on the biggest or the highest we've seen. We saw to 130. Damage as well, just only at 58,000, because towards the final circles there were still a lot of teams fighting it out, only doing bare minimum damage. And again, revives were quite lesser this time. Let's jump into the map schedule. After finishing 50% of the games, the teams at the top still stand at the top in the overall standings. They are the only ones who are getting points. We still see early elimination. So upcoming Purgatory is going to be crucial, Tanya. Teams at the bottom, this is where they need to start raking up points.
Well, talking about Purgatory, yesterday I and Azora started talking about how many glue walls are they using. They reached around 178 glue walls or maybe above that. So we were talking that in moving times we might get to see 200 and above glue walls being used, because it is Purgatory where you don't have any hard cover to work out with. You have to make sure it is all about glue walls, and the circles are usually up and open. You do not get much of the compounds. So let's see how it's going to bring in Purgatory for all 12 teams participating. For now, the upper half of the leaderboard has definitely outperformed anyone on the lower half of the leaderboard, because talking about the lower half, they need to definitely buckle up, because we are already halfway of Group C done. Now we have only got 3 more maps remaining.
I'm just worried for the teams such as Team Megastars, Velonix, along with them, I think UGX and Uman. These teams, they're so close at that threshold of either qualifying or getting eliminated. And now that we are done with the 50% of the game, Tanya, they need to understand what happened yesterday in Group B. Vice Nation, how they managed to qualify just because of survival. Otherwise, it should have been the other team who should have managed to walk their way in and qualify. This tells us that AS Esports, who got the booyah, is not going to be enough. If that happens here again, it could be a team feeling really bad that they managed to get to the online qualifiers but did not make it to the next stage of the week 2. Let's jump into Purgatory. This is the map. They should start getting points for themselves as we get down in Purgatory.
We are going to jump into the map of Purgatory. 3 islands, one within the main one. The map of Purgatory interests me the most because it is going to be the game changer and always brings in a different side of a story as compared to any other maps. Talking about flight path is very normal, nothing unique, all the way from Quarry towards Ski Lodge, and spread outs are not going to be the cause of concern. We do see that it's Honey who has immediately taken the leap. Mount Villa also contested by K9. It's a split of 1:3, the typical split to allow them to go ahead and have a crash landing, and also with that they can have the opportunity of revival.
Now the flight path ending at Ski Lodge, and that's where the likes of Crust Esports seems to be also ending. But while they are getting their foot down, we end up seeing Autobots having a fight already with BB, that's Blackbirds, and even Quirky is fighting out with Team Tamilas. Early on battles proves fatal. It's also extra elimination points that teams managed to grab out. Quirkies quickly getting that in the start itself, and this is again another team at the top. Quirkies getting points, meaning a lot of elimination points missed out for the other teams who still look forward to getting it in their favor.
And talking about favor, are they going to convert this map into Booyah? Sure, Quirkies are giving their best of the rotations, I wouldn't deny, but somehow as soon as the circle shrinks in, they just try to move up in the open, and that ends up in the misery. For now, it's going to be Team Tamilas picking up fights against Total Gaming. Now that's massive. 2 strong teams up against each other, but there's some strong point about Team Total Gaming. They do not wish to go ahead if they're not sure about, and they do not take any unsure battles, but they do take some sure short elimination points. Having a bike handy, Team Tamilas, it's going to be Delete who is going to clear up the mess created. Team Total Gaming right now on number 1 of the leaderboard. Team Quirkies, sure, are the elimination leaders as of now, but there's a long way through. It's all about collecting tokens, because you want to make sure that the revival is on point, revival is on time, and you do not want to lose any members of your team by the end of the circle. Blackbirds against Team Autobots. Autobots with 2 elimination points on the grounds of Marble Works. They are trying to move away, or maybe he's trying to reunite with his teammate. There's no point of revival coming. There's no vending machine nearby, but moving up in the open by Mysterious is punishable. You cannot move that way.
They're the ones who started things off in their favor, but making a mistake like this, thankfully, teammates are close by. They have glue walls, instant revival. Blackbirds, they're the team who got the first booyah here in Group C. And they're not going to sit silent. We saw Arjun, who managed and tried his best to survive in the last final fight in the previous game. Unfortunately, he was the last one surviving, but now that he has his teammates, he's not going to stop. Total Gaming, they avenged the fallen Delete, get their eliminations to 4, and instantly clear off that position, have control for themselves. Autobots still keeping this fight ongoing with Blackbirds. It seems like Autobots, they've decided we want to wipe the likes of Blackbirds. Just as they got a knock on Mayank, instant conversion and the elimination confirmed, and Mayank now can be safe and sound revived.
Mayank will be revived for sure. They are going to get that elimination points, and Team Megastars again struggling back to just not only take any battle but also standing strong as a squad. Talking about Team Semp, they are strongly holding a compound. Nobody sharing the vicinity except there's a Team VX just nearby. Are they looking forward to go ahead, pick up a fight? No, they are on the rotation, but then moving on the bridge on the open is again punishable, which is a risky move coming in. And more the risk, more the rewards is said when you are taking the duels, not during the rotations though, but before that it's going to be K9 picking up some fights, and this time it's going to be Quirkies against them.
K9 at Central. They got one elimination. Zorark in their end also is down. They need to revive. The vending machine is a little further away from them. And as Dafik is getting closer to it, even the likes of Quirkies, because they also need to revive a player. And on the other end, even a revive coming through from the side of K9. But they went in the other direction to revive their player. And now Atar, he's so close to Dafik. It could be a fight. A 1v1 as well. Dafik gets closer with a dash. Spots the player. Does the damage. Now Atar is stuck. His teammates nowhere close to help him. And Dafik puts him down. That's an elimination confirmed. You cannot leave your players straggling around after finding a revive. And K9 will pick them off. They are also on the hunt for a booyah for themselves. They missed out in the previous one, but they're not going to all off as this game 4 is started.
The game 4 has started and started off pretty slow. Nobody is immediately wanting to get eliminated. Sure, few teams are going aggressive where they are safe and secure on the leaderboard. It's all about securing some extra set of elimination points. Talking about Quirkies, now they are up against Team VX. The shotgun did the work. They got one elimination points, and it is DVG. Again, going in for some loot crates on the grounds of Fire Brigade, where they are also sharing the grounds nearby. Heading towards Arsenal Chamber. There is a player from odds nearby because I do spot a glue wall there. No, there's nobody as of now, and it's a pause, it's a silence. So let's talk about how Team Total Gaming is building in a strong story for themselves right off the first match. They went in for eliminations in the first one, second continuing, third one on the verge of, they ended up on a strong booyah, and again they are going fearless, they are going ruthless. They want to make sure that their presence is felt not only today but since forever, and they're happy about everything they are doing and must be proud as well.
Their fans, they're going to be the proudest because they have gotten a booyah and, as you mentioned, tabletop. On the other end, when we speak about the tabletop, we have to now IR spot on the overall standings for the qualification. And Velonix, they're on the verge of the qualification. There could be other teams who could take up their spot because when we saw the previous overall standing, they were at the dead 9th spot. That position is not at all safe. And it is going to put them in pressure, and especially when we come towards these last few games, Tanya, teams who are at the bottom, they should be the ones picking up elimination points from the very early on, looking forward to wiping out teams as well, because that'll help them, giving themselves a breather in the next 2 games. If they don't do it now, while they go towards the last few games, it becomes about survival. Are they alive? Are their opponents who are close in the bottom alive? It's all about that, and that could make them lose their minds. But while we are talking about this, teams trying to get closer to the circle, in the western side, there's a cluster of teams, Autobots, Quirkies, K9, all in the mix of a fight, and the Fake in the forefront on top of the Arsenal. Honey's down. Blackbirds, they want to put the likes of K9 out of this game. Zorark is down, it's up to the Fake now, but Kid gets taken down. The Fake quick dash, and he puts Rade as well. And that's a quick changer, and it's again the Fake. This player, always there for his team, brings them back when needed, and he does it once again.
He is doing it over and over time. He is the game changer. He changes the fate of the team and also the existence of Autobots. Right now, the shot that he connected was out of mercy, and it was just a clear shot. And there's no team support hopping in right now. He was the last man going in for the rotation, gets the elimination point. They are aware about the presence, and they're trying to run down with a vehicle. And there's a team elimination. No, there was a single elimination. I thought they were trying to run down an entire team, but unfortunately or fortunately for the other side, they were just running down on a player.
Blackbirds, another map, Tanya. which they've not fared well on. In the previous game at least, Arjun helped them survive till the top. But here, a very early elimination. The first team to go out, meaning they'll get no placement points. It's only those 2 eliminations that they were able to grab. A tough one. Right now the circle is at the complete southern end of Purgatory. Major teams right now clashing or entering towards Central. A lot of them, Tanya, one after another. We can already eye 3 teams here on our screens. That's Simp, Velonix, Undergraduates. But right behind them, there's Odds, Autobots and Quirkies also entering.
There's a lot of rotation happening. The circle taking the shift where 2 islands are already part of it and a little bit of the western land. Circle will take a move, and on which direction will it be? Right now, if you talk about the contestant, it's all about southern land. All the teams holding on to the southern side. There's no water routes involved except for one team, which is Crust Esports, left into the mainland, Team Total Gaming. Also reading the zone differently, they are holding the westernmost part of the mainland, and if the water routes are involved, the fight will.
The bots. Mayank so close, he's hearing all the commotion. Ignis being used, forcing him off. Now Mayank has to back off. He's only survived by Sohel, so he cannot go down here. He finds a knock, gets that elimination quickly, but teammate from the backline straights it out. Odds, Manu and Pro Boys, they survive. This is the fight that I spoke about. Teams will start entering from the southernmost edges of the circle, but the circle shifted again, putting the likes of Odds away from it. Autobots, Sohail will somehow survive. Quirkies, what has happened to them? Out, and it looks like it's done for. They're eliminated. Athar was the last man standing, holding the bridge. Total Gaming put them down. That's the second team to be eliminated. K9, they were out. They were putting down the likes of Blackbirds, but finally, they've also entered. They're in a safe spot at Central, right ahead of Total Gaming. Circle edge is clear. But Team Tamilas, what's happening? They were so close in getting a booyah in the previous game. But now they're getting knocked by the play zone. Crown, he is the last one standing for Team Tamilas. He's as the eastern edge, tanking the damage of the play zone. And it is tough for him to get inside. There is a vending machine, but it is still in the play zone. So it is going to be a tough call for him. And right ahead of him is Team Megastars. This is not going to be easy for the teams who are at the bottom because they are all still surviving. Velonix is here. Undergraduates are here. Simp Gaming is here. Team Megastars are here. These are the 4 teams who need those points to stay in the top 9. Otherwise, they will be out and under. Total Gaming slowly moving ahead as the circle, the zone is closing. Team Megastars spot one player from Autobots. That's Mac. Confirm is as well. Every elimination is crucial for Team Megastars. One after another. Total Gaming, they don't have full information. They still take a vehicle. But on the other end, Autobots, they're getting overpowered with Team Tamilas. Kutti, he also makes his way in. Crown is back in action. Gets his team, and Team Tamilas, is this their approach now to get back into action, to find a booyah, which they missed in the previous game? Velonix, Raj spots the likes of Total Gaming. This is a team that troubled them previously. Using the Riptide Rhythm, but the number of glue walls there is too much. No vision for Raj as of now. One player is, yes, knocked, but Crown, while this is happening, gets eliminated. Team Tamilas, still one player, that's Kutti. But now in the circle, there's a very difficult chance to revive his teammates anywhere. Delete again going down. Velonix forcing the likes of Total Gaming, not getting a chance. But this commotion is given way. The sound's been heard, and K9, they're rushing to Velonix. They had to end the fight very early on. This fire brigade, they have to clear, and K9, they're right under it. They cannot jump up, go up, and Velonix for now at least is safe. While this is happening, Krusty Sports, they're getting hit by Team Megastars. And Undergraduate Gamers, they're also helping them get them those eliminations. Total Gaming now jump closer. K9, now they have to fight with Total Gaming as well. What do Velonix do? Spotting Xian, hoping to see if there's a knock. Velonix, it is a tad too close. They cannot peek out in the open because they know right now with 8 teams surviving, if they peek out too much, whether there are 2 teams right next to them, there could be a third, fourth team far away that could fire in their direction. Aztec, he's out. Zorar chasing him. Mafia is down. Shanky, he's waiting for an opportunity. Honey, so close to Shanky over there. They're trying to figure out where Shanky is, but will finally find him, and Total Gaming will be put to rest. And Velonix, in the meantime, give themselves some space, some breathing. They do not incline themselves in the battle right now. Velonix are thinking only about their survival, as they know climbing up is going to be so tough because there's only one entry point at that outside stairs, and they're guarding it, putting glue walls under. What a final fight, and Velonix, Raj finds Crust Esports last player and confirms the elimination with the team wipe as well. Velonix fighting for survival, but for them to keep this on going, they have to make sure that they clear K9. But K9, they know what happened in the previous game. They were so close. Dafiq wanted that booyah for his team. He tried his best. But now there's another team. That's Ungraduate Gamer as well as Simpex Gang getting so close. And K9 in trouble. K9 in a sandwich. Zayan is down. It's up to Dafiq, Honey and Zorar. Ansel, he's been put down from Simpex Gang. They quickly try to revive him. Glue walls being broken down right, left and center. While this is happening, Velonix trying to spot if they could find even one knock. But it is SJL who gets knocked now. Abhi is knocked from Ungraduate Gamer. Simpex Gang as well as K9 still keeping control, even though there's numerous melters. Black from Velonix, he gets taken down one by one. Velonix are losing numbers. They were the ones who were supposed to have control, but it looks like it's not working in their favor. Now K9 stuck in a sandwich. This should have happened a little further, but now K9 initiating a fight against Simpex Gang, but UG, they spot them, and K9 left with Honey, the last man. Oh no, it's Zian. He's still trying to fight, cover his teammates. He tries to get close, but he'll also be put down and under with Simpex Gang. And now it's Velonix and UG X Hanuman, and this happening. Team Megastars, they have the biggest opportunity because they have the safe zone control in their favor. Team Megastars, this is the biggest opportunity. This is where they get the booyah and they could be in the safe spot. But it is the same spot for Velonix. It is the same thing for UG X Hanuman. All 3 teams looking for points. But the numbers on Velonix, only 2 survivors. Praveen tried to use a launcher. Did not find a big connection for now. Safe zone moving again. DVG, he is hearing the sounds. Raj on the outside. Kohli close to him. If they isolate this player, it could be a knock, but they find Piyush first. They confirm that as well. Velonix banking back right now. They have 9 eliminations in total. They could find a little more for themselves. As a push from Team Megastars is happening, this is the opportunity to capitalize. Trying to find where that player is, and Kohli, he will be found. Aryan, the last man standing. He's hearing all of them run around them in circles. Team Megastars, while this is happening, they're looking for information, using launchers, throwables to figure out if a team has pushed further ahead. Now Melter's being used. Raj's position should be spotted, and yes, he's done. It is tough for him to survive as DVG is knocked. Aryan found that knock. Will soon get that confirmation. Raj holding it off, but that flash freeze right next to him will confirm. And last surviving player, Aryan, he will be put out. And Team Megastars play a phenomenal game. Waited for the opportunity at Fire Brigade and get themselves this booyah. Unbelievable show from 3 teams who wanted an opportunity to climb back to the top, and all 3 of them fighting. Velonix, the numbers were not in their favor. UG, they had the numbers, but Team Megastars, they come from the flank and break an opportunity open for themselves. And Megastars secure a big booyah for themselves, a smart booyah for themselves. Moved all the way from the eastern side of the map, slowly went towards the riverbeds, and from there on climbed ahead, making sure they had information, cleared all flanks, and they were the only ones with all information and control, getting themselves a big booyah. All kudos to Anshul, Adiraj, Jason and Praveen. A much needed booyah What a game we are having towards the end. This is what we were talking about. I think all the teams at the bottom, they need to make sure they get themselves the big booyahs. They need to make sure that they get points right when we hit that fourth game and it started. It ended with Team Megastars getting themselves the booyah, and it was very much necessary. If they did not get, the top teams again would have walked out with it. K9 could have gotten the booyah for themselves. It could have been Total Gaming again. In the mix, there was Simpex Gang who could have had an opportunity, but that mix of Velonix, Simpex Gang, UG, all of them fighting it out, and even UG, yes, UG had an opportunity who could have gotten themselves a booyah. UG X Hanuman undergraduate gamers, but unfortunate Team Megastars again. How many ever times that I try to spool around and stitch this thread that another team could have gotten themselves a booyah, it was Team Megastars play. And I think that unaccounted play that no other team kind of thought of was the reason. Otherwise, I think K9 had the big game and an opportunity. They had control, they had closed off the likes of Velonix from moving out of Fire Brigade. And even when Simpex Gang came closer with UGX Hanuman, K9 was still holding them off. But eventually when UGX Hanuman had all the sights set at the entrance of Fire Brigade, that's where every team decided that it's time for now to clear that position of Fire Brigade. Let's take a quick look at the final shot. That's where you'll get an idea of how things turned around. Every try was done from every team. With the numbers, without the numbers, all of it, individually even they tried. You can see here Raj and DVG. It ended up becoming a 1v1 here. Aryan finding on DVG, it put Raj on his own. And Raj couldn't do much. Once the glue wall melter was used, his position was spotted. And after that, the last player was put to rest. And with that, Team Megastars grab a booyah for themselves and 23 points. See where they'll climb up in the overall standings. That will help them get ahead of this race of qualification and call themselves to be safe and sound ahead in the next two games that we have. But right next to them is K9. It's not Velonix, it's not UGX Hanuman or Simp. It's K9 because of the number of eliminations they had. That is 16, surpassing Velonix at 10, surpassing UGX Hanuman at 8, and Simpex Ganging at 3. This was amazing from the teams.
If we talk about the leaderboards overall, the teams who were the table toppers, may it be Blackbirds, may it be Total Gaming, this time Autobots as well, they were the struggling ones as of now. And it was all about Team Megastars. Now they are rising into stars for sure, because the way they performed a total of 11 elimination points. And we'll talk about the MVP as of now. It's going to be from Team TM, Adiraj08, with total of 6 elimination points and 2259 worth of damage. If we talk about the active skills, they do have Skylar, Raphael, and also Moko to spot it. Avrin also does the same. Now, having a role of sniper brings in, you definitely need an extra set of information. So that is why Avrin as well as Moko is used, because the weapon that he's using can be penetrative through glue also. Information is all he needed, and he's managing to use not only the active skills, passive skills, but also the pet skills to get the information about where the opponents are.
I think it worked out in a brilliant fashion for them. Connect a bullet, get to know where the enemy is, and once you get an idea of where the enemy is, with so much commotion happening, they'll have an idea about where the other teammates of that same opponents are going to be, and that helped them out to get this booyah in their name. Along with that, we do see Alvaro's being used, Koda's being used as well. Oscar, which is a norm these days after the new entrant in that active skill position, and I think it has kind of brought a balance between Tatsuya as well as Oscar. But now let's talk about the stats, the deets, which worked out in their favor. And Adiraj, the main reason he became the MVP, the highest in terms of damage from his team at 2200. Then comes in his Praveen at 1400. After that it goes to Jason at 1200, and then Anshu at 223. But again, kudos to Jason, because he has 5 assists, which is also, I'm presuming, helped Adiraj getting his 6 eliminations, along with Anshul and Praveen getting their 1 and 3 respectively.
Well, I would also like to appreciate Praveen there. He got 6 knocks on his name, due to which they bought himself enough time to create a push or an aggression towards them while they were busy reviving. Let's also talk about game summaries. Total of 70 eliminations were taken place and 86 knocks. They're talking about damage. Just a shy left from 50,000. Longest elimination distance was 125 meters, and it might be that one particular shot which was taken by Mafia. And total blue walls used or destroyed is 196. We are nearing to the 200 marker, which we were talking right at the start of the map of Purgatory.
Now I'm wondering how the overall standings is also going to fare, Tanya. After seeing so much damage, after seeing a longest elim distance, more glue walls being destroyed, and because we were talking about the overall standings in terms of the bottom teams, right? Here in the final fight that we saw, it was all the bottom teams. UGX Hanuman, it was Team Megastars, it was Velonix, it was Simpex Gang, and here Team Megastars make an entry. Velonix are now in the safest position at the 8th spot. UGX Hanuman, however, so close. The difference is not between the points. It's about the number of placement points that they have and the booyah that Megastars have. If Megastars didn't have a booyah, there could have been an option that Hanuman could have actually gone ahead and sat at the 9th spot. And Simpex Gang could also have had the opportunity because they are also at 32, Tanya.
Well, if I had to talk right now, there's nobody safe after 6th position because the buffer there is negligible. It's barely 6 to 7 points. So I believe anything and everything can bring in some changes, because if the buffer from position 6 is 39 and 11th is 32, it's total of 7 points, which is not massive. One good game can bring in those 7 points. Let's see if that is going to bring in by the end of the day, because as of now, what I see is the top half of the leaderboard is entirely stamped, and they are definitely moving ahead because 75 points, crossing the 70 marker is already cementing your position during the league stages. But the battle between position 6 until 12, until 11 at least, it's very near. Anybody can get eliminated. The threat is real with only 2 more maps remaining.
Call for break in 10 seconds.
I hands down agree with you, Tanya, that now the game is so close towards that position of 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 that teams are so ever close, but do they manage to grab their advantage in game number 5, which will be unveiled after this short break.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You guys are watching TEZ Presents Free Fire Max India Cup, and with me on the desk right now is going to be Cribs. And it's good for us to say, Cribs, that the competition is still wide open, especially in this group, because 2 more maps to go and slot from the 4th to the 9th position is still wide open.
Yeah, and there's plenty of spots up for grabs. There's 9 possible slots that you can get here. If you get inside any one of those 9 spots, you should be able to make it to the next round. Unfortunately, the problem over here is the disparity between the team at the bottom and the team at the 9th spot is not all that much. In fact, the teams who are ranked 9th, 10th and 11th right now, all of them are tied up at 32 points each. And that could mean that any one of them can just get ahead by simply getting a couple of eliminations. You don't even need a high scoring game to get inside the top 9. That being said, obviously if you get a massive game with a booyah and a bunch of eliminations, you will obviously be out of the danger zone and propel yourselves way ahead of the teams who are chasing on your heels.
I mean, it's also good for us to say that as the competition is getting deeper, the competition is also getting better. It's no more a single team dominating in a group, but rather it's every single team trying to learn from their mistakes as quickly as possible, and immediately they come up with a beautiful counter strategy. And I somewhere feel that, you know, from here on we can expect some big names to be getting eliminated.
Yeah, we might just expect some big names to be eliminated because ungraduate gamers, they are quite an important team. Even megastars for that matter, even after winning a booyah, they're not exactly at a very good spot. So as you can see over here, megastars won the most recent booyah. They were the ones who won Purgatory. But before that, all the other teams have built themselves up with quite a lot of buffer. In fact, every team that has won a booyah and some of the other teams who don't even have a booyah are doing way better than Team Megastars, who, by the way, probably would have been at the bottom if it wasn't for this game where they got 23 points.
Absolutely. Now again, speaking about the bottom of the table, like if not for one team, that is the odds, if I'm calling them right, apart from them, every other team have done a decent job when it comes to the eliminations. We can see that an average of elimination has always been somewhere between 15 to 20 in this lobby. And if not for that big banger of a game in the first 2 games being taken by that of Total as well as K9, I don't think so any other team have got that much amount of elimination to place themselves in a safe spot.
Yes, and that is exactly why the last 2 games of this entire group are going to be extremely dangerous. We have Nexterra and Solara coming up next. Obviously, we'll be starting with Nexterra, ladies and gentlemen. The penultimate game for Group C over here. These guys are in a lot of danger. So let's get into the action. Let's hop into the plane and see where these guys are going to be dropping.
Absolutely, this is gonna be the game or a fight to the finish, or at least the beginning of a fight to the finish, because all these teams are now gonna look forward to gain more than 15 points on an average in both these maps. Yes, Nexterra on your screens right now. The drop clashes is what I'm expecting, at least for the teams from the bottom of the table. I do know that there's one team which might have lost an opportunity of making it into the top 9. That is the odds, but they can be the kingmakers. They can decide the fate of the team which can make it into the top 9, or rather they can just choose to get 2 back-to-back booyahs and still make it through into the top 9.
There's plenty of opportunities over here, but unfortunately Total Gaming will suffer the first knock. Mafia has been finished off as well. Even UG are a team to be reckoned with. They are a force to be reckoned with. UG also have gotten into a fight, but for now, we'll be taking a look at Velonix versus Total Gaming. DVG up close, finds the TPP angle onto Aztec, and he pre-fires with Thompson. You have Shanky trying to return fire. P90 in both the directions, but he uses the dash to get the angle on DVG. Unfortunately, gets double peaked. Both DVG and his teammates can shoot down at him at the same time, and that leaves Delete all by himself.
Now, I don't know whether this observation is right or wrong, but before I speak more about it, we are able to see that there's another team in close vicinity. Simp is trying to do their best to take down the side of Autobots, one of the most well-known teams in the lobby as well. They've got a big fan following, and let's not forget that they are also capable of getting a big game filled with elimination points. But coming back to my point, Cribs, Mafia, Bala, the Mafia from the side of Team Total Gaming was more of a frontline assaulter, right? And lately we're seeing him use more of those snipers. Do you think that change in position can kind of affect his gameplay?
I mean, there used to be Mafia and there used to be Mafia Bala. They would interchange roles with each other. And there was a point when both of them were really good with the snipers. Obviously, they've had to adapt with the meta. Now, let's see if Frost Esports can adapt. They've proven their mettle on bigger stages. In fact, their coach, Duker, was recently in Riyadh for EWC. And he was the only Indian representative over there in the Free Fire circuit. So let's see if his experience can help Krusty Sports get to the next stage.
I still feel that Duker did play in one of these games, if I'm not wrong. But yes, in moments to come, that's got to be clarified. But for now, K9, one of the teams to watch out for. The firepower is what they're relying on. Every single move they make against the team, they've always chosen violence to pick up at least 1 or 2 elimination points. But this time around, we're able to see that TM are trying to, be a little bit surgical, trying to be away from one another, trying to take down the side of K9. But we all know once K9 pounds upon these pack of wolves, he's just going to tear them apart. As the last man standing, Anshul, what can he do with that parafel?
Even the Bison pre-fire will work at this point. He uses it to perfection. Knows the Fiki is going to come swinging around the corner, so he just lets it rip. And look at that movement. He's breaking Xian's ankles, but unfortunately that Max 7 is just a little too much to deal with. And he didn't even have much HP to begin with. The Fiki can be picked up, of course. Plenty of time to heal. And there's not too much danger around them. Oh, wait a second. Krusty Sports, they, on the other hand, are getting into another fight with the odds. This is happening towards Boxing Ring. And the last member of Total Gaming, Delete, was heading over here, hoping that he'd be able to use the vending machine. But before he can even step in, he hears the gunshots and he's like, nope, I am out of here.
Yeah, but he was successful in at least bringing back one of the players. So I do believe that now there's two rays of hope for the side of Total Gaming. But whereas CS, they have... they've decided that no matter who comes closer to us, the one thing which we're going to do is make them get away from a position or else feel the wrath of a firepower. So for now, 4 eliminations, decent start for the side of CES. But coming back, we were discussing and all of a sudden I'm able to see some new characters being brought in over here. Just a few minutes back, I saw Centino being used as a primary character.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't really seen Centino being used to its maximum potential. I still remember this clutch that Falcons did in EWC. Oh my goodness, they used Centino to its maximum ability. Like, they pushed it to its limits. Even some of the Brazilian teams like Fluxo are really good at using them. So I really hope that our Indian teams can also take a look at how Centino should be used. My goodness, the teleporting play is the amount of stuff you can get away with if you're using Centino. It is ridiculous. I hope that Total Gaming can get away here, but it seems like Shanky's not going to have any luck.
Yeah, Aztec, now again, he's going to be under pressure. He'll have to again move around, find a perfect spot, get the nice amount of tokens, and then go in to revive his teammates. Yes, there it is. Shanky gets revived yet again. And that means there are these 2 players still being that ray of hope for the side of Total Gaming. And the rotation also seems to be something unique. I see that Shanky's gone into Turbine, whereas Grave Labs is where we are able to see Aztec. So, I still feel that they have a very different agenda altogether. Speaking about agendas, we have the Quirkers right now picking up another elimination. And they're looking pretty much strong when it comes to those battles.
Yeah, and they're using the Denaculars as well just to make sure that Deca Scare is unoccupied. It is. They know that this entire area is clear, so they can take control of it, knowing that someone or the other will try to come and use that recall point and vending machine. It's a major rotation spot for a lot of these teams towards the south. So they would much rather take control of that recall point and the vending machine. And I mean, there are plenty of people who are losing their lives. There's plenty of teams who have lost 1 or 2 odd members. So they will eventually end up coming to Deca Square. Total Gaming being one of those teams. I mean, you saw that Shanky was called in just a few moments ago, but he's been finished off again already. So now Delete, Aztec Mafia, they're going to have to stick to the shorelines and split up in hopes of finding more loot and more coins to, recall their teammates. You've got Aztec in Grav Labs, I believe. Then Delete is towards Turbine. So they've kind of split up over here.
Yeah, and their priority right now is to collect coins and get to the nearest vending machines, because lately we're able to see that teams tend to stick very close to the revival point when they're having a fight inside of the circle. But whereas for now, K9, they're going to be challenged, and I don't think so they're going to have much of an issue, as we can see that Duffy as well as Zoro Arc are just being, you know, a big wall to whichever team trying to enter into this vicinity. But Honey as well has become one of the primary assaulters for the side of K9, who has a very strong history of him carrying his team at situations where they need them the most.
And you can see that even though Team K9 have control of Plazaria, whenever they call in their teammates, since they have only one player down, they can afford to use the super revive rather than the regular one. Your player will come down with at least a P90 rather than a G18, so they have the chance to start fighting instantly the moment their feet land on the ground. But Deca Square, as we expected, will turn into a hotly contested area. Team Megastars in a bit of trouble over here. The Oscar Dash is used to break past the glue walls, and they surprise Quirkies. They did not expect that Team Megastars will burst out of their own glue walls and surprise the hell out of us. That's a double peak for Quirkies, and they lose 2 instantly.
Now, this is where K9 will look out for redemption, or are they going to fall back to find another recall point to revive their teammates? And it seems like that's what is going to be their priority. Whereas on the other side, Team Megastars continue their assault, 6 eliminations strong. We were speaking about teams at the very bottom. They'll have to step up is what we were trying to say. And it seems like slowly, let it be Velonix, let it be, Megastars. Each of these teams, look at that. Velonix have already reached 10 eliminations. The team which is currently the flag bearers for Kannada gaming community, or the Karnataka teams, is right now showcasing as to why they have so much of backing back from Karnataka.
Yeah, Velonix really living up to their potential, impressing us and their fans. But Velonix do need to get inside the zone. They're still in Grav Labs. While they've accumulated plenty of eliminations over here, getting to the zone should not be that big of a problem for them. Meanwhile, you have Team Tamilas, and they are in quite a lot of trouble as they go up against Crushed Esports. 2 massive teams going up against each other. Ayush gets a double knock, and that is lovely. The 1887 doing so much work. Meanwhile, Tamilas, they've activated the Cassie healing bonds and the glue wall melters so that they can isolate Junior. Isolating Junior is turning out to be a bit more of a problem than they would have initially thought, because he ran out of bullets. And finally, Crown puts him to his grave, but not before his teammates suffered a bunch of losses. He's the last man standing, and he needs to get out of here quickly, because K9 have heard all these gunshots, and they're coming into third party. And guess what? They're not the only ones. Even undergraduate gamers, they are in the vicinity. Team Megastars have also arrived near Boxing Gym, and the outskirts of this Boxing Gym is turning out to be a bigger fight ring than anything inside the ring itself.
Absolutely. Now look at what Autobots are doing. They see Manu from the side of Odds, but still they want to stick to their original plan of taking him down and then somehow making it inside the circle. Thanks to the play zone that the player gets taken down, and now they've got a human launcher which they can use to somehow make it inside the circle. But I still feel that the chances of them landing next to a team which is already well prepared for gatekeeping scenario is highly possible, because once they step in, they're going to be shot at. And before I could complete my sentence, it's going to be Total Gaming from one side and Sim from the other, showing them what happens when you make a small mistake of landing in center of these two teams.
Oh my god, this is the worst possible landing spot. They need to abort this mission and get out of here. Autobots have no choice but to fight back. Sohail does manage to get 2 knocks. He converts them both as well. But Mysterious, he will be eliminated by a skill. Total Gaming, even though they are losing players, they have the opportunities to res their teammates back up, while Autobots are beating up Syncam. And they've actually finished Syncam off. That was a very fast revive onto Mysterious as well. 3 members still strong. Total Gaming have all 4. It could be a 3v4 battle if they continue pressing the matter, but it seems like Autobots for now are in the clear. Nope, I say that and Mac dies. Quirkies was here using the vending machine. Atharva thought he could bring his teammates down, but before that can happen, they're gonna finish him off. They're gonna steal his coin and use it to bring Mayank back. What a turnaround for Autobots. That was a very difficult journey for them, landing in the open, but they survived. Unfortunately, Megastars will fall victim to the same exact thing. They tried to launch themselves. This time a mini launch pad is used, but they still land in a dangerous spot.
I don't understand what's happening. The Tiva has become so much of a pain for the rest of the opponents, because as soon as your team player gets taken down, you can rev him so quickly. And also on the other side, we're able to see that K9 will be in welcoming everybody with the pour of bullets, are so happy to pick up so many eliminations as they come in through. And this circle is still catering to a lot of teams, at least 6 is what I can count right now. And I do believe that the man advantage is later gonna support the team if the final circle is not in their favor as well. But for now, it's gonna be Team Megastars trying to hold the center of the circle. They'll have to stick together. They'll have to maintain a very good defensive fortress, or else Team K9, which are looking forward to make inside the circle, they might just pounce upon them, eat them up, and then try to make it through. And amongst all these things, a team which again impresses me with their rotation is going to be Velonix, slowly making it into the final circles yet again, and they can fight for the top 3 spot.
And look at the circle. There's only 3 compounds which are actually in the zone right now. One of them is in control of Total Gaming. The other one occupied by Velonix. The actual boxing gym itself, the main building, is still unoccupied. Megastars are pretty close to it. They can take control of it if they have any binoculars. Maybe they can exactly figure out which buildings are vacant, which are not. I wouldn't even be surprised if one of the teams decides to use a UAV over here.
Yep.
But nothing of that sort for now. Velonix using Cassie to heal each other up. They do have plenty of resources, but it would be wise to consume it. And they've called down a monster truck just as backup. Blackbird making a risky rotation, launching themselves into the main building of Boxing Ring. And guess what? It's good for them. It's unoccupied. They can keep 2 players on the bottom floor, maybe even 1 on the roof. Now, I think all of them are just going to play at the bottom, which is also fine. But Delete finds Aryan, and Ungraduate Gamer loses 1.
Oh, I think they're going to lose more, because now Velonix have got their eyes on them. It's going to be a third-party scenario. Can Total Gaming somehow survive this?
Oh my God.
Use that hard cover for themselves, and they do it to perfection as the team gets eliminated. Total Gaming are looking forward to make a statement here yet again. We were called champions, and we will remain to be called champions because we are capable of doing so. Whereas on the other side, Velonix, they want to end this game in a very high note. So does the side of K9 as well. And look at the points table, and you'll be able to see where these teams stand, right? Velonix at the very bottom, then you have Total Gaming and K9 at the very top, then you have BBs and TM Megastars, who have just made it into the top 9. So I still feel that this fight to the finish is for 2 different set of teams. One who wants to reign champion, who wants to maintain the top spot, and the second one who wants to cement themselves into the top 9.
One of them has already proven themselves in the past. The other one wants to get all the glory for themselves and make their mark on the Indian Free Fire circuit. Circle continues to shift once more, and this time both Blackbirds and Velonix are rushing towards Megastars. They're rushing towards the main building. They want to play on the outskirts of it. There's a new damage leader. It's Adiraj. Let's see if Adiraj can continue dealing all this damage. The only team who is not sharing this house right now is going to be Total Gaming. And the moment I say that, they launch themselves on the roof. Literally every single player, every single team is near this building alone. Only K9 are in a building across the street. But right now, inside the boxing ring, we're about to bring some gunfights in here. You can't bring just your boxing gloves. You need to bring your trigger fingers and make them itch. Double knockdown from SJL. Lovely work with shotguns, but Blackbirds are in a bit of trouble. Even Kid goes down. It's all up to Rochak. He's going around the other side of the ring. Nice knock. Can he continue reviving his teammates? He uses triple glue walls to get himself a little chamber. And this chamber actually works. They isolate the fight against SGL, and Blackbirds clutch it out. Velonix are out of this game. The team with the highest finishes, the team doubted to win it all, is now out. And the door is wide open for anyone to get this booyah.
Absolutely. The 3 top teams are now going to compete with one another. Blackhawks have already proven to us that they are capable of getting another one, where it's going to be TG with just 2 men standing, with K9 as well. And let's not forget the previous fight where we saw these 3 teams almost duke it out with one another. The man advantage still did favor the team to obtain a booyah, but for now it's going to be K9. And they've held the center of the circle. Look at how cleverly they're moving around. They're making sure that one of their players are going to be holding the back lines, as he's going to be prioritizing the circle, whereas Dafiq and Zoro, one of them is going to be taking care of TG, whereas the other is going to be looking at the side of BBs.
Yeah, now that the circle is shifted, a couple more buildings are now available for play over here. There was a point when only this boxing ring building was available. The circle won't. The circle did not shrink right now, but it did shift. And look at how much area is now available. There's a tiny bit of the boxing ring itself. There's a building across the street. The garage available as well. Monster trucks available in abundance. So almost two teams have their own monster trucks. K9 and Total Gaming can get into their own monster truck and get to its safety, but Shanky will be shot through the window. Even Mafia goes down, and that should be the end of Total Gaming. They finished third. Now in a 3v3 battle, the instant rest comes through, but the Fiki goes down again. The Thiva ability not helping him keep himself alive for way longer. UAV deployed, the health drone actually helping them stay alive. The passive healing works so freaking well. And once again, the heal drone comes in clutch towards the end. It's K9. They get the booyah.
And they do it in style. You know, I really like the final circle fight. But K9, they were more composed. They had that one player just maintaining the distance from the rest, trying to give that initial damage, and then eventually it was Dafik and Zoroark, both of them in a close range battle, trying to find, the perfect connection against the opponents. And there was one fight which kind of shocked me. That is going to be Blackbirds versus Velonix. Whereas Blackbirds were busy picking up their fallen comrades, Velonix was so hungry to get those eliminations, they just forgot that they had to have that manpower. Rather than taking down a player, he was so busy running around removing the glue walls. The opponents were like, you know what, no matter how much you run around, I can put up glue walls, I can revive my teammates, and then it becomes a 1v2.
Yeah, then it becomes a 1v2, and he's got all the right abilities equipped to get his teammates back up quickly and get them at least to like 50% health quickly. So that instantly becomes a massive advantage. And if you're going to keep on deploying all these glue walls, knowing that the opponent has already used up their Oscar dash, you can easily use that to your advantage. And that's why it really helps to keep track of what abilities your opponents have left, because he used the Oscar dash to initiate the fight. Now all of Velonix have no glue wall breaking abilities left, so that's why they were just falling victim to all of these saving strats and all these heal strats.
Now, one thought just crossed my mind, right? What happened to glue wall venters? What happened to the grenades? Like, why isn't your resource management become strong in a lobby like this? Because you need to carry those at the final moments of this game, especially when you know around the boxing ring is where the thing is going to happen, where the final circle is going to happen. There's going to be some opal fields as well. Nevertheless, it's going to be the final moments. This is how it all came down to. As Raj gets taken down, at one side it was K9 defending that fortress strongly, taking out not only Blackbirds but also Total Gaming, who were kind of reckless to use that truck to make it into the circle as a forefront.
I mean, it's either that or you riskily apply all your glue walls just to get towards the other building. It's either or, so they chose the riskier option and they got punished for it. But still, it was a decent game for Total Gaming. 7 eliminations, 8 placement points, so they finish at 15. But K9, now there's a team who can extend their lead further. 14 eliminations, and the Booyah gives them 12 points, bringing them up at total 26. Even Velonix, for that matter, we knew that this team had potential. Now they've finally unleashed it. They get the most eliminations in this entire game, and they've got 17. The rulers of Nexterra, I think you can safely say that Velonix have this map in the bag.
Absolutely. Especially when the iron was hot, that is when they have struck. And for this, I think they'll be making sure that they've sealed their spot in the top 9. But again, since there was no much point difference between the rest of them, the story could be a little different. We were speaking about this as well, Centino, how well you can use it, and K9 Zion has now proven to us that if you know to use our active characters to its fullest potential, you for sure will be landing that MVP in your pocket. 5 eliminations with 3,000 damage and 3 assists would played a vital role in his team getting that booyah.
Yeah. And I think this is the first time that we've seen somebody use Santino really well. Even though he wasn't able to deploy it in the last fight, he still used the mix of abilities to snipe down really well. The Moko and the Maro together helps him get all those shots across the glue wall, and this AWM does a banger of a job. Plus, you can see that these guys have kind of prioritized movement over anything else. Santonio, Tatsuya, and Oscar, all of these characters are mostly movement characters. They control the battle really well. And of course, as just a supportive character, you've got Cassie with the heal. So almost all of them use... and the Tivas, yes. So they focus a lot on survival. Almost everybody uses Joseph so that nobody can knock them around or throw them around. So that's also amazing. K9 knows exactly what their strength is, and they play to their strengths.
Absolutely well said. Now look at how many eliminations this team has got for themselves. It was the Feek as well as Zayan this time being the torchbearers when it comes to all the action, whereas Zuark as well in the final moments was able to give the right kind of backup to his teammates with Honey so that they could acquire what they've achieved in the map of Nexterra. But coming back, 99 eliminations against 123 knocks. This is not a small number.
Wow. We finally crossed the 50,000 damage mark, and more than 200 glue walls deployed, 123 knocks with 99 eliminations. You know for a fact that this game was an absolute frag fest. The longest snipe being 192 meters. This entire game of Nexterra was on a whole new level, on the next level if you may, because we've never seen such ridiculously high stats before.
I mean, I think it's all about setting a benchmark, right? All these teams are now showing us that if they get serious, then all of these are just numbers and it could be broken at any given point of time. When we look at the match schedule, we're going to be witnessing which all teams have achieved a booyah for themselves, starting off with Blackbird. Then we had Team Tamila showing their prowess. Then we had Total Gaming as well as Blackbirds yet again. Megastars coming in over there, and closely catching up is going to be K9. These are the teams at the very top of the table, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that all these teams cannot be hovering anywhere close to the bottom. Even Megastars, for that matter, they got that booyah and it got them out of the bottom spot, but they were still in danger. This game was decent enough for them. They did not do really well, but I'm sure that they wouldn't be struggling to qualify right now. There is still one more game left, ladies and gentlemen, and that's going to be the last game for Group C. That is going to be Solara. There's still quite a lot of big names lurking towards the danger zone. Teams like Ungraduate Gamers may or may not have gotten out of the bottom 3 at this point. So the stakes are really high for this one last game.
I mean, it's not just high, it's off the roof, because now to make it into the top 9, most of these teams will have to make sure that they get the maximum chunk of points when it comes to the following map. And let's not forget that yesterday also we saw a similar situation, a similar outcome, where we saw that 2 to 3 teams just got eliminated because of 1 point. And I hope that today that's not going to happen. But with no further ado, we're going to be jumping into the next map of the day, ladies and gentlemen, the final map, the decider for this group as to which 9 teams will be stepping forward as the flight path starting all the way from Bayside, I do believe, because all thanks to the courtesy to the map feed we have got right now, starting all the side from Bayside, ending towards the waterfalls, dissecting the map to 2 equal halves.
And that is a good dissection. No area of the map will be inaccessible. Now, I want to see if there's any drop clashes. We did not see a lot of TV tower fights off drop yesterday. I mean, we saw a lot of TV tower fights, but none of the teams were actually landing there directly. Here, though, Group C, the vibe is completely different because there's 3 teams contesting this area. It's the Odds, it's Simp Gang, and Autobots. Now, Autobots don't have much to lose, but the Odds and Simp Gang, they're both in a lot of danger. So they better put their best foot forward over here.
Absolutely. And I guess this is the calm before the storm, because even though there are fights taking place, none of these players are actually putting each other down. Yes, there goes Pro Boy, trying to do his best. He's gonna get taken down, ruthlessly punished for too much concentrating on one side. Jay comes in from the back lines, immediately picking up tokens to run away from this position. Autobots, as always, the third-party kings, coming in slowly to make sure that they, attack the opponents. But Odds, they find one of the players, the other one just rushing into their faces. Jay is trying to do his best to retaliate. The Thompson trying to sing the songs of death. Now they're gonna wait. They're gonna wait because they know that something might be coming right around the shoulders, and that's gonna be in the name of OQs.
Yeah, man, that's a fourth party situation. Jisoo, nice spray down onto this guy coming up the stairs. Atharva just did not expect that the stairs would be already being watched, but at least Jisoo gets traded out. And I'm pretty sure that's one passive ability at work because Jisoo bled out a little too fast. That was amazing. So the odds already suffering some losses. Sure, they've got 4 elimination points, but how many people can they even eliminate? Autobots have made a clean exfil. They landed with only 3 players over here. One of their players, Mac, landed in Funfair, so they can join him in Funfair now. But the other 3 teams who are in TV Tower right now will be turned into just 2 teams because the odds are leaving this area, surprisingly with still 2 players alive. Blackbirds, on the other hand, they have no intention of leaving. They want to claim this area for themselves, and they are quite adamant about it.
Obviously, right? This place is the very center of the circle. Why lose a place when you know that it's going to give you a lot of breathing space in moments to come, right? And that's what Blackbirds are trying to do. Whereas Quirkers on the other side, they have to fight to survive. They have to fight to survive until the final moments of the game so that they do not get eliminated and retain the spot in the top 9. Whereas on the other side of the map, an interesting set of affairs is taking place. As we can see, the Total Gaming versus K9 is taking place right at the studio region.
Yeah, but the Fiki, oh my god, that dash to dodge the grenade, that was insane. Very quick thinking over there, but he's pretty much in a 1v2. Uses the Steffi Graffiti Blessing so that he doesn't get naded, but honestly, nobody's gonna nade you over the top of that wall. They're just gonna swing you. And Shanky pumps his gut full of lead with that shotgun. Great way to get yourselves some stats. Good way to pad up all those elimination points. And now, once again, Total Gaming in cruise control.
Sim completely eliminated from this lobby. And I wonder whether they've got enough points to make it through. One team feels like they were already out, and I believe that Simp is going to be joining them. As of now, it's going to be the Quirkers trying to do some shenanigans over here. They're going to be punished badly. As Manu, on the other side, is going to put an end for a player. Akash just had revived a teammate at the vending machine, and now he falls back to collect some more. Whereas the odds, they've got 5 eliminations up for now. And since they had done a decent job in the previous game, they will look forward for a big game over here. And they've still got an opportunity to make it into the top 9.
Yeah, but I hope they actually take opportunity. It won't be presented to them again and again. Blackbirds and Total Gaming. There was a time when Blackbirds was in a bit of danger, but I do believe that they should be well out of that position now, so they can afford to pick up this fight against Total Gaming. After all, why not? Why shouldn't they do it? Radhe Thakur and Total Gaming, these guys have been going loggerheads at each other. This is a long-standing rivalry spanning years. Skylar ability used so that Rochak will be completely out of cover, and Aztec pushes him forward. Rochak deploys yet another glue wall. Another Skylar ability used. Finally he goes down, but not before he knocks delete, and Arjun tries to finish him off. Radhe Thakur tries to establish that crossfire but will be taken down, so that kinda leaves Rochak alone. And Total Gaming, they will finish off Radhe Thakur as well. Wait a second, when did the odds get here? Hold up!
The odds. The odds were sly. They were really sly as a fox. They come in at the right time. They waited for Total Gaming to do all the hard work, and suddenly they reap benefits out of it. This obviously is going to enrage the side of Total Gaming, and I'm hoping to see them now try to do something different.
Uh-oh. Total Gaming still locked in, man. They know exactly where the solo player is. They're gonna chase Arjun to the ends of the earth, and Mafia finally knocks him down, finishes him off, and Total Gaming finish what they started. Before they even engage with the odds, they send 2 of their players on that goose chase and find that last straggler. Now inside this house, Total Gaming have suffered some immense losses. Delete and Aztec in a lot of danger. Mafia trying to provide them cover from outside will encourage Shanky to leave the house so that Mafia can lure them towards his crosshairs. The Skylar ability used, but yet one more glue wall will be used so that Manu can get inside. And the odds prevent any losses. Very good discipline here, but Jay making a risky cross. He gets into the house with Shanky. Shanky now has to just get out of there. The healing UAV has been deployed, and Shanky using the shotgun to get one knock. Mafia can't get the trade because of the glue walls, and he doesn't have any angles. Aztec has been brought in before anything can be done. So at least Mafia isn't alone over here. But by the time Aztec lands, Mafia might just die. The odds have a very, very tiny window of opportunity to get him. But Mafia is just insane. 2 big knocks. And they're trying to get the revives in, but he split them into 2 each. And finally, Manu finds him. The headshot with the parafel puts Mafia's killing spree to an end.
Oh, Mafia, what a phenomenal performance being showcased over here. I really love the way that he took down 2 players, and I just wish he had got some grenades in his hand. Because he was well set at that point of time to somehow confirm at least 1 or 2 of those eliminations. But somehow, the team survives. Odds, they've got 9 eliminations in their hands. And it seems like the team which almost was on the verge of elimination is now showcasing their best of their best talent. And I do believe that in situations like this is where you'll bring your best foot forward. Under pressure, the diamonds are made.
Yes, and these guys are shining bright right now. Brighter than any diamond that you might have seen. 9 elimination for the odds so far. Keep in mind, they were towards the absolute bottom of the scoreboard. But now, with 9 eliminations, they must have certainly propelled themselves out of danger. But there's still a long way to go. They need to get at least 15 more points in order to make it into the safe top 9 areas. Ungraduate Gamer, they've found Team Tamilas. Crown can hear the nades being cooked on him. 69 damage as he lands, and he's gonna get out of there.
Oh, Ungraduate Gamers, even they look forward for this booyah. And I somewhere feel that, you know, Ungraduate Gamers have actually not showcased their true powers. Because the last time when I heard about them, it seems like this one guild is more of a factory for upcoming heroes of Free Fire Max. They produce one of the finest players is what I've heard. And it's time for them to prove themselves. As for now, we can see that Megastars are clever enough to get away from this position. Jay was smart enough to land 1 shot with that SKS, and he'll be rewarded with an elimination. Whereas 10 eliminations already for the odds, and it seems like they're not going to stop anytime soon. Whereas Ungraduate Gamers, now they're going to be finding themselves at a face-off with the side of the odds. Both these teams need to be careful. None of them want to shy away from a fight. I do understand that, but sometimes I feel that stepping away from a fight doesn't make you a coward, but it's more of a tactical advantage you're trying to build for yourself. And look at what happens between these 2 teams. Comes and lands K9, which could be a bit of a problematic situation for them. They do not realize what has happened over here. As Zion, using the Sentino ability, has left a mannequin out there, immediately gets a revival and then shifts away from that position. Stuffing down on his knees. I don't think so he's going to survive for a long time. And same goes for the side of the odds. They're losing player after players because there's another team which is trying to take advantage of all this, staying as silent as possible above the building. Is going to be Ungraduated Gamers. And I still believe that K9 will now look forward for a silent assault.
Yeah, they're gonna get silent. They might as well get violent. And while Ungraduate Gamers are on top, K9 towards the pipe systems below are gonna use this eco drain area to slowly get into the zone. They're gonna insert 1 player at a time in. Ungraduate Gamers still have to get out of that high ground area and get down below. But K9 want to play near this pipe area. They don't want to step into the open. Because then they'd be in crosses with Megastars, but the odds are just completely decimated as they try to enter. Luckily, that was a split, so Jisoo is still far away. He can still be the beacon of hope for his team.
Yep. Hoping to see the same as well, but Velonix, have they done a mistake over here trying to get into this position? 3 of the players already down on their knees, begging for mercy. As Ungraduated Gamers, they're going to look forward to get those eliminations as well. Whereas K9, they were clever enough. They were waiting for somebody to hit the skies. And once they did all the hard work of putting them down. And Velonix, they have the last man surviving. The last man will now look forward to use the one last revive point available around the circle. As of now, I still again feel it's the calm before the storm, ladies and gentlemen. As Megastars, Anshul, He's going to be waiting it out. He knows that they've done a decent job when it comes to acquiring points so far, but they need to be careful because all the teams in the bottom are still alive. Ungraduated gamers are still there. Megastars were still there. And the assaulters of the lobby, like that of CES or Team Tamilas or even the Qs, Quickers, all of them are still alive. So this could be a very, very dangerous situation for your team to take any kind of risks. But with risk comes some reward, and that's what ungraduated gamers are doing. They've got 7 eliminations trying to hold on to this very spot. And luckily, after taking down teams, they're going to be rewarded with some more tokens, and finally, they're able to revive their teammates. Now, ungraduated gamers, now they'll have to make it inside the circle, and closely watching them is going to be K9.
Ungraduated gamers control the pipes towards the southwest of Eco Drain. K9 have this.
And I still feel, you know, it can still be a problem, Crips, because at the end of the day, you'll now have to make it inside the circle. And it's so far away from you that it becomes a little bit hard for you to make it through, especially when you have a team like K9 just guarding outside of these pipes. And let's see whether they're going to make the best use of it. No launchers whatsoever. Before I could say it, I do see a human launcher, and finally we're able to see that Piyush was able to land himself at a safe spot. But has he done the right job? He has to find himself a hard cover and some glue walls to protect for a brief period of time, but someone who's way too close to them is going to be odds, and they're looking forward for a position. They're looking forward for another elimination to be added, so that becomes easier for them to make it into the top 9. Another team is trying to fly in the name of Autobots. As Piyush will now make it inside. He uses the tubes to get inside. He sees another team in front of them, try to take those shots. He's going to be missing, and eventually he's got to be punished, as 13 eliminations strong is what the odds are looking. And Autobots, they are also playing it safe. They do not want to take any kind of risk. They know the circle is in their favor, right? And now what they're going to do is wait it out. They want to eliminate the side of K9 who are trying to acquire this vicinity as well. As the push goes in, there's the YGLs used as well. And eventually Mayank gets taken down. At a distance, it's going to be some other team trying to put them down. But for now, Autobots, they need to be careful. K9 completely decimated with just 2 players standing. I don't think so it's going to be easy for them to defend this fortress.
And honestly, if Autobots just thrown down, they should be safe from almost every team except for Crust Esports. They're the only team who have the elevation advantage over them. And Crust Esports at this point can literally rain fire upon everybody. Take a look in that pool. It's blue now, but it's gonna turn red soon, given the amount of teams that are just battling in here. And that's why Moko is amazing. Junior lands the shot through the glue wall. And this should be the final fight, as the Lonix and the odds are just dangling in that entire maze of glue walls. But Crust Esports from above can rain fire upon everyone while they're providing cover fire from behind. Zoeb gets up close and personal so that he can finish them off with the shotguns, and it's just them and K9 now. K9 had such a lovely position towards the central pipeline, and now they will reward themselves with a juicy 9-pointer at the minimum. But they could also get the booyah if they pull off this 2v4. Can Etazoid can get inside? Nope, he lands the shot from above. It's actually Zoroark who finally manages to land it. Etazoid with the cord. He's raining fire with that LMG. And how on earth is Etazoid still alive? What? They actually managed to isolate them. Zoro's the only one left. It's a 2v4 clutch. How have they pulled it off? They've done the impossible. K9 beat down. Oh my god, that was so dangerous.
I mean, even I thought for a second that was the scenario, but Crust Esports at that final moment were able to, weave their way to get that booyah for themselves, and it was a good run if you ask me. For now, K9 and Crust, yes, Crust were able to do it, but for now, K9, I mean, it was a well-tried opportunity given to them, or a well-tried game to acquire that booyah for themselves, but ultimately, it was all coming down to which of these teams are going to make it into the top 9. So, yeah, ladies and gentlemen, you guys are wondering which are of those
And it
9
was
teams will be
such a
making it through.
dangerous game. Like, imagine if K9 actually successfully pulled off that 2v4. They almost did it, and it was damn dangerous.
Absolutely, Crips. Now, I still wonder as to which of these teams might be eliminated, because we saw Ungraduated Gamer, who did survive for a brief period of time. Velonix had already cemented themselves previously, and now will look forward to, somehow hold that position they wanted to. And they'll be able to do it successfully as well.
To figure out which one of these teams will be eliminated, which one of them will make it across. Like, everybody in the top 9, in fact, even in the top 6, only those guys can call themselves safe.
Absolutely. Now let's see what's going to happen with the rest of the teams, but I'm waiting for the overall standings to come on our screen so that it becomes easier for us to understand how many points short did the teams in the bottom fall from the 10th, 11th position. That is where we'll be able to see few teams kind of, gnashing their teeth and saying we almost had it, and probably it was just that the 4v4 battles we couldn't convert became a bit of a problem for us.
And it is so odd to see all of these teams who at one point we expected them to perform really well, but now they are just in the bottom 3. I mean, teams like Ungraduate Gamers, we still don't know if they will be out of danger or if they are still in the bottom 3. I mean, they did survive up until the top 5, but if that's gonna be enough.
No, let's wait and watch, Crips, because I'm just wondering, like, have the teams done enough? Because I know it's going to be a very, very close call amongst these teams, but the final shot, this is how the cookie crumbled, because K9 from 2 different directions were trying to fight it out, and ultimately once they understood that K9 at a given point of time were looking really strong, CES were also doing really good. Now Zayn gets taken down, and then you have Zoro Arc using the YJLs at one point of time to create himself a space, and then comes Ayush, who was singing the songs of death. 2v4 pulled off so perfectly, and I do believe that they have made a statement out here. And following up closely is going to be the odds, where 2 times they had to acquire themselves a booyah. I think that, there were some teams who are doing well, but Autobots, as of now, have got 20 points for themselves as well. Velonix with 13. Hanuman, UGX Hanuman. Have they done enough, Crips? And this is what I wonder. 11 points is what they've got, and I think they had to achieve more than this. As Total Gaming Esports, even they have got an average of 8 points. Let's look at the MVP
and
of
UGX
the game.
Hanuman, they were struggling at like some 39, 40 something points at one point, and now they're gonna be in a lot safer position with 11 points.
Let's look at the MVP. This time around, it's going to be Joseph. And Joseph has done a really good job in the map of Solara. It's going to be Zoeb, who's taken Joseph. Oh my god, the tongue twister. Finally, Solaris match number 8 or game number 8. We see that game number 6. We see that he's got 6 eliminations, and he's done a decent job, if you ask me. Because at the time where his team needed the most is when he's performed, and I do believe that with this performance, his team will be able to get himself into the top 9. But Booyah Stats is going to give us a clearer picture as to how this team has done as a whole.
Yeah, let's take a look at the team stats, and as you can see, almost everybody is using R1. They really prioritize information and they really want those binoculars, but some of them are also focusing on healing a lot more. Like for example, Etazo, he has Olivia, Cassie, as well as Tiva, so that's a heavily support focused character.
Skylar, Nairi, I mean, each of these characters was so well played. Whereas I have to say that Itezo is what we got to know that his name was. So he has been playing a vital role in trying to provide some damage and good assists for his team. Whereas the frontline assaulters were kind of getting those confirmations. But Ayush as well, he's done a crazy good job, because in that final circle, pulling off a 1v2 was phenomenal.
Yeah, and that would have been absolutely phenomenal if even K9 managed to clutch it out. That would have been a 2v4, but Krusty Sports had just way too much advantage, and everybody in their team stepped up when it mattered the most.
Absolutely. Now, game summary. Let's see whether some new records are being set over here, because most of these teams were trying to be a bit defensive in comparison to the previous game. But it seems like it's not going to be so, as those teams who were kind of aggressive from the beginning have not allowed much of those glue walls to be put up, as they've been destroyed quickly. And the total knocks is now accounting to 107.
Yeah, more than 107 knocks, but 79 eliminations only. That is, again, more than 25 knocks not being converted. And that is just absolutely sad, because I thought in Solara, of all maps, converting your knocks into finishes should have been easier on paper, because there's so much more cover and a lot more possibilities of flanking.
Now, let's see. I'm just waiting to see which are the 9 teams, man, because this team was also a team of death, because most of these teams wanted to prove themselves, and let's see which amongst them have proved. Oh my god, Quirkers, they're going to be falling short by 2 points. The odds are also going to be falling short with that of Simpex Gang, but a well-tried game, I would say, a well-tried opportunity for them. Whereas from the top, we're able to see that K9 is going to show their dominance in this lobby with 118 total points, crossing that 100 marker, and having 66 eliminations shows that they are the team to watch out for.
And take a look at Megastars barely qualifying. If it wasn't for that one big game where they got the booyah in Purgatory, they would have been eliminated. 52 points, only 2 behind the Quirkies. And I have to tip my hat to Quirkies. They were playing really well in the early games. They were third-partying really well. The only thing that they failed to do was finish their fights quickly enough so that the other fourth party, fifth party teams can't ruin their day. The odds and the Simp Gang, what can I even say, man? The Simp Gang was doing really well for themselves towards the start of the day. They were in the top 6, but then they just kept on falling and falling, and there was absolutely nothing to stop their eventual downfall.
I mean, there were several teams who did give it their best, right? With no booyahs whatsoever, we are able to see that 2 teams are there in the top 7. One amongst them is Velonix, completely relying on their elimination points. I do understand that placement does follow up slowly, and then we have the side of Autobots who are thinking similarly. So ultimately, we're able to see that the competition is just going to get finer in more rounds to come. But the next groups is going to be a very, very interesting one, because some big names are going to clash it out.
Some big names, Arka? There's going to be a lot of big names. And Group D has been rightfully called as the Group of Death. Because, okay, I don't want to spoil it for you guys now. I don't want to give any teasers just yet. But just believe me when I say it. Trust me, take my word for it. There are a lot of good teams in the next group.
I mean, which amongst them will be making it into the top 9 is the next big question. We have to wait, and that's going to be happening right across the corner, right across the border. But for now, Cribs, if you have to say that this was one of the teams which impressed you the most, especially in this group, who would it be?
I would say K9 really impressed me towards the end. Obviously, it's easy to say their name, especially, with them on the top and everything. But they were way more consistent than some of the big names like Total Gaming and even Krusty Sports for that matter. Krusty Sports, I thought the rotations were on point. Their positioning is perfection. Like, up until the second last circle, they will be the safest one around. So their theory and their game understanding is on point. Unfortunately, when they're put up against some of these underdog teams, their firepower falls short. So that is one thing that they probably need to fix. Apart from that, K9 Esports, both in terms of firepower and in terms of positioning, and more than that, even survivability, because they were able to juggle so many teams at once. They know exactly how to get out of a difficult spot and get 2 other teams to fight each other. So that understanding of K9 Esports is absolutely spot on. And I love their consistency. If they make it to the grand finals, they will definitely be one of the first teams to cross the champion rush condition at 80 points. But yeah, the lack of a booyah might just get in their way. Obviously, they have a few months to fix this problem.
obviously. Right now, when it comes to the undergods, two teams have impressed me over here. One has to be Velonix and the other one has to be Megastars. You know, I wouldn't call them that much of a undergods because both of them have got decent experience when it comes to the T1 lobbies. But, you know, trying to come back at a pressured situation, trying to handle that pressure and somehow get some big numbers in a game which requires the most does take a lot out of a player. And I believe that these two teams have already proven to us that we shouldn't outline them. We shouldn't not think about them at a situation where we feel that they might get eliminated.
Exactly. I mean, that one game from Velonix where they got the highest finishes in the lobby,
Yeah.
I was super impressed by that. It kind of shows that they have a switch that, when activated, can push them to the edge and push every other team into their crosshairs, and then all they have to do is just pull the trigger. Bam. Really good firepower on Velonix. Of course, their ability to handle the last circle seems to be somewhat questionable, because even then we saw them in situations where they had the zone advantage, they let go of it, they squandered their positional advantage. But credit where it's due, their firepower is through the roof. So I am on the same page as you when you say that you were really impressed by Velonix.
I mean, there were several teams, as you correctly pointed out. One thing which the teams need to fix is their greed to get eliminations. That is one of your ways to, you know, achieve something, achieve some points to make it through into the next round. But sometimes it's more about you having your manpower, all four of them up on their feet. But ladies and gentlemen, you know what time it is. It's time for us to take a short break. On the other side is some more action taking place. So see you guys on the other side.
भैया हमको फ्री फायर खेलना है, बड़े भैया हमको फ्री फायर खेलना है। बड़े भैया इसको हीलिंग बैटल में हरा दो। बड़े भैया हमको फ्री फायर खेलना है। छोड़ भाई हील बैटल कर लेते पर मिड किट नहीं है पास। छोड़ भाई फ्री फायर खेल लेते पर फोन में नहीं है नेट। छोड़ भाई फ्री फायर खेल लेते पर नहीं चल रहा दिमाग। मुझको फ्री फायर खेलना है, फ्री फायर खेलना। बड़े भाई फ्री फायर खेलते खेलते नेट उड़ गया। वो 2G के नेट पे पूरा मेरा दिन कटा। वो फ्री फायर फोन कवर वाला फोन भी खो गया, हो गया। बड़े भाई फ्री फायर खेलना है, बड़े भाई हीलिंग बैटल में हरा दो। बड़े भाई फ्री फायर खेलना है, बड़े भाई जो भी इस रील को देख रहे हैं प्लीज लाइक कर देना कि ये चोरी करे लो अभी पहला वो जो चुपके से बैठे मेरे गेम पर शूट। वो जैसे तैसे हीलिंग बैट में सर्कल ले रहा। मेरी स्किन देख बेबी मेरी फ्री फायर मैक्स की तू किल देख मेरी, या फिर देखो मेरी केड़ी। और वक्त नहीं देना इन्हें करूँ पुश रैंक। मेरे पास में तो वहाँ मैं तो आँख ना फेंक। बेबी बैठे बैठे गिनता मैं नोट पे बॉक्स इन लड़कों को रखता मैं भैया के स्कोप पे। D&D भी ऑन है फोन पे, पाउडर है उंगली ना हट जाए लॉबी में खौफ। मैं ना देता रैम को ना फोन चाहे फट जाए फोन भी बदल देंगे फ्री फायर। लव बॉयज दो का सर्कल में और मेरा बड़ा भाई कौन जीता कौन हारा देख लेगा मेरे भाई। फ्री फायर खेलना है, फ्री फायर खेलना मुझे भाई हीलिंग बैटल में हरा दो। हीलिंग बैटल में बड़े भाई फ्री फायर खेलना है, फ्री फायर खेलना। भाई जो भी इस रील को देख रहे हैं प्लीज लाइक कर देना कि ये फोन लेना है।
Bad on my peak, but I was a peak. ले पहन गियान में अगर की मौत मरे तुझे ऑफ करे। मेरी AK-47 गोल्ड है बहुत। बैटन में ईगल के सर्कल के बीच में अकेले में घूमूंगा। कोई ना खौफ दिखे तुझे ऑफ करे। मेरी AK-47 गोल्ड रे को है करे कहता रह जाएगा भैया किसको पे पच के ही मानेगा। लड़कों में स्किन लगा के करीना की किसको पटाएगा वो भी बता के जा। है करे लॉबी में है करे बचकाने छोड़ दे कुट का तेरा घर पे लगे ना चोट तुझे तभी ऑफ करे लगा माइक पे।
बड़े भाई फ्री फायर खेलना है, बड़े भाई हीलिंग बैटल में हरा दो। बड़े भाई फ्री फायर खेलना है, छोड़े भाई जो भी इस रील को देख रहे हैं प्लीज लाइक कर देना कि ये फोन लेना है।
लाइव फ्री फायर गेम की तरह है। हम हर गेम जीतते नहीं पर हर गेम से सीखते जरूर हैं। मेरा नाम है प्रियंक पटेल। मैं एलजी यूनिवर्सिटी में पिछले 6 साल से बच्चों को ऑटोमोबाइल इंजीनियरिंग पढ़ाता हूँ। मेरे जो दोस्त थे उन्होंने बोला कि आप फ्री फायर अच्छी खेलते हो, अच्छी सिखाते हो, तो क्यों ना आप गेम सिखाने के वीडियोस बनाइए। और इसीलिए मैंने गेमिंग चैनल फ्री फायर की शुरू की। सुबह 6 बजे से लेकर शाम के 4 बजे तक मैं आपको एक सिंसियर प्रोफेसर की तरह दिखूंगा और फिर शाम को 4 बजे से रात के 12 बजे तक एक हार्डकोर गेमर। फ्री फायर के वीडियोस में सबसे पहले मैं स्ट्रीमिंग करता था। एक टाइम ऐसा आया कि मेरी स्ट्रीमिंग पीक पे चल रही थी और एग्ज़ाम्स आके रुक गई, तो मैंने कस्टम रूम्स क्रिएट करना स्टार्ट किया और उसी टाइम पे एंट्री होती है 3 लोगों की, स्टॉर्म, AK और अर्पित। तो शुरुआत तो हमने एक दूसरे के ऑपोजिट में खेलने से की थी, मगर बाद में पता चला कि साथ में बहुत ज़्यादा अच्छा खेल सकते हैं। जो हम साथ में खेलते थे वो गेम से इतना अच्छा बॉन्डिंग बन गया। सो इट इज़ बेसिकली कि 4 दोस्त आप साथ में बैठे हो, गप्पे लड़ा रहे हो और साथ में गेम भी खेल रहे हो।
कभी मिला आप लोग?
नहीं, हम एक्चुअली में चारों एक दूसरे को कभी नहीं मिले। प्लान बहुत बने मगर मिले कभी नहीं। इंजीनियरिंग में एक कॉन्सेप्ट है क्वांटम एंटेंगलमेंट। दो पार्टिकल के बीच में कितना भी डिस्टेंस हो, वो दोनों एक दूसरे से रिलेटेड रहते हैं। यहाँ पे हमारी जो दोस्ती है वो बिल्कुल क्वांटम एंटेंगलमेंट की तरह है। हम चारों एक दूसरे से दूर हैं, मगर किसी एक पे भी कुछ भी होता है तो फील चारों करते हैं, रिएक्ट चारों करते हैं। इस चीज को आप टीम सिनर्जी कह लो, ब्रदरहुड कह लो, बॉन्डिंग कह लो, कुछ भी कह लो। वो कहते हैं ना, ब्रदर फ्रॉम अनदर मदर।
मेरा नाम हर्षित है और मेरा इन गेम नेम पीजी स्टॉर्म है। मैं गुवाहाटी द सिटी ऑफ टेम्पल्स में रहता हूँ।
स्टॉर्म जो है ना, वो एकदम रिवेंज टाइप का कैरेक्टर है, इजीली ट्रिगर्ड पर्सन आप बोल सकते हो।
प्रीसर के चैनल पे एक लाइव स्ट्रीम हो रहा था जहाँ पे कस्टम रूम्स होते थे। एक राउंड में प्रीसर ने मेरे को नॉक किया और मैंने एक राउंड में प्रीसर को नॉक किया था। फिर मैं और प्रीसर एक साथ ग्रुप में आए कि भाई कैसा लगा ऐसे करके।
मेरा नाम है अमल कृष्णा, 20 years of age। मेरा इन गेम नेम है मिस्टर एके।
एके एक्चुअली में केरला से है और एके का जो कैरेक्टर है वो भी एग्जैक्टली साउथ के मूवी के हीरो जैसा है। उसके साथ अगर आप खेल रहे हो ना तो आप कभी बोर नहीं होंगे। उसे पंगे लेना बहुत ज़्यादा पसंद है।
और वो हमेशा बोलता रहता था एक मेडिकेट दे दो मैं सबको नॉक कर दूंगा, पर नॉक खुद ही हो जाता था जाके।
और उससे भी स्पेशली पसंद है मेरी किल चोरी करना।
भाई मेरा चोरी होता है किल। मैं किसी को चोरी नहीं करता, वो लोग मेरा किल चोरी करते हैं।
मेरा नाम है अर्पित पठानिया, मैं हूँ हिमाचल प्रदेश से। करंटली मैं चंडीगढ़ में रहता हूँ।
अर्पित बेसिकली बहुत ज़्यादा म्यूट रहता है,
कुछ मुंह से आवाज़ ही नहीं निकलता था।
और इसलिए कोई इंपॉर्टेंट सिचुएशन में अगर कोई इन्फॉर्मेशन देनी है कि कोई रश कर रहा है या ये हो रहा है वो हो रहा है तो वो दे नहीं पाता। गेम में बेसिकली अर्पित और स्टॉर्म ये दोनों रशर है, क्लोज रेंज फाइट्स के एक्सपर्ट है और वो हमेशा आगे भागते हैं। मैं स्नाइपर हूँ और इन गेम लीडर हूँ तो मैं सबसे पीछे रहता हूँ। उन दोनों और मेरे बीच में रहता है एके, जो कि एक फ्रैगर है और एक असल्टर है। स्टॉर्म और एके जाते हैं रश करने के लिए, फिर क्या हो जाते हैं दोनों नॉकडाउन।
स्टॉर्म तो बोलता रहता था कि भाई तू आगे चल, मैं तेरे पीछे कवर देने के लिए हूँ।
और मुझे और अर्पित को जाना पड़ता है रिवाइव करने। नॉर्मली जब कैजुअल मैचेस खेलते हैं तो एक दूसरे की टांग खींचने में से लोग ऊपर नहीं आते। यही लोग प्रोफेशनल मैचेस खेलने जाते हैं, कोई क्रूशियल मैचेस खेल रहे हैं, रैंक पुश कर रहे हैं, तो एक दूसरे के गेम प्ले को इतना ज़्यादा समझते हैं कि बोलना भी नहीं पड़ता है और एक दूसरे को असिस्ट मिल जाता है। धीरे धीरे व्हाट्सएप के नंबर एक्सचेंज हुए, व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप क्रिएट हुआ और फिर हमारा एक टाइम था कि रात को 9 बजे स्ट्रीम स्टार्ट करना है।
रूटीन बन गया हमारा कि 9 बजे है तो अपन गेम में आना है। स्क्वाड पे लोग वेट कर रहे हैं।
व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप पे मैसेजेस आना स्टार्ट हो जाता था कि भाई आ जाओ।
सुबह से लेके शाम तक 9 बजे का वेट करते थे, बिकॉज सभी लोग उसी टाइम पे ऑनलाइन आते थे और उसी टाइम पे खेलते थे।
और अगर मैं लेट हो गया हूँ, मैं खाना खा रहा हूँ, तो मेरे को फ़ोन पे फ़ोन आ रहे, सर कहाँ हो, 9 बजे स्ट्रीम स्टार्ट करना है, स्ट्रीम पे आ जाओ। उस टाइम पे बॉन्डिंग ऐसी थी ना कि अगर कोई मुझको बोल जाता है ना तो दे आर बी लाइक सर आप जवाब नहीं दोगे, आप क्यों अपना मुंह खराब करोगे, हम बैठे हैं ना आपकी ओर से। एक टाइम था जब स्ट्रीम पे बिल्कुल वॉचिंग नहीं आ रही थी, बहुत ज़्यादा डीमोटिवेट हो गया था मैं। इन लोगों ने फ़ोन करके बोला कि सर आप लाइव करना शुरू करो, आपको वॉचिंग आ जाएगी। मैंने लाइव स्टार्ट किया, 5-6 की वॉचिंग आ रही है। आई वॉज सरप्राइज कि ऐसे कैसे। मगर फिर मुझे एक दिन बाद पता चलता है कि ये लोग अपने मम्मी पापा के फ़ोन में लाइव स्ट्रीम लगा के बैठे थे। ये लोग एक बैकबोन है, एक रीज़न है कि आज मैं एक चैनल लेके खड़ा हूँ।
एक टाइम था जब मैं फाइनेंशियली और मेंटली बहुत डाउन हुआ था।
एक के पापा को कोविड हो गया, ज़्यादा ही सिम्टम्स थे तो वो पूरा प्रेशर में है। स्टॉर्म की एग्ज़ाम्स, पापा का बिजनेस, जितनी भी मतलब रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटीज़ थी वो उसको कैचअप कर रही है।
पढ़ने के लिए मेरे को घर से दूर इधर आना पड़ा। थोड़ा अकेला फील करता था, इंट्रोवर्ट था, इसलिए ज़्यादा दोस्त भी नहीं थे।
एक टाइम था जब हम दिन में 6 घंटे खेला करते थे और अब 6 महीने हो चुके हैं साथ में नहीं खेले।
अब टाइम नहीं मिल पाता, पहले पढ़ाई थी, अब जॉब है।
तो फिर सबके एग्ज़ाम्स आने लगे, सबका थोड़ा बिजी शेड्यूल होने लग गया, तो फिर सबने थोड़ा खेलना कम कर दिया।
मैं बहुत मिस करता हूँ उस टाइम को जब हम सभी लोग गेम साथ में खेलते थे। काश कोई उसी टाइम मेरे को बता देता कि फ्यूचर में मैं गेम नहीं खेल पाऊँगा, तो उसी टाइम मैं 3-4 गेम शायद और खेल लेता।
कभी मिले आप लोग?
नहीं, हम एक्चुअली में चारों एक दूसरे को कभी नहीं मिले। प्लान बहुत बने मगर मिले कभी नहीं।
याद आती है?
बहुत ज़्यादा।
फाइनली गाइज आई एम सुपर एक्साइटेड, सो आई कांट बिलीव कि मैं गुवाहाटी जा रहा हूँ।
इतने मीटिंग्स कैंसिल हो चुके हैं कि हम लोग हमेशा इसके बारे में बात करते हैं, भाई कब आ रहा है, इधर चलते हैं उधर चलते हैं साथ में।
सब अपने काम में बिजी रहते थे और कुछ ना कुछ फिर रहता था, इसलिए मिल नहीं पाए।
पर मिलना है, साथ में बैठ के गेम खेलना है।
भाई मेरे को तो उन लोगों से मिलना है। एक मीटअप तो बस कुछ भी हो करके रहना है।
मैं रियल लाइफ में भी देखना चाहता हूँ कि वैसे ही है या कुछ चेंज है उसमें।
सो अगर अब मिल जाते हैं ना तो मज्जा पड़ी जैसे।
भी जैसे रिसेंटली प्रीसर की शादी हुई है तो हम वहाँ जाने वाले थे, लेकिन हमारे एग्जाम्स आ गए थे तो मैं जा नहीं पाया।
79 years since our last war. I don't think it can go on much more. I can feel it. We can feel it. We got peacetime kleptocrats keeping score. Keep our heads down, let them get some more. We don't need it. Let them see.
एज अ फैमिली आप जैसे कोई चीज़ को हैंडल करते हो, हम बिल्कुल उसी तरह उस चीज़ को हैंडल करते हैं और उसके अंदर फिर ना कोई बैरियर आता है या फिर ना कोई ऐसी चीज़ें आती है जो हमें रोक सके। एज अ फैमिली, एज अ क्वांटम एंटेंगलमेंट हमारी बॉन्डिंग है, सब बोल सकते हैं। मैं तो हमेशा कहता हूँ लाइफ फ्री फायर मैक्स गेम की तरह है। कभी आप जीतोगे, कभी नॉकडाउन भी हो जाओगे, पर हिम्मत मत हारिए, क्योंकि गेम की तरह जिंदगी में भी कोई आएगा, आपको रिवाइव करेगा और एक ना एक दिन आपका बुया हो ही जाएगा। तो फोन उठाओ, अपने दोस्तों से बात करो और गरीना फ्री फायर मैक्स खेलो।
For years, we brought justice to our city. We made mistakes, fought amongst ourselves. Many of us fell along the way.
I almost admire your perseverance, Tyson. You and I could have been a great team.
You'll never put your hands on my research. This ends today. fight back! Sonya is controlling you!
No, old friend. She freed me.
कौन है ये आदमी? पुष्पा को नेशनल खिलाड़ी समझे क्या? इंटरनेशनल है। पुष्पा का उसूल करने का वसूल।
पुष्पा सिर्फ एक नाम नहीं है, पुष्पा मतलब ब्रांड।
फायर नहीं, वाइल्ड फायर है। बूम!
बड़े भैया हमको फ्री फायर खेलना है। बड़े भैया हमको फ्री फायर खेलना है। बड़े भैया इसको हीलिंग बैटल में हरा दो। बड़े भैया हमको फ्री फायर खेलना है। छोड़ भाई हील बैटल कर लेते पर मेड किट नहीं है पास। छोड़ भाई फ्री फायर खेल लेते पर फोन में नहीं है नेट। छोड़ भाई फ्री फायर खेल लेते पर नहीं चल रहा दिमाग। मुझको फ्री फायर खेलना है, फ्री फायर खेलना। बड़े भाई फ्री फायर खेलते खेलते नेट उड़ गया। वो 2G के नेट पे पूरा मेरा दिन कटा। वो फ्री फायर फोन कवर वाला फोन भी खो गया, हो गया। बड़े भाई फ्री फायर खेलना है। बड़े भाई हीलिंग बैटल में हरा दो। बड़े भाई फ्री फायर खेलना है। बड़े भाई जो भी इस रील को देख रहे हैं प्लीज लाइक कर देना कि अब चोरी करे लो अभी पहला वो जो चुपके से बैठे मेरे गेम पर शूट। वो जैसे तैसे हीलिंग बैट में सर्कल ले रहा। मेरी स्किन देख बेबी मेरी फ्री फायर मैक्स की तू किल देख मेरी। या फिर देखो मेरी केड़ी और वक्त नहीं देना इन्हें करूँ पुश रैंक। मेरे पास में तो वहाँ मैं तो आके ना फेंक। बेबी बैठे बैठे गिनता मैं नोट पे बॉक्स इन लड़कों को रखता मैं भैया के स्कोप पे। D&D भी ऑन है फोन पे पाउडर है उंगली ना हट जाए लॉबी में खौफ में ना देता रैम को ना फोन चाहे फट जाए फोन भी बदल देंगे। फ्री फायर लव बॉयज दो का है सर्कल में और मेरा बड़ा भाई कौन जीता कौन हारा देख लेगा मेरे भाई। फ्री फायर खेलना है, फ्री फायर खेलना मुझे भाई हीलिंग बैटल में हरा दो। हीलिंग बैटल में बड़े भाई फ्री फायर खेलना है, फ्री फायर खेलना। भाई जो भी इस रील को देख रहे हैं प्लीज लाइक कर देना कि ये फोन लेना है।
But I'm a peak, but I was a peak. ले पहन गियान में अगर ये मौत मरे तुझे ऑफ करे। मेरी AK-47 गोल्ड है बहुत। बैटरी में ईगल के सर्कल के बीच में अकेले में घूमूंगा कोई न खौफ दिखे तुझे ऑफ करे। मेरी AK-47 गोल्ड रे को है करे कहता रह जाएगा भैया के स्कोप पे बच के ही मानेगा। लड़कों में स्किन लगा के करीना की किसको पटाएगा वो भी बता के जा। है करे लॉबी में है करे बचकाने छोड़ दे कुट का तेरा घर पे लगे ना चोट तुझे तभी ऑफ करे लगा माइक पे।
बड़े भाई फ्री फायर खेलना है। बड़े भाई हीलिंग बैटल में हरा दो। बड़े भाई फ्री फायर खेलना है। बड़े भाई जो
now.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to TEZ Presents Free Fire Max India Cup 2025. My name is Crips, and joining me is Tanya. And a bunch of other talented teams. This is Group D, and we are going to be witnessing some amazing matches because everybody has been calling Group D the Group of Death.
And we both know the reason about Group D being Group of Death. There are more of veterans here. If you talk about teams like God, like TSG, Black Flag Army, Aura Esports, and many more on the line. So the battles here are not going to be just normal ones. They are going to be rivalry-inducing battles.
Oh, definitely. And there's already a bunch of rivalries that we have seen in the past between some of these teams. I mean, that's what happens when you're in the Tier 1 circuit of Free Fire Max in India for such a long time. You will end up clashing against each other very often in scrims, in some of the other tournaments as well, and now in an official tournament where the stakes are way higher than they've ever been.
Well, talking about stakes, it's 1 crore worth of a prize pool, Crips. Anybody would hop in. And I and Azora were talking about it. He said, if I was allowed to play for this sort of money, I would definitely quit casting and start playing for this prize pool here itself. But somehow, talking about the teams in particular, I do believe that teams who have qualified, each and every team though has qualified to in-game qualifiers, but who are yet to be known well, they will have a little bit of tough time in the latter half of the day. Not the first half. For first half, they've got the upper hand. They know the drop points, they know the play styles, they know the positioning angles. So for me, the first half of the day is entirely to the newly emerging names and stars.
Yeah, and I'm also quite excited to see all these newly emerging stars because these guys have been witnessing their heroes and the top teams play for so long, and now they finally have a chance to play with them instead of just watching them on a scrim live stream or a tournament live stream. So yes, you're right. All these younger teams will have a bit of an advantage against some of the older teams because the more experienced teams, because everybody watches them play, their playstyles are somewhat known, and to some extent you can kind of predict where they are going. You know their drop spots, you know how they like to rotate. So if you really want to grief one of these top teams and make a name for yourself as the the Tier 1 slayer, you can actually do that. And I'm guessing we've seen teams like this also before, right? I remember just yesterday we were watching Team Tycoons just headbutt everybody, and they were just not afraid of picking fights with anyone, whether it's the table toppers or it's a team that's straggling at the bottom. So all of these teams who have seen all these Tier 1 teams play, now is your chance to shine against them and score as many points as possible. Speaking of which, let's take a look at how these points will be distributed to these teams.
The point system remains. If you attain a Booyah, you get total of 12 points. So Booyah Bagger gets the 12 placement points, followed by 9 position points for the second team, third one 8, so on and so forth. You get 1 position point until 10th position for 11 and 12. You totally rely upon elimination points. If you're going in for early rush, for each elimination you get 1 point on the leaderboard.
And you will need to create a beautiful mix of as many placement points as well as elimination points possible to get all lead that you can. Although, you must keep in mind that while you're collecting these points, you are only allowed to use 1 active ability per team member. All your other team members cannot have the same ability. Each and every single member of the team has to have a unique ability.
And that is what bringing in the best. They are compensating someone's missing part with somebody's advantage. If you have a rusher in your team, then you also have a healer in your team. So having 1 unique set of skills has proven their worth about how to use the active skills as combined with passive skills. Also, we should include about Beaston and Evron. These are the 2 pets that we have witnessed over and over time. There's each and every team who is relying upon information. But ladies and gentlemen, the part that we all were waiting for the final stretch of the day, which is Group D's participation. Which are the teams who are going to participate? And they are here on our screen. Starting off with Jaunty Gaming, TSG Army, Team Elite, KFFC, Rising Esports, Thunder Empire Esports, Aura Esports, Black Flag Army, Vintage Esports, Yan Gaming, Godlike Esports, Team NBA. Now talking about Godlike Esports, it was previously known as PVS Team. So obviously we know about their participation, we know about their achievements, and now they are going to be playing as Godlike Esports.
Yeah, and Godlike is a pretty important stakeholder in the Indian esports scene, not just in Free Fire Max. So them entering into this space is a big deal. Obviously, because they've been signed by one of the most popular teams in the subcontinent, there's a lot of pressure on this team to perform. And unfortunately, they have some of the toughest opponents against them. Jaunty Gaming has been a staple team that you see in almost every Free Fire Max tournament. All our esports, our very own friend who's casting on the Hindi desk, also coaches and mentors this team. And I'm very excited to see how they perform as well. Black Flag Army, I've seen them in so many Free Fire Max tournaments, and they almost always are in the top 3, if not winning the entire tournament. And last but not the least, TSG Army. They've been in this entire circuit since the beginning. They are one of the OGs. And that is exactly why I call Group T the Group of Death, because there's so many big names here. If an underdog team manages to impress us in this lobby, they definitely belong in Tier 1 as well.
Yeah, they do, because achieving against your idols, your inspiration, and you're not only playing with them, you're playing up against them, knowing all their strategies, drop points. So with a lot of information that you already have, I would suggest all the new teams to just create a benefit out of it, out of all the information that you have possessed all through. So if they're able to do it in the first half of the day, you can cement your position at least towards the qualifying stage.
Yeah, and in order to get to the next stage, in order to qualify, you need to be inside the top 9. Obviously, since this is such a difficult lobby, I wouldn't expect all the underdog teams to be performing at their A game. I wouldn't expect them to be on the top. But all you have to do is stay out of the bottom 3, and then hopefully you will have a much better seeding in the league stage when you make it over there. So yeah, that's the objective for now. Just stay out of the bottom 3. Top 9 teams make it through. 12 teams over here. And up until now, in groups A, B, and C, we have seen the battle for the top 9 become very intense towards the last 2 games. And these are going to be some of the first games. So as of now, these guys won't be in that much trouble. They won't be in that much pressure. But if you can establish an early on lead now, you will have absolutely nothing to worry about later on.
Well, you have a lot to achieve later on as well, because even after having the information, you're creating a leap and you can even multiply that. But let's talk about the team lineups. Starting off with Jaunty Gaming, they've got Ginotra, one of the finest bomber, Russia, Jarvis, Kunal, and Jaunty himself. And we also have as a substitute player, which is Vincent. Gyan Gaming Esports, they've got Arub, Shubho, Prince, and Shiba. They have been playing together for quite a while, so we should be able to see some sort of team supportive play. KFFC, we have got Deku, Carnage, Krish 18, and Rain, and Cardon being the substitute player.
Godlike Esports, and as you've seen these names a lot before, but now they're playing under a new banner. It's Yogi, Marco, Nancy, and Eco. We've already seen so many clutches from Eco. It's absolutely insane how good this guy is. Same with Black Flag Army. Cyber 420 has to be one of their clutch players, and we've seen him perform really well in the past alongside Level Up, Hemu, and Ash 22. Thunder Empire Esports. Now, here's a team that hasn't exactly made its mark, but they can definitely draw blood from some of these tier 1 teams, consisting of Phantom, Alex, Rohit, and Yash. Also, last but not the least, TSG Army, consisting of Legends, Siddharth, Krish, and Ayush. All these guys will have 6 games to prove their worth, and these 6 games will be played in this order. We'll start with Bermuda, Purgatory, Kalahari, and I'm going to be honest, this is the first time we've seen a rather normalized map schedule, because up until now, the maps have been randomized and we've never seen Bermuda, Purgatory, Kalahari played in that exact same order.
Well, this is going to bring in some early information converting into some early lead, because these are the 3 maps where you have got a lot of information for the tier 1 teams. Talking about the latter half, we've got Nexterra, Alpine, and Solara, one of the newest addition to the team. And I'm glad to have Bermuda as well as Purgatory as the starting off map, because Bermuda being one of the most comforting map for everyone, and they can aggress, they can rotate, they can take their time. They've got every information, and it's a basic map crypts where each and every team can decide their verge of rotation, or maybe getting to a point where they definitely want to jump into any sort of battle.
Exactly, and since everyone is so familiar with this map, I think it's the best starting point for this kind of a lobby where you expect carnage from the get-go, knowing that there's heavy hitters in the group. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, we will be jumping into Bermuda very soon. The teams are ready, the lobby is prepared. We're going to be taking to the skies pretty soon. Tanya, do you expect any drop clashes off the bat? Do you think there's going to be teams competing with each other right as they land?
Well, I'm seeing a triple threat happening right off the bat immediately as soon as the plane lands. And ladies and gentlemen, this is the beautiful map of Bermuda, who everyone is familiar with, but then with familiarity also brings in some different sort of challenges. Ladies and gentlemen, this is TEZ presents Free Fire Max India Cup 2025 Group D, Week 1, Game number 1.
First game of the group, and I don't see any trouble brewing just yet, although I am kind of hoping that VTG kind of drop clash with TSG over here. Most of their players are in Shipyard and across Plantation, but one of them unfortunately has landed right between Legend and Krish, so that could be trouble. Meanwhile, there was almost a drop clash in Pochinok, but RIE decided to go towards Mars Electric instead, and as we've seen, TSG, they will quickly avenge their fallen brother. Legend will be taken down and brought back as well. VTG do the exact same thing. So one frag exchanged on either side, and I'm pretty sure that they won't drop clash against each other again. Surely they won't, right? Because I see Sallu just flying towards Catalystva once again, and that is extremely close to danger. Meanwhile, Sentosa also might just see some carnage because Gyan Gaming and KFFC are going at it.
Sentosa, the teams usually go there to not have early drop clash. When two different teams decide to go ahead and have the same mentality about not having a drop clash, there is going to be one real soon. Who is going to survive, or is there somebody who would really want to move away? There's one team, NBA. If they cross the bridge, they can also join in the southern island, but they don't wish to. Rain is spotted by Prince, and he is raining some bullets. Delivered a lot of damage, but he will survive. He'll move away. Wukong getting spotted here, which is amazing. He's just moved his way. He was stuck with a glue wall right around the corner, and with all players, all teammates, we get to see some old play style as well.
We get to see Wukong, we get to see Chrono. It's been a while since we've seen these abilities in the TEZ Presents Free Fire Max India Cup so far. But KFFC on the run. Krish trying to escape. He's hiding behind that tiny drum, hoping that it will save his life, but Arup finds him. And Krish will also be put out of his misery.
Gyan Gaming getting a triple. Instead, we should call it Arup getting a triple for his name. And there's a team elimination. It's going to be the team RIE who spotted the last man of KFFC. Instead of allowing him to revive, they made sure the team gets eliminated, which is very early on. Not even 3 minutes on the map of Bermuda, and KFFC is eliminated. Now on the grounds of Sentosa, ownership entirely belongs to Gyan Gaming. They're looking forward for a slow approach. They do not wish to have any sort of rush, because even if the circle shrinks and it's just first circle, there's no business that they should start approaching in a way. And as soon as I say that, even if the circle shrinks, we hear the hooter ringing, and it's fine. They're going to take their time. But Jaunty Gaming has initiated their duel against Team Vintage Esports. Let's see, even after the confirmation, if the fight escalates there, because they have secured 1 elimination points, sure, on the other side of the map. And right now, where are they?
Yeah, these guys are just across the riverside and the dam. I mean, VTG already picked up a fight against TSG at the start of this game. They lost one player, brought him back. But I don't think Jaunty Gaming will let them escape the same way TSG did. So this is going to be quite tricky. But speaking of TSG, they are moving towards Observatory, where Sadak has spotted a couple of members of Thunder Empire, and he's called in his teammates for backup. Obviously, he's only spotted just one of them, so he doesn't know where the other 3-4 players are, but I'm pretty sure they should be able to find it. Alex running right in front of him. Sadak decides to engage him right away. And look at this rush. Oh my goodness, that dash in from Yash was so good. Sadak was knocked back, but the trade comes through instantly. Alex has been revived, but he doesn't have that much HP to begin with. The Trigon shotgun along with the Tatsuya dash helping him get the early advantage, but Chris goes down. Alex, even at low HP, will be able to win that duel. What a revival for Thunder Empire. Even Phantom will be healed up, all thanks to that healing drone. And Thunder Empire have done such a good job in this kind of a situation. TSG though instantly bringing their players back, wasting absolutely no time, but those players are still in the air, and while that happens, it's gonna be a bit of a man disadvantage as Legend is kind of trapped in here, taking so much damage from the freeze bombs. He will get the knock onto Rohit before he finally gets traded, but Rohit can be instantly rezzed, and there's nothing that Legend can do. Can Ayush come in and save the day? It's a double takedown for now, and I think Ace Ayush will just have to concede this fight and get to safety.
The last man of Team TSG, he's also choked entirely. Either he gets opportunity to run away. No, there's a teammate who's going to reunite on the grounds, and he will be taken down by another involving team. RIE just hops in out of nowhere. They were able to take down Arup, and then Team TSG he reunites at the same grounds. They are again trying to battle with Thunder Esports, having best of the loots, and they have just revived themselves. Not enough loot to fight, not proper gun to take a fight, but look at it, upper grounds being contested by Krish and Alex. Now Rohit and Alex are looking for to make a move on the other side. Krish holding his position silently so that nobody can observe him. Nobody is looking for him on the other side. If that's going to continue, I believe Krish will be able to survive, and there's a vending machine nearby.
Yeah. Meanwhile, we jump to Sentosa Island where the battle between RIE is going heavily against Gyan Gaming. These two teams have been beating each other up quite often. And keep in mind, RIE have been eyeing this fight ever since they finished off KFFC. Gyan Gaming versus KFFC started. They moved towards Mars Electric. They finished off KFFC, and now they come to third party on Sentosa. But before we jump into that Sentosa fight, we will reach the conclusion for this battle in Observatory, where TSG, Krish will be found. Luckily, he will be brought back. And this time, TSG are not going to land in Observatory. They're going to spread themselves across Graveyard and Bullseye. And I think Thunder Empire have seen this. They know that TSG are going to res elsewhere. Do they still want to chase TSG outside the zone? I mean, they've got plenty of heals. They've even got the Cassie ability to tank the zone damage. And these jump pads will take them directly towards TSG, which, let's be honest, are not in the best position right now. And as they take off, Jaunty Gaming from behind them is taking pot shots at them. Nope, never mind. That was my bad. Jaunty Gaming are taking pot shots at VTG, who just landed near Kotatua, and even Gyan Gaming are next to them. In fact, one of the players of Gyan Gaming is next to them, who has just escaped after that heavy Sentosa battle.
Well, the circle takes a shift, and it's entirely sudden shift. Observatory, Graveyard, Plantation, all has been denied by the circle. But over here, Gyan Gaming versus Vintage Esports still continues for two elimination points. A stack of 4, all strong with best of loots, and if they are bringing in some good fight, I believe they shouldn't be running away or denying any sort of fight. Arsenal Chamber just around the corner to upgrade any of the weapons, and they are heading towards it. Obviously, who wouldn't if there's nobody there? But there is one team, and that team is none other than RIE. They are at Sentosa, they are at Observatory. Now they are also near to the Plantation, and Team TSG versus Thunder Esports again continues.
Oh, and TSG just do not get a break from this. Thunder Empire. Will they be shot down midair? This is going to be a very tricky jump to land, and they made it across. So, hey, I think the Thunder Empire should be safe for now. Both these teams have donated each other plenty of elimination points. It's almost like they're helping each other out, given the way they're just helping each other, pad their stats up. But RIE versus VTG. Now, this is going to be a battle with a fresh take, because VTG have been just using their jump pads again and again and again. They went from Riverside to Kotatua, and now they're jumping back between these two places. They want to get away from RIE, away from this Arsenal. But even when they use the jump pads and get away, it's not like they're completely safe. There's Jaunty Gaming waiting for them on the other side.
Ziplines again. There's a risky move they are trying to take. They're going against the zone side, and Jaunty Gaming holding themselves strong, but Vintage Esports is trying to push in 4 versus 4. Right now they've got good loot and good cover, but Ginothra will be spotted and cornered and will be taken down. There's no scope of his revival as of now, because anybody who hops in to revive him should also face the wrath. And right now Avijit will be immediately traded, and there is going to be some or the other confirmation. Avijit is down, Hacker is also down, and this fight is definitely ending up in the favor of Jaunty Gaming. 5 elimination points, and Genotra, who was the first victim, will be revived immediately, having one vending machine nearby.
Yeah, that's a good start for Jaunty Gaming as well. They finally start putting some eliminations to their name. Godlike, on the other hand, have been relatively silent so far. They only have one elimination. That too, I'm pretty sure, was a stray. But Godlike don't need to get aggressive right now. They enjoy one of the best positions in this entire lobby. They're towards that center. They've got that double compound to themselves, double house compound. And Eco, you already know that this guy is a crazy good sniper, right? So he's just gonna keep control of this area, and this is gonna put them smack in the center of all the teams. Even if they can't hold their position, I'm pretty sure they'll end up cleaning house and getting a bunch of points to their name. The circle center shifts, and that puts Godlike in the best possible situation. Of course, Aura Esports also have a very nice position to themselves, just on the edge of Pochinok, but let's not take away any credit from Godlike.
The two teams against each other, they both haven't initiated any sort of battle. All they have worked upon is a good position, good loot, and I believe now they have got everything. Even a position where they can take fight, except Eco is left up and open. If at all he tries to shoot, shows his presence, he might be taken down. But it is a play of patience as of now. 11 minutes down and still 10 teams remaining intact. Yarn Gaming looking forward to play edge to edge, which is also one of the safest bet. Whereas, as and when the circle takes a shift, you can make your move. Aura Esports has spotted one of the players of Godlike, delivered a little bit of damage. No, damage wasn't delivered, but surely he showed his presence. If you are going to shoot or do something, we are going to retaliate in an equal manner. We are not hesitant enough to stop the fight. Black Flag Army will also play edge to edge, just like Yarn Gaming. But there's one fight brewing. Yarn Gaming Shubo versus Team TSG. They are very close to each other on the western side of the peak.
Yeah, both TSG and Yarn Gaming are in a bit of trouble, but Aura Gaming, enjoying their somewhat central position, have eyes on both HN and Rising Esports. Will they be able to get finishes on them both? If they can gatekeep these two teams, it would be amazing. But as of now, this compound is thoroughly under control of these two teams, and there's no scope of gatekeeping because it is still in the zone. So I guess now Aura Gaming can turn their attention towards Godlike, who have the only position that's better than them. They are the only ones on the high ground right now. Of course, the zone shifts upwards again, and that's going to force HN, Rising Esports, and Aura Gaming to abandon their compounds and come crashing in towards Godlike's compound. TSG, though, fighting for their lives. They're fighting their own demons. And Yarn Gaming, clean house. Mad becomes the new eliminations leader with 4 finishes to his name. And with that, he's captured the northernmost compound in this area. Yarn Gaming now only have to deal with Thunder Empire Esports. And if they do that, they should be able to control the entire northern periphery and enjoy the high ground advantage.
Team TSG and Vintage Esports, they both are eliminated, but Godlike having a best compound doesn't work enough because throwables are something that will force them to push out of it. Team HN Esports covering themselves with a glue wall, but Team RIE just pushing in with all the utilities, abilities, and they're trying to stop their position and angle. But Team HN Esports, it's only Arna who was spotted taken down. The push did not work in the favor. RIE will also be eliminated. It's all about Yarn Gaming versus TE against each other, and they are not allowing anybody to jump down by throwing the DK, so that even if they think about it coming down, they have to tank up a little bit of damage. They have to buy themselves some time to heal up, and this Thunder Esports is not allowing them that sort of time.
Yeah, so Yarn Gaming versus Thunder Esports is gonna be a pretty isolated battle because they're the only ones towards the northern side of the zone. If you take a look at the mini-map, Black Flag Army and Godlike Esports are going ham against each other. Meanwhile, Jaunty Gaming has eliminated 3 players of NBA, so that is insanity. Jaunty Gaming currently are towards the eastern side of the zone, and that is dangerous. But look at Aura Esports. They were forced to leave their compound and come out into the open, and now they want to take control of this garage. Any team that tries to challenge them will be destroyed, and currently HN are the ones who are facing the brunt of their wrath. HN will almost be completely eliminated, and here they go. The last player falls, and that's going to be the end of HN. Aura now turn their attention towards Godlike and Black Flag Army. And Cyber 420 is just cleaning up shop. He's getting a bunch of eliminations to himself. No, wait a second. Thunder Empire Esports, they won the battle against Gyan Gaming and now they control the north.
Now there's nobody in the circle. It's all about the exteriors of the circle, and obviously there's one man from Godlike still surviving, who is Yogi. Near to him is also one more player from Black Flag Army, which is Cyber 420. Aura Gaming holding the same compound for as long as possible, but Jaunty Gaming are trying to pave their way upwards, all the way from warehouse towards the open areas of the map of Bermuda, which is a risky move. But there's nothing else that they can go. They do not have a rich cover. They're not even using glue walls here. Will be used, freeze bombs will be used to deliver some sort of damage. Now Thunder Esports have got the advantage to not only take down Jaunty Gaming but also Aura Gaming.
Yeah, and Jaunty Gaming currently are not taking any heat. Thunder Empire are completely focused on Aura Gaming, and Jaunty Gaming can take pot shots at them. They already successfully connect a nice shot onto Alex. Phantom, using the tree as cover, has to put down glue walls, which won't be melted just yet. But Aura Gaming is getting pressured by Yash. He's gonna rush them up close and personal. And look at this flank from Jaunty Gaming. They steal the finishes away. They use Thunder Empire players to knock down the players of Aura, and then they steal the finishes, turning it into a 4v3. Jaunty Gaming already have 12 eliminations, and they should be able to win with this man advantage. The Cassie heal gets activated. Skylar, Riptide, breaking the glue walls, which decimates Rohit, and Vincent takes the final shots. What a booyah from Jaunty Gaming. What a way to establish dominance. They did not even have a great position in the circle, but they still win despite it all.
The best part they did was not interfere while Thunder Esports was picking up fight with Aura Esports. The third party, they got some free elimination points. And this is exactly what you have to do when you want to win the Booyah. Jaunty Gaming did it very well. Longest rotations, holding the position, and then you take away the Booyah banner as well. What else would you want from any team? And it is Jaunty Gaming, a team of experience where you definitely know where to intervene or not to intervene. And they went 2 steps away from any fights and ended up bagging the Booyah.
And what's surprising is that the teams which had like the best positions in the zone for the longest time, Godlike and Aura, they both held their compounds really well. But obviously they were forced to leave them later on, right? What I think they should have done in that kind of a situation, while you have the hot compound for yourself, is focus on eliminations a little more, because you will be able to farm all those eliminations as everyone is moving towards you. So the moment you defend your space, you just automatically pad your elimination stats, and that should be good enough, because you can't guarantee whether you will still have that compound later on or not. Regardless, Aura Gaming fought valiantly. Even though they were forced to abandon their amazing position, they still kept themselves alive up until the top 3 spots, so that was nice. Although I do feel bad that all their finishes were stolen away from Thunder Empire. Like, they did so much hard work to get the players of Aura Gaming down on their knees, but they did not even get rewarded for it.
And this is part of it. I mean, if you want to win it, sometimes you tend to do the dirty work, even if you will it or you don't. And it was good in their terms. They got some elimination points. And talking about Aura Esports again, not involving until the final circle, zone prediction on point, holding a good compound for way too long. Talking about Godlike Esports, they started picking up fights against Black Flag Army. That is where the players went down, and Yogi is a sniper for the team. For the close range duel, there was nothing much that he could have done, and they got eliminated. Black Flag Army, same for that sort of concern. And we would definitely want to see about kill, thieves, whatever, everything of a mix. And this is the final shot.
Yeah, and this is actually worth watching, because here you can clearly see how much effort was put in by Thunder Empire. Look at the amount of damage they're doing, and keep your eyes on the elimination feed as well, right? Manish gets knocked to Jaunty Gaming, but everything else is just done by Thunder Empire. They were doing so much work against Aura Gaming, but unfortunately it just did not matter, because the moment Aura were eliminated, Jaunty Gaming were not just ready with full health, but they also had all their ability cooldowns done and ready. So they had two Tatsuya dashes available. They had those Oscar abilities available as well. And they managed to reset their entire health, all their ability cooldowns, and they were just fully ready for the final battle, resulting in 15 eliminations and a massive 27-point game.
it was a very good start for Team Jaunty Gaming. Having said that, Thunder Empire Esports also gave a good hard time to Team TSG because they forced them out of observatory, later on forced them outside the graveyard, and then TSG, as they were quite busy at least finding a place where they are not fought against. Aura Esports are on position 3, sharing the scores with Gyan Gaming Esports. Both of them worked a little differently, where Gyan Gaming were more on elimination point basis, whereas Aura Esports decided to have that sort of a third placement points. And talking about every other team, Black Flag Army just 1 point away from Gyan Gaming. Godlike Esports, even after holding a good compound, they did not play the set of patience which was much more than required. After that, each and every team needs to buckle up. It is just the first match for the day, but Team KFFC went empty-handed right on the grounds of Sentosa.
MVP in 10 seconds.
Yeah. And I do kind of feel bad for the team towards the bottom, like teams NBA. You also have Vintage Esports, who were surviving till quite long, but then again, they weren't able to make anything out of that. The MVP of this game obviously has to be Vincent with 5 eliminations, 2,783 damage, and he timed his Skylar's Riptide Rhythm really well. Like, the moment he knows the enemies will be at their most vulnerable, he uses the Riptide Rhythm in a way where it destroys multiple clue walls, exposes more than one enemy at a time, and then he can just go ham at them. If he connects a single bullet to them, that Moko will trigger, and then no matter how many glue walls you put up, you will be able to trace your enemy through that.
And talking about Avrin, the pet that he's also using again for the same information. A sniper needs a lot of information through the glue wall, through the wall, and the pet did the work. And Vincent taking away the MVP title for the very first map of Group T, which is Bermuda. There are 5 more maps remaining, and the next one is going to be Purgatory. And Purgatory always brings in some sort of upsets. It doesn't let you go in with the consistency because of the biggest map, or maybe because of the difficulties of not having good compounds. And each and every map brings in different challenges. We should be talking about the Booyah team as well, because we need to know the exact stats about how did they win away with Booyah. It was Vincent with the Skylar's ability, Ginotra with Alvaro Awaken, also Casey as a supportive role, Beaston for the bomber role that he is filling up very nicely, Joseph, and again we do have Nikita here. So SMG reload time is totally shortened, so for which Kunal definitely had the upper hand for the close range duels. Coming back towards Jarvis, he's using Nairi and Oscar together. What an aggressive set of play.
Yeah, and I'm actually surprised that not a single one of them have Tatsuya equipped. I really thought that almost every team will use Oscar and Tatsuya at the minimum. And then, for the other 2 active abilities, they can either use Skylar or maybe a Cassie for healing. But they have Cassie, they also have A124. Which kind of explains why a lot of these teams were being disrupted against them, because they just simply cannot use their abilities if the A124 active ability is activated on time. It suppresses all your other enemies, and that would have been perfect. I think this is the first time I'm seeing a team that uses A124 actually win the Booyah. We've seen something like this in Group B, but it did not really pan out for them.
And here we go. Booyah stats right around the corner. And everything is just matching up with their score line, and 6 knockdowns, 7 knockdowns, sure, the damage being delivered, everything is just matching up with their stats that they have procured. And we also need to see about the Booyah summary. The knockdowns could not be converted into elimination points, and there were a total of 83 knocks and 62 eliminations. So there was lesser of revival being used. Instead, it was entire squad elimination happening in this particular map of Bermuda by Group D.
That's actually pretty nice, because this is a gap of only 21 missed knocks, 21 knocks that weren't converted into eliminations. But this is still fine, because we've seen maps where there's more than 30 knocks which did not get finished off. So yeah, I would say Group D is a lot more meticulous that way. The moment they get a knock, they bag it, they convert that knock into a point, and then they move ahead. That being said, we also saw some intense fighting towards the start, which did not really give a lot of opportunities for reses to happen, especially those fights towards Observatory, where TSG was fighting, then towards Sentosa, where Rising Esports and Gyan Gaming were also fighting each other. All these battles don't leave a lot of scope for revivals, and that's Bermuda for you, ladies and gentlemen, taken away by Jaunty Gaming. Up next is going to be Purgatory. As most people say, this is one of those very open maps which a lot of teams struggle to get good cover in. I want to see how these teams manage their resources in such an unforgiving terrain.
And talking about the first map again, 27 total points is very good right off the bat, right off the start. Jaunty Gaming has started off strong. All they need to do is make sure they continue to do so. Whatever worked for them, I mean, surviving, taking early fights, or maybe the rotational fights that they picked once or twice, and they are not hesitant to go step back. So something they're doing in the mix which is working just about right. But it is Purgatory next scripts, and this is one of the most disruptive maps in terms of continuing with what you were doing. So I believe Purgatory is going to bring in a lot of changes, lot of change in play style about which team deciding to go in and go ahead with early fights. That is immediately crash landing. So I believe Purgatory is going to bring in the changes required into the play sets, not just like we watched in the map of Bermuda.
Exactly, and that playstyle is going to be super important because on Purgatory, even if, let's say, you survive, even if you somehow manage to get to the vending machine, because all of these revival points and vending machines are so far away from each other and there's a lot of open space in between them, there's a pretty good chance that you might just get sniped down before you even get a chance to revive your teammates. And that's why it's going to be so much more important to finish what you started very early on, especially if you're landing somewhere in Brasilia. You're gonna get third-partied very easily and you won't really get that much time to reset, and this is a pretty unforgiving lobby. So if you're gonna start a fight, make sure you can finish it in less than a minute, otherwise you will be inviting a lot of other teams.
Aura Gaming has also changed their drop points. Usually, in previous days, they used to jump into Rimnam village, going for the late rotations. This time, they did not go in for that. They landed in the center. They made sure to read zone particularly correctly. Sure, the map later on had a sad shift in terms of Aura Gaming. They did not have the final circle there, so due to which they couldn't do much over there. They had to jump in open. Using the glue walls also did not function very well because the third team had the upper height advantage. Sure, the smartest ones amongst all three were Jaunty Gaming. They were ready to tank a little bit of zone damage rather losing any players.
Yeah, and because Jaunty Gaming were able to keep all four of their players alive and healthy and have all their abilities ready for the last battle, they were able to win that booyah. So really well done by Jaunty Gaming. Although I'm glad that you mentioned that Aura Gaming dropped in Rimnam village because it's a quite short rotation for them over towards the compound that they were holding next to the tower. They had one of the best positions, obviously Godlike having the absolute best one because they had hard cover and the height. But then after that, it was quickly taken away from them. We also saw a battle towards the north where TSG and Gyan Gaming were going at it. They were just loggerheads at each other. So even that fight was pretty interesting. Once the circle shifted towards the center, I thought, okay, cool, Godlike has an amazing chance to win this. The circle has formed right on top of them. They have the best position. But unfortunately, when you've got the best position, everyone recognizes that and they want to take that position away from you. So too many teams were just focusing on Godlike, including Aura Gaming.
To which I want to add, Circle betrays the one who is most comforted into the best of compounds, and that is exactly what happened with Godlike as of now. And the biggest betrayal is by no one but the Circle shifts. It never supports you the way you want to. Same happened. Circle, the Aura Gaming would have easily taken away the booyah, but the Circle shift definitely did not go towards that compound. Instead, it went away from them. So let's see if the map of Bermuda is bringing in such harsh circle shifts. Purgatory known for the harsher shifts. This is going to bring in some different sort of chaos.
Oh yeah, it's definitely going to be chaotic. I mean, we've seen the Purgatory game of Group C, and that was just so much more chaotic than anything that we've seen in Groups A and B. Obviously, it doesn't compare to the Bermuda game of Group C. That monster truck finish was just absolutely hilarious to look at. But if I was in the server at that time, I would probably be very nervous about what's going on. It's so chaotic. So if Bermuda of Group C can be that chaotic, and you know that the same game we've seen in Group D was also very chaotic, I do assume that Purgatory will be just as hectic, and the teams better have their heads in the right place, better make sure that they don't lose themselves in the chaos, otherwise they'll be losing their lives as well.
Yeah, for sure. And talking about Team TSG, they had a shift towards the drop point in this particular map. Usually, they tend to
Hmm.
go to graveyard. Instead of that, they chose to switch their drop point, which is observatory. And I believe these sort of minor changes did not end up exactly as they wanted to. So I believe each and every team should be doing with whatever they are comfortable with in terms of rotation, in terms of landing, because TSG had the hardest time if any team was facing was Team TSG, one of the most renowned name. And talking about team players and stuff, they are all well aware about how they are going to do, and if you're playing since quite a while together, you exactly know when to support and where to support.
Yeah, so TSG, instead of dropping towards their usual graveyard drop point, they went to Observatory, fought a lot with Thunder Empire Esports, and both these teams exchanged frags without actually suffering permanent damage. They were both able to recall their teammates and revive and everything. So both these teams got an early start, but will any of them get into an early battle in Purgatory? We will find out really soon, ladies and gentlemen. Put your hands together for map number 2 of Group D. It's gonna be Purgatory.
Purgatory, the map with no hard covers. It's all about how many glue walls are you carrying, because that is going to be the only way you can survive for as long as possible. Talking about the flight path, it is entirely diagonal all the way from Western Land towards the mainland, Mount Villa towards Key Lodge. Spread out should not be the cause of concern. And talking about Southern Island, we do see Gyan Gaming and Rising Esports against each other, where Black Flag Army is also in the mix. On the Western Land, we spot Team KFFC, the team who got eliminated early on, again are ready to pick up early fights, and this time they're going in against HN Esports.
HN Esports, they have a knack for getting into trouble. They were one of the first teams to get into a fight even on Bermuda, and now the same pattern repeats itself. At least this time, they won't have to bear the brunt of 3 teams raining upon them. But take a look at that southern island towards Central and Fire Brigade. Rising Esports, Khan Gaming, and Black Flag Army, all 3 of them are huddled up over here. Meanwhile, completely in a different direction, you've got Aura Gaming and TSG battling it out in Brasilia. Wait, what? Gun Gaming is out already? Sheesh, Black Flag Army is on fire. They already eliminated Gyan Gaming, and now they've taken a couple of knocks against the members of Rising Esports as well. Black Flag Army isn't here to fool around.
Whoa. Team HN Esports against Rising Esports. This was supposed to happen for quite a while, and HN Esports, my bad. And they are heading up against each other. KFFC having a bad day today, at least starting first few maps. They're again ready to go all in, where this time they're able to get a player down on the knees, and confirmation would not take place, but Arnav will be again down. Finally, KFFC will have a room of opportunity to convert, but instead they are getting converted in elimination points for HN Esports. 2 player down and out, but 2 players still remain. Vending machine nearby KFFC's 1 player is already there. His name is Deku, and he's trying to bring back the players. The rush coming in. Deku, survival of Deku is nearly impossible with 2 players rushing towards this warehouse.
How does he get out of here? He's already deployed a couple of new walls, and yeah, before I can even say anything, T2 will put him out of his misery. That XM8 planting bullets in his brain. And HN Esports with nice eliminations to their name. A good start with 3 points already. Such a big change as opposed to what happened to them in the previous game. They were one of the first teams to get eliminated. But the battle isn't over yet. KFFC just managed to revive a couple of their fallen teammates out of the frying pan and into the fire. They just managed to escape from HN Esports, and now Team NBA are hot on their heels. Krish jumps out knowing that he's duped the other 2 players. Blaze tries to climb up. Vedant has no idea how to chase him. He tries to pre-fire into the window, but Krish is going around him, runs out of bullets and has to reposition, but Blaze catches him with the Trogon. Oh, that is so unfortunate. His movement was really nice up until then, but then Krish just simply cannot keep up. Rain tries to go in and help, and even he will fall, leaving Deku and Carnage to run away once again.
Deku was just revived. He was taken down here to the warehouse at Carnage. He is also running away to make sure to procure some loot to pick up any fights if there's any coming on his way. Sure, he has no scope of picking up any fights, but at least he is trying to save, but Godlike also picking up some fight. And where is it's Nancy? They have picked up fight against HNE Sports, who were doing a good work against KFFC. Right now, they are struggling bad.
Godlike right now. They've got HN in their crosshairs. Yogi sees Arnav. He's not taking a shot just yet. The M24 connects once. Connects. No, it connects twice. Just by the skin of his teeth, Arnav manages to get inside the compound. But he's kind of isolated over here. There's nobody around him. Scout isn't even in the same POI. Scout is in Quarry. So Arnav is alone here towards the western side of Marbleworks, and he's hoping that Godlike don't chase him. He's also hoping that some other team will come in and stop Godlike, but that is also unlikely to happen. That being said, the zone is closing, so these both teams will have to move in. And when they do, they're going to come across Rising Esports. Rising Esports have currently occupied the entire western periphery, spreading out quite a lot so that they can gatekeep both Godlike and HN Esports. I don't know if they're aware about NBA being there, but they might just end up gatekeeping them as well. So there's 3 teams that Team Rising Esports can gatekeep. And Godlike will be coming in the last of all those 3 teams. Meanwhile, Krish versus 3 players of Black Flag Army. Oh, this is going to be a difficult battle. He gets 1 knock, but that's all she wrote for him. No way he can clutch that out.
KFFC again recalls his player Krish, 4-man roster alive up again with no loot whatsoever. They've got one team just around the corner, and there is one more hesitation happening. NBA on the back side and Rising Esports on the frontal side. Let's see which is going to be the first team to pick up fight, because Black Flag Army has already placed their crosshairs. But before that, Deku has got some eyes with his woodpecker, and that sort of pot shots are going to deliver him more of a damage. This was not supposed to be done. He had no business to show his presence there, where his teammates did not have much amount of loot to even retaliate a bit. But Deku in no time will be back again. And Crips, I believe this is going to be one of the maps where a lot of elimination points will be escalating, and maximum out of which will be delivered by KFFC.
Yep, currently the largest distributor of points in this lobby. Maybe HN can come in as a close second. Oh my god, that last second saves him. Luffy just about makes it across. Vending machines available again. Luffy and Arnav, both on separate occasions, have managed to call their teammates back. But HN is going to be in a lot of trouble because Rising Esports is hot on their heels. But what's worse is that they don't know that NBA is also here. Luffy will be found. Anshu secures that finish. And Rising Esports are now looking for that last player who they know is somewhere in the vicinity. But little do they know that their search for that one straggler will bump them into NBA, which is a 4-man team. All 4 of them alive.
Team Rising Esports, 6 elimination points, vending machine around the corner, a little bit of shopping here and there to improve their entire amount of loot. They are also in the need of moving away, because if they don't, NBA is also paving their way. And before I talk about anything else, it's Team TSG picking up some fights on the grounds near to Brasilia, and there are multiple teams spotted. Vintage Esports on the eastern part, southern side we do have Jaunty Gaming, KFFC also nearby, and it's Aura Gaming versus Team TSG on the grounds of Brasilia.
Yep, and Aura Gaming have been here since the start, but TSG have rotated in here just now. Aura Gaming managed to repel away the invaders who landed with them initially, but they can't keep Brasilia to themselves as Krish has the vantage. He's been able to land a couple of shots, but TSG are moving around these quadrilateral walls and trying to use the Trogon shotguns up close. Even the Trogon grenades won't really help. Anshu connects the first shot. Manish with the M590 connects the second. Siddharth goes down. He's been confirmed. Turns into a 2v3. Legend has been picked up back again. Back in the 3v3 situation. Will they be able to find any more knocks? Krish with the woodpecker finds Anshu yet again. This time will be the confirmation as well. Can they carry on? Kaushik on top of those stairs hasn't been able to find Legend. Can he stop Ace Ayush from crossing the boundary? No, he can't. Ace Ayush gets there. And they've got DY equipped, so this should be a pretty fast revival. Aura Gaming realize that this is a losing battle. They can't win against the superior numbers of TSG, and they have decided to just get out of this place. Mini Launchpad also used. Wait, Kaushik isn't exactly getting across. They're trying to isolate Ace Ayush. He's alone. They might just be able to find him. Juking across that doorway. He finds himself in a safe spot from where Krish and Legend can both... they can save him. But now Manish and Ace Ayush are locked in a 1v1. Kaushik trying to take shots from afar. He damages Ace Ayush a little bit, but he can't save his teammate. Manish will fall. And Siddharth landing on top. Now is the time for Kaushik to shine. Siddharth has been given the super revive, so he's got the P90 off drop, and Legend connects the shot onto Kaushik. TSG are turning this fight around.
Team TSG, the late rotators, and they made sure the compound that was thrown for somebody else is owned entirely by them on the grounds of Brasilia. They proved every fight into their favor. But Team Aura Gaming did not have any picture of running away. All the picture that they created was reaching towards vending machine and resurrect their two teammates, which I believe they did it very nicely. Aura Gaming, again getting spotted and taken down, was something which is out of the box. One player still alive, but Black Flag Army are doing some strong business here. They've got 3 elimination on their name, but Team God like Nancy down on the knees. There's a push from Team HN Esports. They're trying to make sure every player from Team HN is moved out, but one by one Team HN is struggling bad, and there's no spot of revival. As soon as I say that, the tables have turned. Nobita and Eco will be down on the knees. Nancy is trying to just run out of sight. They do not want to do any more blood work here, but Nancy, there's no way he's going to escape that, because there's one team just watching for him, and he's showing his back and moving out of sight. Launchpad should be an easier way of escape, and also position where he resurrects his remaining teammates.
Yes, Nancy has been able to escape, but that fight just did not go as planned. HN thought that they were out of danger. They thought that they pushed Godlike away, but the bigger sharks come into play. And NBA will eliminate them. Kyan Gaming were out as the first team, and now HN will also join them as the second team to be eliminated. But NBA, in their pursuit of HN's elimination, have drawn the attention of Rising Esports. Can NBA rise up to the challenge? Can they take down these players? If they do, they will be in full control of the western periphery of the circle.
And talking about the full control, it's going to be one team. They need to make sure they make a move. Jaunty Gaming has not moved an inch. They have been holding this compound since they have taken the landing. They've got all the best weaponaries. They've got snipers. They've got machine guns. They've got long range weapon. They've got close range weapon, and also Groza as a rifle. Right now, Manish will be the last man standing. He is having a vehicle now. That sort of soaring noise of vehicle is bringing some eyes upon him, and then surviving until the entry of the circle might be difficult. But what more difficult is fighting against Team TSG, and it's going to be Team TE trying to move out of sight, but they fall into the crosshairs, one after the other. Two knocks already.
Lord.
Rohit very low on HP.
Oh my goodness, that's a terrible rotation. TE lose 2 of their members just by landing in the crosshairs of Ace Ayush, that cord being used to perfection. And they put up glue walls just to keep themselves safe as they landed, but the Skylar's Riptide Rhythm nets them 2 frags. And now TSG are 2 numbers stronger. They also see Vintage Esports in that corner. What is Krish doing over there? That's the wrong place to hide, my friend. You're in between 2 teams. Krish gets 1 knocked, but he will be finished off as well. Even Vintage Esports lose 1, and that's a very expensive trade. Krish just ruined the game for them all. How will the rest of Vintage Esports now rotate across? Because TSG might just be able to gatekeep them. And TSG don't need to move much into the zone. It's quite close to them.
Instead, Rising Esports just hopped in the circle near to the TSG, but TSG are not interested in fighting within the circle. They are interested against another team. Let's see if they are. Thunder Esports is also looking forward to retaliate, or are they going for the pause? And on the course, one of the team will be eliminated, which is none other than Aura Gaming. They had a hard time on the grounds of Brasilia. They've got good zone read. They've got good predictions. They were in the center of the circle, but then Brasilia later on, owned by TSG, they did a better job holding a compound and the entire empire of Brasilia. Right now, Rising Esports will enter the center of the circle against Godlike, who is also within the compound, very, very nearby. Rising Esports versus Godlike is already on. Black Flag Army is also trying to add up in the mix. And Thunder Esports versus TSG, they are also nearing towards the battle.
Yeah, and Rising Esports have one of this amazing compounds. They've got the mansion under their control, and they've got sightlines on everyone. They eliminate KFFC. Elsewhere, towards the northern periphery, TSG has been waiting for this fight. They've wanted to gatekeep these teams, and they've successfully eliminated Thunder Empire. Now, their next targets are going to be Rising Esports, because Rising Esports control the mansion. Will they be able to get inside? The zone is hurting them so much, and they can use the mini launch pads, but Krish won't even be able to make it. Siddharth gets shot down mid-air. Ace Ayush successfully lands on top of Mansion, and he's using the glue wall to keep himself safe, but there's teams on the other side of the circle who are doing so much damage to him. Vintage Esports have a clear line of sight on Ace Ayush. He has to just lie prone now. Uses the monster truck to get some cover, but unfortunately, he's in no position to recall any of his teammates.
Having a good control was good until the zone was being supportive, and 10 elimination points, highest amount of eliminations on their name, and having a good rooftop. But with that, he's also looking forward for some elimination team with that exact elimination points. He eliminated one of the team called NBA, and also Black
my
Flag
lord.
Army. This Ace Ayush is going insane on the rooftop. He's picking up each and every angular fight possible for him, and this loner is doing better than any team alive within the lobby.
Oh my
One
God,
more
again.
victim against
Oh.
him, against his crosshairs.
Oh, that was stolen away from him. But Ace Ayush, with that cord, responsible for eliminating 2 teams on his own, now must make it into the zone. Just manipulating the monster truck a little bit. He thought it would give him cover, but Salu snipes him. That's a clean shot. And now all the threats on top of the roof have been eliminated. The only thing that can stop Vintage Esports now is Rising Esports in the mansion. But somehow nobody has seen Nancy just yet. He's just ratting over there, hiding, biding his time, hoping that Rising Esports rush Vintage without checking for him in the corner. I'm actually surprised that Vintage can't see him either. Probably because they are too focused on Rising Esports, who, by the way, just crowned Anshu as the damage leader of this lobby.
God, like the last man standing.
Oh no, he's been found.
Have to go up and open, and he's been spotted and taking a lot of damage, and there's no way he can survive furthermore. Nancy going prone with the cover of the fence. Right now, Vintage Esports paving the way in the center of the circle. Rising Esports not allowing that sort of a situation. It's a 3v4 where Rising Esports have got the numbers advantage, and how are they going to make sure that advantage retains? 10 elimination already, making them move, freeze bombs, glue wall melters, and
Oh my God.
they successfully managed to get that elimination. No, it was denied.
Nancy jumps out of the cover, and now take a look at Harsh and Reflexer. They both are trading with Vintage. It's just down to one player. RNS, can he clutch this out? No, he cannot. Even Nancy will be found. And oh my lord, how have they turned this game around? Rising Esports have done this wonderful task of dealing with all the stragglers. Nancy on the side, with Vintage Esports up front. They deal with threats in every single direction.
Rising Esports, I believe they had more than 12 elimination points with 4 players against them. Sure, they had almost 14 elimination points, which was incredibly clean. Surviving as a squad until the final circle is already a big business to deal with, and they made sure to deal with each and every business right. But then I've got one player to talk about. It is from Team TSG, conquering the rooftop in every angle possible and winning that battle every angle. It was amazing. The best shot for the entire map of Purgatory.
Oh yeah, I mean, he alone was responsible for taking his team from like 7 or 8 points all the way up to 12 points, because he saw so many players from top of that roof. And like, everyone was aware that Rising Esports is in the mansion. We need to be careful from any team that is in mansion. Nobody expected that somebody would be on top of that place. And they had absolutely nothing to save them, because they were just so busy fighting each other. They did not even consider that someone from literally across the circle will be able to take pot shots at them.
and getting those much required elimination points. Now they might be spotted in top 3 as well, because in the previous map they were spotted in the bottom 3 with only 10 points or something around it. And right now TSG had total of 12 elimination points, and up to 5th position they had the placement points as well. But there's one lone survivor, Nancy, jumping up in the open from all the way to prone position to within the fight that was taking place between two teams who were battling for a booyah, but he was fighting for his survival and those extreme placement points, which is very, very important also.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he managed to get into the second spot. I do believe that he will walk away with 9 placement points out of that. So that should be a wonderful opportunity for Nancy to put his team up in the lead. It's only been 2 games so far, and Godlike Esports have had amazing positioning, but usually when they take amazing positioning, it's on the basis of predictions. This time it was on the basis of Nancy's survival skills. Lovely way to earn some placement points for your team, but that final fight was indeed very intense. I would love to see a replay of that and just redial it back. I'm still unsure if Nancy managed to survive up until second spot. Was he able to outlive Team Vintage?
Vintage, only RN was surviving until the end of time, and Rising Esports, they had all the work done. Nancy was surviving until now. No, he didn't survive until position 2. He was eliminated on position 3, and Rising Esports will get total of 26 points, and it's a good balance. 14 elimination, 12 placement point. They did everything very nicely. But it is TSG Army who took away the limelight with one lone survivor on the rooftop, took total of 2 team eliminations, which was very good. The last man surviving, they didn't allow the placement points to be given away to anyone but themselves. And Vintage Esports very nearby with 16 placement points. Yarn Gaming 0 points. Aura Esports a good positioning, yet they were thrown out of their own compound by Team TSG Army.
Yeah, Aura had amazing positioning in Bermuda as well. This time too, they had decent positioning, but they lost the fights. KFFC, HNLE, these guys have always been in trouble. Thunder Empire had a lovely game 1, but in Purgatory, they kind of struggled. So I'm sure they will find an opportunity to make a rebuttal and bounce back. But for now, let's take a look at the MVP. It's none other than Anshu, who was from Mansion, keeping every other team away from them. And there's a reason why Rising Esports enjoyed that space so much, because Anshu was forcing enemies away with his ridiculously good sniping skills. 2,643 damage with 6 eliminations. He's using the typical sniper setup with Skylar, Maro, Raphael, and Moko, along with the Dinoculars. It shouldn't be any surprise that any sniper who's using these is gonna end up on the MVP list.
Yeah, snipers are usually spotted there, and Arvin all the way except for Reflexer, he's using Beastin. Talking about all the teams from Rising Esports, they have done good in the map of Bermuda. They continue to do so in the map of Purgatory as well. A strong consistency spotted here. Oscar, Harsh the Rusher, also made sure that he was the one for first person of contact to just rush in and deliver that damage, and rest was converted into elimination points by several other teammates. Talking about Reflexer, 5 elimination points. Coming towards Thorfinn, 1 elimination point, and Harsh got 2 elimination on his name. And if we count overall together their knockdowns, that was way too much. Around 19 knockdowns, which could not be converted.
Yeah, that would have been tragic. But I noticed one more thing, that even Rising Esports did not use Tatsuya. Instead, they used Cassie, which isn't that big of a surprise. And they use Oscar, but not a lot of other movement tools. So that's quite interesting to see. Maybe after the nerf, he isn't as lucrative, at least not to the teams in Group D. But this is a massive disparity now, isn't it, Tanya? 92 knocks, but only 66 eliminations. A lot of missed opportunities in Purgatory, which is surprising because I thought in an open map like Purgatory, it should be way easier to confirm your finishes.
Yes, it should be, but if we talk about total number of eliminations, it's only 66. They did not again. The Group D is making sure of a squad wipe, rather just going in, allowing one of the player to escape. Jaunty Gaming, even after getting eliminated in the mid, they are holding a strong position on number 1 with total of 41 points. Rising Esports 9 points away. Now this is also a long buffer, at least for now.
Jaunty Gaming now in a good amount of lead with 9 points lead against Rising Esports. They're at 41, Rising Esports at 32, and then Black Flag Army at 25. But then take a look between Black Flag Army and Vintage Esports. There's so many teams which are just 1 point away from each other. These teams are gonna be somewhat in a somewhat safe spot, but Aura Esports and Gyan Gaming, these two teams are in trouble because Team NBA and HN Elite are right behind them. That being said, I also noticed one more very weird thing about Purgatory. The longest elimination was 673 meters away. I do not believe that, because up until now we've seen like 120, 150 meters, 670 meters away. That's like half the map. So I still can't believe that number was correct, and I wish I would have been able to see it. Unfortunately, we'll have something much better to show you, and that's going to be the remaining 4 games of Group D. Maybe we'll see someone land an even longer snipe in those games ahead. So ladies and gentlemen, do not go anywhere. We will be right back with Group G games after just a tiny break. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to TEZ Presents Free Fire Max India Cup 2025. You guys are watching the online qualifiers, and right now we are smack in the middle of Group D games. Two games have been done so far, and joining me for the next two games is gonna be Azora. Bro, you joined in at the perfect time because these lobbies are starting to really heat up.
I could already see that, Crips. I'm not gonna lie, the way the competition is just rising and rising. The previous two maps itself was telling a different story altogether. Rising esports of all teams, imagine that. I mean, the kind of control that they had previously, we thought it's not gonna happen at all. But this is the kind of game that we are here to witness. Group D is giving us a lot of surprise, and up next it's gonna be Kalahari. This map has been very nice for all the tier 1 teams, but what can the underdogs do is the question.
Yeah, so far the underdogs have proven that they have amazing amounts of firepower. In fact, even when some of the tier 1 teams like Godlike and Aura Gaming, when they managed to get one of the best positions in the entire lobby, when they managed to put themselves smack in the middle of the circle with a hard compound for cover, even after having such an advantage, these underdog teams are able to challenge them, force them out, and take these compounds for themselves. These kind of situations are extremely unprecedented because you would expect the team who has the best compound to be able to defend that said compound.
Right.
All these newbie teams, even though they don't have as much experience and as much game knowledge as some of the other tier 1 teams do to get the predictions right, they more than make up for it with their firepower. And in Kalahari, your firepower, your trading potential is going to dictate the course of the match, ladies and gentlemen. We're about to hop into game number 3. Get ready for Kalahari.
The sniper's paradise, where we can see a lot of things going down, and in the previous game we saw a sniper shot of more than 600 meters. This time it can be 1k as well. So I'm hoping that all the teams are all set for this one. The drop location, smack center being one of the places where multiple teams will plan to head upon, which is a refinery, command post, and a stone bridge. From there, you can, of course, have maneuvers and move in towards the mid. But the others, if I talk about Old Hampton, then Jaunty Gaming, they're right there, holding up the perfect ground. Shrines being one of the places where H&N can do some kind of a damage, but ultimately all of them have to reach towards the dead center where Godlike is already holding it.
Oh, Godlike. Always in the center. Surprisingly, never the center of attention for any of these fights because they seldom get into an early game battle. Speaking of early game battles, Black Flag Army have always been one of those teams which initiates these fights, but this is one rare occasion where they lose a member early on. Ash biting the dust. Now, luckily, they are in Bayfront, one of the areas which has both a revival point and a vending machine, so they should have absolutely no trouble getting their fallen comrade back online. But will that attract the attention of anyone else? Because HN is just north of them. And if HN decides to focus on Bayfront, then guess who's going to come chasing them? Jaunty Gaming will come in from behind them. This could very easily snowball into a 3-team fight.
Well, Kunal question mark. That's a very interesting name. And looking at the way Jaunty is moving forward, this fight is one of the best ones that we can see. Northern side, there's nothing to stop them. HNN, they're just trying to go ahead and think something better in this given opportunity. And Scout, oh boy, takes out Ginothra completely. The elimination is secured. HN Elite, they're trying to go ahead and mark the entire territory and call it quits in real soon. Vincent on the other end, just trying to focus down, stay humbled as Jarvis. He's trying to contact Iron Man.
UAV deployed. Will this give away the information? Yes, it does. It shows that HN are quite stuck together. Scalar ability, I think it's used a little too early. It won't really give them that much of an advantage, but Kunal diving in. Okay. And he's got the glue wall reinforcements as well, so it's going to be harder to break his glue walls down. Scout found. Vincent lands the shot from above. Another Riptide misses. Doesn't give Kunal what it needs, but Kunal uses his time turner to make sure that he can get himself a nice one-way angle. No more flanking for him, and Kunal finally connects. Arnav goes down. Looks like Jaunty Gaming are here to slay. Nothing can save you even if you pray. And Jarvis with that double. It's just down to Scout.
Oh,
Can
no.
Jarvis find him? Oh my goodness. He's getting locked out of the action, but he finds him in the end, navigating around that maze. Scout has been downed as well, and it's all just up to one person. Can they find him? They know that T2 is over here, but unfortunately his teammates, Kunal's teammates, took the jump pad away, and now they will have to walk back. Kunal finds T2, and yeah, that should be the end. Is that a team wipe?
I don't think so.
Got 4 finishes. I think one of them
I
managed to
don't
escape.
think so. Couple of them, they're still alive. And that's the kind of revival that they needed. On the other end, oh my god, Aura. They're also having a bad time against NBA, and NBA, they're out here to go ahead and get that clean dunk. Couple of points already retrieved. There comes another one. 3 eliminations strong. This team is looking so darn good against a tier 1 team. They're doing no mistakes, none whatsoever. And that's the kind of confidence you need against Aura. And so far so good. NBA claiming the entire throne towards the entirety of this section. Council Hall is under their name, and nobody is there to rifle against with them. There is Rising Esports right in the vicinity itself, but I think that Aura is just rushing forward into the arms of the opponents. HN Elite, they are around that very vicinity of Santa Catrina.
Santa Catrina, generally the most feared drop spot because Total Gaming lies over there. Now, since Total Gaming is not in this server, this spot is up for taking, and many teams want to claim it for themselves, HN being one of them. Whereas on the other side, towards Stone Ridge, KFFC are aware that one team is present over here. They don't know which one yet, though. And they're about to find out the wrong way because they are jumping straight into their arms. Definitely one player from Thunder Empire must have spotted them. 2 players using the jump pads to close in the distance. Meanwhile, the other 2 sneaking up. And while that fight might just take some time to start brewing into a very heated fight, KFFC most likely will follow Team Thunder Empire north as Thunder Empire tries to go towards Santa Catrina. Will they even return fire, or will they just try to get to cover? Oh no.
What a lovely shot coming in. The retaliation is looking really good. TE on the other end, they're trying to run away. And HN, what's going on? Santa Catrina being one of the places where I could see so many teams coming forward, and Predator is the last man standing coming in from Aura Esports. So let's see how well he can go ahead and hold the fort. Okay, finally brings back another player. He's coming down as well. Kaushik, he's into the game. And now he's planning on to heading towards Bayfront, get the information whether that's going to be a clear path or not. But on the other end, TE versus HN, this fight, it's going to be very interesting as they're going to bring in yet another team, RIE, into the picture. Black Flag Army, they're taking some really nice shots, gets 1 elimination as well. This team is looking very confident.
Yeah, I really hope that confidence lets them win some fights. Black Flag Army, on the other hand, nicely and steadily getting themselves a bunch of finishes, bunch of eliminations. But they don't seem to be in too much danger right now, since Black Flag Army, surprisingly, isn't surrounded by anyone that can actually third-party them. You have players of Aura Gaming just flying overhead, but nothing to stop them. Meanwhile, TSG, now this could be a very good fight. You know that TSG loves the center. You've already seen Godlike in the center. It's gonna be a massive battle between these 2 titans. TSG versus Godlike. Ace Ayush with the cord once again finds that finish. And he's gonna be able to secure it as well. Amazing stuff. His cord is on another level. He's been doing stuff like this since Purgatory, since the previous map. And now he might just try that again. Yogi and all of his teammates fly away. Can they be sniped mid-air?
No.
Looks like they'll be safe for now. But TSG are in hot pursuit. Okay, now things get interesting. They're going to fly right behind them. But Godlike have actually conceded this entire height area, and they've gone down to the compounds below.
Yogi is taken down.
That height.
Yeah, that's right. But Aura Gaming, 1 player has already taken down Kaushik. Sadly, he has to bite the dust. And it is all thanks to Yogi from the likes of Godlike. And they retreated from a fight, and all of a sudden they find a player right in front. And that's the kind of confidence and hope that you need to keep converting those eliminations into your pocket. And this is just the start. Shots are looking good. KFFC, 3 eliminations, and this is one of those underdog teams that I want to go ahead and see how well they can keep converting things. Yes, you were saying something, Crips.
Yeah, so Godlike managed to find that one player of Aura Gaming who was alone in command post by himself. Nobody else from his team was close by. The rest of Aura Gaming was still towards Santa Catrina. That's why Godlike was able to get such an easy finish onto him. Sorry, not in command post. They were in Bayfront. My bad.
Yes,
so,
yes.
Aura Gaming sent him as a scout ahead to Bayfront so that he could secure some room for them. But now he's going to say that, hey guys, Godlike is present over here. Let's not go to Bayfront. And now Aura Gaming are going to take a long rotation all the way around Santa Catrina. They might even consider going into the zone directly without stopping at any of these other points of interest. Black Flag Army, though, they are navigating around Bayfront. I don't know if they'll go through the center of the city. It's too damn risky knowing that Godlike might be present over here. But even Godlike have left this area. They leave the actual Bayfront city and go slightly towards the northern side into the quadruple house compounds.
I hope it's going to be worth it, but it's so unlike TSG. Usually, whenever I've seen them, they have been a mammoth in this map. Whenever it comes to Kalahari, they're equivalent to Total Gaming, but now looking at the way this is playing so isolated, hoping for the right cards to be playing at the right time. I get it, the entire understanding can be good, but at the same time, this is one risky move that you should never take. Grappling hook right in front of your enemy's face? Nah, that's always gonna be disrespected. And Black Flag Army, look at them. They're chasing down Yash. He's running away for his life, and he's the last man surviving. Thunder Empire, I don't think so. They can even go ahead and build one around them. BFA, this is constantly rushing and gushing at the opponent's Predator. Unfortunately, he's been hacked and he's been sawn as well. So BFA, 9 eliminations strong, and they're not looking to stop. They're still outside the circle and waiting for players to go ahead and call in quits.
Oh no, Yash! No, you've been spotted by Cyber 420. Yash just about got away when Black Flag Army turned their attention towards Aura Gaming. He thought he got away from there, but look at that sneaky move. He sticks his teammates into the vending machine, and he might just give himself another opportunity. But he's definitely going to get hunted down. Black Flag Army isn't going to let him go this easily now. They're hot on his heels, and Level Up will finally finish Yash off. But Yash at least did his job before he finally died. He got 2 of his teammates back. Let's see what that does to them later on. Aura Gaming as well. This is the second time they've lost a teammate, and they brought him back without consequences. They lose just one player at a time, and that's what happens when you have a 3-1 split going on. You minimize your losses, and you get a bunch of information. Unfortunately, that's going to force Aura Gaming to go all the way up towards the northern side, way outside the zone. They're going to have to go towards Shrine, and then use that massive Shrine jump pad to get in towards Refinery.
But sadly, they have to walk through the Valley of Shadow and Death quite a lot, as many teams are going ahead and camping out there. And if they get gate kept, then the entire team is going to get nullified. Moreover, there's no more recall left within them in the close proximity. TSG on the other end, just 1 elimination strong, and they're just looking to go ahead and convert more vintage. Right in front of them, couple of knocks coming through, and the shots are not stopping as TSG, they just know how to keep banking upon the opportunity. RNS right in front, and he's still trying to struggle, trying to find that perfect footing to take a shot, but unfortunately, he's going to be plummeted down in the ground.
And that is... Yeah, that's finally going to be the end of this team. Well played, Thunder Empire. These guys have been fighting valiantly since a very long time. But now the battle between TSG and Jaunty Gaming once again reignites. Unfortunately, Aura Gaming will also meet their makers, finally getting finished off by the members of NBA. But let's focus on this fight now once again. Ace Ayush, the man who uses the cord really well and almost propelled this team to success, has been taken down, leaving it all in the capable hands of Legend and Krish. They see where Jaunty Gaming is. They know that this entire foundation area is occupied. But what they don't know is that Hacker from Vintage is also hiding underneath that cliff. Now, this could be a nasty surprise. TSG have to move. Jaunty Gaming has already abandoned foundation and are now going towards the center of the circle. The center is currently unoccupied. It's quite open, and that's why everybody is going to be focused on this corner, where KFFC are desperately trying to wrestle control of this compound away from the members of JG. But Yan Gaming, can they actually get this one? Rain surviving. Look at this heal drone that's been deployed. It's gonna make it so much more difficult for KFFC to get anything done. And Prince puts him out of his misery. They grab control of this compound, and now Gun Gaming are in an actually good spot.
Not just yet. Gun Gaming, they had to take down multiple players out there. There's one player still standing strong. Level Up. If he is alive from the likes of Black Flag Army, then it's going to be problematic for the likes of Gun Gaming, and that's one of the things that they cannot allow. And there comes Salu. He has been brought back to life, all thanks to Hacker. And he's still there, right around NBA. And if this fight keeps prolonging and no one gets the opportunity to get inside the circle, then it's not going to look good. Jaunty on the other end, they're having another different fight altogether. TSG, they are calling in for redemption, and I'm hoping that they can get it as well as Jarvis. He's already managed to run away from that area. Ginothra on the other end, he's been taken down. Couple of eliminations for the likes of TSG can be converted. If Hacker comes into the middle of all of that and takes down the elimination, then it's all going to be easy peasy, lemon squeezy. But TSG, in the midst of all of that, they have been eliminated. So not a good sight for them as NBA. They're also outside, still trying to find that perfect opportunity as HN. They're barraging all of those shots and they have the height advantage for now. And Circle's blessing to be upon them.
Yeah, this is not just a blessing. This is a whole plethora of wishes granted to them by the gods themselves. But take a look at Godlike. They've eliminated NBA, and now they've got this arsenal for themselves. This is one of the only safe places where HN can't shoot back at you. And HN enjoying that height advantage a little too much over here. They're raining down bullets upon Gun Gaming and Black Flag Army. Level Up. He hides on the central cliff underneath. He thought that they wouldn't see him. He actually manages to get a knock. The shotgun battles exchanged, and he's finished off 2 players. I don't even know if he will get the finish points for that, because HN might have just stolen it away from him. But Level Up finally gets downed, and even Gun Gaming bite the dust in the process. HN responsible for the demise of both these teams.
Oh my god. Godlike looking super strong, 44.4%. is what they have, and there is Hacker holding on to his guns, thinking that he can survive, but he has been eliminated. Eco in the midst of all of that was knocked over, and those nades, they are bombarded right on top of them. HN, they have the height advantage. Can they convert this Booyah onto their name? They're rushing down the throats of all the players of Godlike. And finally, Nancy, he thinks that he can survive the brunt force approach of all of these players. But I believe he's doing so well alongside Nobita. They are bringing in the perfect yin and yang combination. And they are taking down player one by one. Scout, he's been taken down as well. The M590, it's buzzing. It's legit, throwing all the leads at the opponent. Arnav, the last man standing, can be a 1v1 situation, but it's a 1v2. There's a revival coming in. Eco, he's back into the picture, and we all know if he is back, then we can see a lot of elimination coming in. Arnav alongside Nobita, it's a really nice opportunity to go ahead and showcase who's the best person out there. 1v1, which is soon to be converted. Arnav right in front, and Nobita still trying to heal. He knows that things needs to be cool, calm, and collected, and that's what he's doing. He wants to charge forward. He has a nade as well. If brought by, he can do it in a really good manner. But Nobita on the other end, he's just thinking that let's just take it very slow. There comes the Melter. The shots are going to be flying, and Nobita clutches it. Oh my god!
What on earth was that battle? 2v2 down to a 1v1. Both the players res again 2v2, and then down to a 1v1 again. This was the most nail-biting fight that we have seen so far, and no other place other than Kalahari can offer this to us. Both these teams kind of converged upon teams like HN, who at one point were pestering everybody. Both of them converged to take down HN, and then Godlike Esports, they just win those 1v1s. What a game, man. That was absolutely incredible.
Goosebumps, literal goosebumps. And I was hoping that, you know what, the height advantage might give a lot of room and space for HN Elite to go ahead and get those eliminations. 4 eliminations right in front of them. But look at the way Godlike just kept their cool, calm collectiveness till the end. And that's the kind of gameplay that you have to showcase. You know, instantly going in for the healing as well. Just trying to take the entire thing on his own self. Plus, it was like a bait. Grips, it was a bait, but the enemies did not buy the entire time. His HP was full and he was still applying a medkit out of nowhere. And that's the kind of gameplay that he was showcasing. So confident in a 1v1. Moreover, that was such a good move to bring back Eco back into the system. So Nobita, kudos, man.
Yeah, that was really good teamwork over there. I mean, that medkit definitely was bait, but then he started using his armor repair as well. And both these players were like, okay, there's a moment to breathe. Let's step into this fight with everything that we have to offer. Leave no stone unturned. Heal ourselves up, suit ourselves up with armor. And both of them had their abilities off cooldown, so they could have used the dashes as well. And my goodness, in the end, it just came down to pure mechanical brilliance, pure aim to decide who takes the booyah.
And I'm just lost of words, man. My oh my, Kalahari has always given us such good battles. I just love it whenever teams are so competitive, whenever it comes to those net grit moments. And they have showcased that why they were getting that entirety of 12 points. These are the moments to go ahead and relive again. Luffy, he was taken down. Arnav, he tried his level best, man. He had the Bison, he kept pestering forward, kept throwing all the leads at the opponents. Eco, he was revived and instantly taken down. He was like a decoy. And Nobita, he did not require any of Doraemon's gadgets. He just kept going forward, kept taking down the opponents. There was melters being utilized, but that Oscar dash itself was a surprise.
And what a game from Godlike Esports. That Oscar dash to get the booyah gets them 12 placement points, 10 eliminations in total, and 22 to put them on top. But credit where it's due, HN Elite. They enjoyed that central positioning and stole so many finishes away from teams like Jaunty, Vintage Esports, Gyan Gaming. All three of them had their finishes stolen by HN Elite. Take a look at Gyan Gaming. You saw how many fights they were getting into. Does it make sense that they have only 2 eliminations? Absolutely no, it doesn't, because they were stolen away by HN Elite. And even Black Flag Army, there was a point when Black Flag Army and Godlike, they were both focusing on HN Elite. And considering that situation, I really thought HN would perish, but they survived up until the very end. They got 3 eliminations off of Godlike, even though they conceded the booyah to them.
Well, very nice action coming in the map of Kalahari. All thanks to Yogi, we could see some shots, some nasty ones, to be honest. Being a sniper, he did every single thing right. Moreover, had Skylar, you all know what happens once the glue wall are melted down. Then Yogi just goes ahead with his AWM, takes those shots, and all of them so crisp and clean that opponents are begging for their life. 4 eliminations and more than 3k worth of damage. So I would say Yogi, he was having a really good time in the map of Kalahari.
Yeah. Let's take a look at what the Godlike members are using. You've got an Oscar, you've got a Tatsuya onto Nobita and Nancy. Nancy even uses the Nikita, even though he's very proficient with the shotguns and the snipers. Nobita using Ford. A lot of these players are using Ford these days because they kind of know that if your teammates need revival, it's much easier to res them outside the zone. Eco uses Cassie as his active ability, and Yogi uses Skylar. So no surprises over there in terms of the characters used, but there's such a massive disparity in the damage numbers. Take a look at Yogi. He's at 3,000 and all his other teammates below 1,000. What on earth is this guy doing?
Yogi was providing all the support that he can, being the sniper. And yeah, it completely makes sense that in the entire map, I could see Yogi doing a lot of heavy lifting. The others did provide a lot of support. Not gonna be taking any credits from that end. 6 assists from the likes of Eco. So he did start things, but he could not eventually finish it up and rack it up towards the eliminations. So I'm hoping that he could do it in the next following one, as this team has already received the confidence that they need. When we're talking about the game summary, then we can look at the damage. It's pretty low from the standards of Kalahari, 42,941, pretty low. And this is not the usual stats that we love looking at. Longest elimination distance is around 122, and total glue walls being destroyed is 113. So yeah.
Longest elimination distance 122, which now seems tame in comparison to the 670-meter elimination that we saw in the previous game. I think nothing will impress us anymore, and I really wish we got to see that 600-meter elimination from Deku's perspective. That would have been insane to look at. But one thing that I'm very happy about is that 86 knocks were converted into 67 eliminations, less than 20 missed opportunities, and that makes me very happy, especially on a map like Kalahari, where it is somewhat possible to, get knocked behind cover, and then it's, easy to get rezzed over there. I'm actually surprised that teams did not let go of their knocks and actually converted them into points.
And that's the thing, right? Whenever the opportunity is at your doorstep, do not turn it away. Open the door, greet it with all the hearty welcome that you can give, and then later on, just try and keep racking those numbers up and up. Eliminations has been one of the key factors to multiple teams to qualify towards the top 9. And if that is the case, then you should also go ahead and look upon what happened in day 1. I'm talking about Group A, Group B, alongside Group C as well. We could see a lot of eliminations coming in from their end, but the next following map, it's gonna be next level as it is Nexterra.
Nexterra coming up soon, ladies and gentlemen. That's gonna be the 4th game of this group. We are halfway through already. Jaunty Gaming, Rising Esports, and Godlike have secured a booyah each, and all of these booyahs came down to the wire, except for maybe the first one where Jaunty Gaming won by a landslide. Rising Esports clutched it out in a crucial 2v2 situation. Godlike Esports came down to a 1v1. What's gonna happen in Nexterra? I want to see a gruesome endgame fight. I want to see some intense clutches, because the Group C Nexterra game was really difficult. There was almost a 2v4 final clutch that K9 pulled off in the eco drain areas. And I want to see some clutches like that again in Nexterra.
See, there are a lot of covers coming in, a lot of real estate in this particular map, so I wouldn't mind if the circle is out in the open. If it is, then it's going to be a gold mine for all of those teams who know how to get a compound safe and secure, lock it down, fortify it, and then later on just wait for the opponents to try and pass by them, whether it be monster trucks or whether it be a McLaren or an F1 car. Just keep moving forward and think not to get shot. So yeah, expectations versus reality. On paper, it sounds really good that you can get a house or a real estate, but in that, there's gonna be a lot of teams just surrounding or swarming around you and trying to claim that one spot which is so dear to you. So Nexterra brings in a lot of combinations, and with all of that, right, all I'm trying to say here is that teams need to be more versatile in order to understand what can be done in this particular one.
Exactly. I mean, you brought up this point really well, because up until now, we've seen the teams that do have the zone advantage. They've got cover, they've got permanent compounds, and they are in the zone. Very often, those teams don't end up winning, either because they have to abandon their houses and leave, or because they are not able to keep applying enough pressure for the other teams. Like we saw that with Aura Gaming in game number 1. We saw that with HN just a game before this in Kalahari. So let's see whether that pattern continues or not as we hop into the 4th game for Group T. It's gonna be Nexterra, ladies and gentlemen. This map has so much cover that a team can share a compound and still not face each other because of the verticality. So let's see whether these teams are good neighbors to each other, or whether they will be very unruly, rowdy residents. See what happens as we hop into Nexterra. Going from Grav Labs to Mortar Ruins. And any drop clashes?
Oh, yes, there you go. Southern side. Southern side. TSG.
Yeah, but it's just Krish.
No, it's the entire team just reaching there. Krish alongside Legend, they are rushing forward. They know that this is the golden opportunity to which they can go ahead and capitalize as well. Reflexer. There's Thorfinn just going ahead, spots the player, but wait a second, his HP is way too low. He needs to be more proactive. Couple of players knocked, downright dusted. Thorfinn, he could not do much there. Anshu, his HP is getting back into the picture, but again, the team, they are looking pretty stacked up. TSG, they're looking for redemption. They're looking for elevation points, and it's so instant. They're so instant. Sid, what are you doing?
Sadak, just so vicious with that VSS. It is one of the harder weapons to control at that range, but he's managed to do so well.
Yes. PSS shots. Plundering upon RIE right in front. Harsh Oh boy, Anshu thought that he was surviving by the skin of his teeth, but unfortunately it did not happen there. RIE, they're not looking good. Band-aids being patched. Harsh, he's just counting the time. But wait a second, Legend from the backside, he's getting wrecked. There's another team coming into the picture. And if this is the case, then it won't be working out for TSG. But unfortunately, it was just a glitch in the matrix. And now every single thing is back into the action.
Oh, TSG, 4 eliminations, all 4 players alive. I wish I could say the same for Rising Esports, but with Thorfinn alive, I'm sure he should be able to get his teammates back up. This entire mudside area has plenty of coins that you can pick up, so he should be able to get his teammates back up online. I hope that he doesn't get chased by TSG. Now, moving in towards Team NBA, they are in a battle against Black Flag Army, and these pirates do not take any prisoners. They're in Mortar Ruins, but will any of these teams have their run in the FFMIC ruined because of a drop clash? It seems unlikely, but Blaze, he just about got into cover. Almost had it, but Level Up finishes him off.
Penalized for now. Cyber 420 just rushing forward. Hemu on the other end. He's like, that's a free point. I need it. And Blaze is just counting his days. His days are outnumbered now. 4 people just rushing down, and Black Flag Army, they are moving forward like a single unit. And that's what is the best thing to look at. There's another fight being brewed up. And here you go. Godlike, one player lost and the other player right in front. And NBA in the middle of all of that, it's them, the first team who get eliminated in Nexterra.
And Godlike have claimed their first victim, but it was just one single elimination point. They finished off the team that was already pretty weak. And NBA, they were trying to escape from Black Flag Army, who have secured 4 finishes courtesy of one more res happening. But before NBA can plug in their teammates into the vending machine, Godlike find them, and that's exactly why Nexterra is so difficult. And look at Thorfinn, this is the exact same thing that happened with NBA as well. They were resing, they were trying to go towards the vending machines, and same happens with NBA and Rising Esports. Before they can even plug their teammates in, they will be found by someone completely else, and their run will be halted over here.
A lot of crashes out here. A lot of vigilantes who are masked. And those shots were looking really good. Carnage on the other end. Good height advantage. Just scouting out for the team and trying to give that information on what's happening right now. KFFC. Another player right in front, and Scout, he has been spotted. Danaculus utilized, and that will give them more information onto what's happening right in front. And Scout, he has been spotted. He's trying to run away for his life, but not for long. There's another team in the vicinity. And yes, Jaunty Gaming, they're also going ahead and taking that one piece from the pie.
I think they want the entire pie to themselves, let's be honest. They're greedy that way. Ash and Hemu both separate from the they're both separated from the team. Cyber 420 and Level Up are gonna be playing together. Level Up on the roof. He's trying to find a way inside, and he can definitely hear all these members of AG. But how do they initiate this battle? They can't just step in by themselves. Maybe they can find a lone player.
Oh, there's another team coming into the vicinity, and Jaunty Gaming, they have somehow managed to find one player. Level Up. Unfortunately, he could not level from just 3 eliminations. And the others, it's a really nice split to be honest. But again, you have to be aware about where the opponents are as well. Jaunty Gaming, they have been creeping the way too close. Ash solo HP, and he's inside the cocoon trying to heal. 3 players pounding at the doorstep saying that open up, we are the FBI. And Ash, he knows that he can do something better. Plug in that one player who has been eliminated, and the others, that one nade splash is gonna do a lot of damage, and it did. What can Ash do more than this? Could have gone in and eliminated one player, but unfortunately he chose to stick back and then just waited out for Jaunty Gaming to come into the picture. Oh!
4th party!
This is a perfect triangle.
I think you mean a quadrilateral because Black Flag Army just got out of there. They have control of the train tracks and they just managed to plug in their fallen teammates as well. And it all started with Level Up getting knocked. The moment they lost Level Up, they tried to go into that vending machine and get them online, and they managed to do so. But now Aura Gaming is trapped in a solo battle against Jaunty Gaming. Kunal down on his knees. Can Aura actually finish this off? TSG flanking around the eastern side. The western side, and now they are also trying to look into this fight. This just turned from a battle between Aura and Black Flag Army into a battle between Aura and Jaunty Gaming, and now soon TSG will also be here. Ginotra and Anshu down. Manish, he actually rented them in the open. No need for a glue wall, but Kunal cannot handle the heat. Ginotra, he won't be allowed to self-res. Oh, Kaushik still falling because of the freeze bomb. That was insane. Nope, it wasn't because of the freeze bomb. It's because Ayush with his score has stolen away yet another finish. This man is an absolute menace. Daylight robbery over here.
Oh, you can call it money heist as well. Aura Esports, they're somehow surviving 4 players. Oh my goodness, they already survived the wave of Jaunty Gaming as well, and that's the kind of gameplay or game sense you need in order to take down such big teams. And my oh my, TSG all of a sudden from being so aggressive to passive in order to understand what kind of rotations are called in from all of these teams. Jaunty Gaming, they are bringing back those members one by one, and they want to up those numbers in order to have that perfect percentage with them to win in this map.
TSG using the third-party timing to perfection. The moment they realized that one of those teams was completely finished off, one of those teams for now had been completely dispatched, they decide to third-party in. And yeah, sure, Aura Gaming might have been able to get their players back, but Black Flag Army, they were the ones who were in real danger. And they got out of that entire fight only to find themselves facing KFFC in Mortar Ruins. They know where Carnage is. Can they find out the rest of his teammates as well? Deku in the open trying to get away, but they might just run into Gyan Gaming. And Black Flag Army, whether they know it or not, are heading towards yet another third-party situation. Oh my god, these guys are so unlucky.
No.
Take a look at HN. They're also flying in a potential fourth-party opportunity. But BFA don't miss. They take 2 finishes. Krish down, and it's just Deku left from KFFC. Once again, KFFC find themselves in a difficult scenario, in a pickle, and this is not the kind of pickle that will seem very appetizing. I don't even think there's any potential for him to revive his teammates now.
Oh, it looks very tough. And this is one of the situations that you never want to enter yourself into, and that's where KFFC is at. And the others, look at TSG, so blessed with the center of the circle, and they can have that bird eye view. Of course, thanks to the launch pad, they've already launched themselves towards the next level, next realms, and that's one of the places that they can go ahead and understand onto what's happening. Vintage on the other end, Salu right in front, and KFFC, the last player standing, has been molten. So not a good sight for them yet again. Not a good map. Vintage. It's against Jaunty Gaming. Are they prepared for this one?
They need to get into the zone first. Salu has been left behind. His teammates have already escaped. And at this point, the third zone will start to hurt. He's going to join his teammates on the higher ground on the top of that track. But even when he does that, they've used the UAV, which doesn't really show them anything. So they now know that at least the southern part of this entire sector is clear. They should be able to head back into the circle. They should be on the outskirts of Rushtown. There's even a vending machine at their disposal if at all they need it. They should probably camp it considering how Jaunty Gaming might need it soon. Jaunty Gaming have one player missing, so they might actually just head towards Rushtown and get towards that vending machine. In fact, if I'm not wrong, Ginotra is already heading towards it.
Oh, he is. He is rushing. TSG, there's no one underneath them. So they're going to be very happy that they won't get gate kept or nobody's coming from the hindsight in order to take at least a player or two. Vintage right beside them. Good neighbors for now. No shots been taken. No shots been fired. For now, looking at the way Black Flag Army is being a bit more antsy compared to Aura Gaming. Aura, they're so calm, they're so composed. We can look at a lot of pictures coming out here. Damage King, longest shots coming forward, and Ginothra, he has been shot upon. Vintage, they're not losing those opportunities. 20 damage, it is coming through, but for sure, they can at least pester down Jaunty Gaming.
An eerie moment of silence. This is the calm before the storm. One of those rare moments where there's plenty of cover available for both the teams, but Black Flag Army, the moment I say there's a calm, the storm starts, and they seem to be in the eye of it, in the center. 4 versus 4. Both these teams somewhat isolated. Not much scope of a third party considering how fast they are falling. Hemu and Cyber down on the knees. Skylar from the far end has been used, which exposes Ash. And another nade comes through. I said the third party is unlikely, but not impossible. And Aura Gaming have arrived to third party. Black Flag Army out, and Gyan Gaming now have to reset before Aura descend upon them.
Gyan Gaming, they're all prepared for this third party. They knew that it's going to be a close vicinity, but Mad and all of that, he has been caught off guard. There's a revival coming through real soon, and Mad is back into the picture. Healing pistols being utilized, and that's a really good sight coming in from their end. Vintage, they are rushing down. They want to take the center of the circle, but unfortunately, it's not going to be that easy as they've been shot upon from all 4 directions. Hacker way too low on HP, and it's getting back. But here's the thing, they need to somehow survive and move inside this one compound. There's only one guy who could reach there, RNS. And he's going to just think that one mistake, one NC move, and all of a sudden, all of his teammates have descended down in madness. RNS, last man standing. He's in the center, but at what cost?
Oh my god, he's not going to be in the center for long because Godlike are pouncing upon him. There's no way he survives over here, right? The best that he can do is keep glue walls and keep Godlike out of this entire building, but that's not going to be possible. If he just managed to use a couple of glue walls and keep Godlike out, they might just have been shot by some other team. But now take a look at Jaunty Gaming in control of the southern side of the circle. Jaunty Gaming can shoot down TSG, but instead of doing that, they are focusing on Aura and Gyan Gaming. They've got good lines of sight, but take a look at this. Krish rushing Godlike, and he's all alone over here. He used the jump pad to get towards the center because his teammates wanted that space as well. Unfortunately, Jaunty Gaming is going to stay on the edges and try to take pot shots at PSG before they can even dive. This is going to be so chaotic. They have a long, treacherous road ahead, and they're getting shot by both Godlike as well as Jaunty Gaming. All of them focusing on PSG. You would not want to be in the sandwich right now.
Not at all. Ginothra has already been taken down. Vincent on the other end. He's a sniper. He's just waiting in the back line, thinking that he can at least convert an elimination or two. Ayush on the other end.
Oh my god.
Good rush coming in, but the HP was way too low. Nancy tracks him down. He takes him down as well. Yogi was the person who did the deed. And this is not good. Godlike, that one decision of moving in towards the smack center is going to pay off as they're going to catch multiple players off guard. Jaunty Gaming, that one player who wanted to survive, has already been long gone, and alongside its Aura Gaming as well. This is not looking good.
And Aura Gaming had such a lovely advantage over there, but they squandered it because they tried to fight Gyan Gaming and HN at the same time, resulting in mutually assured destruction. And Matt seems to have found Arnav. He's going outside the zone to get an angle onto Arnav, forcing him out of cover again. And they finally found him. But here comes Godlike. They don't want to give Godlike, they don't want to give Gyan Gaming a chance to reset at all. They're using Sephi abilities to stop the nades from pouring in. But can they stop Nancy and Nobita in a combined rush? They use the Oscar Dash to bust the glue walls open, and now the shotguns come out. Everybody is going ham at each other. Shubo down. Arup trying to spin around. The 180 doesn't work. Iko finds him, and it's all up to Mad. Can he clutch it out? Using the Tatsuya Dash to find Iko. He does some damage, but it's simply not enough. And that is another crazy booyah coming out. Godlike, that decision paying off dividends by a massive margin. The decision to take control of the arsenal and then move in across without giving Gyan Gaming a chance to reset nets Godlike one more booyah.
Oh my Godlike, this is the second map back-to-back. They have one booyahs coming all across, and it's all individual brilliance, but this time they had some man count advantages as well. So Kudos to this team, man. That one decision of taking the one lone place was so important that the armory, once they got that, it was right there, the victory coming in. And Booyah was imminent as they could see every single player trying to rotate and head towards the circle, whether it be TSG, whether it be the likes of Jaunty. Every single one of them perishes away.
Yeah, and that was a very difficult fight to stay in. I mean, the fact that Jaunty Gaming managed to stay alive up until the top 5 itself is a pretty big deal because they were getting pressured by so many teams. Luckily, Godlike were like, okay, let's shoot at TSG instead of Jaunty. I mean, if they decided any different, then one of those teams would have died way before the other one. And even then, because Jaunty Gaming knew that they were kind of screwed, they were like, okay, if we're going to go down, let's at least take down a couple more players with us. Let's get those eliminations because we know for a fact we are not going to make it inside the zone. We will be finished off. And it's actually very smart when teams do this, when they recognize that they can't win the Booyah. So they just activate the kill switch and go for eliminations instead.
Of course, that needs to be one of the key things, right? I mean, you have to be a specialist of getting all of those eliminations. Alvaro was utilized so well. Those nades, they were coming down as a cluster, as a puck, and one by one, the H was depleting. My oh my, just imagine you have the height advantage and all of a sudden every single thing is gone. I could see Nancy dashing in and I was like, wait a second, that's a very premature move coming in from their end. But unfortunately, every single thing was a lapse for the opponents. And on the other end, Godlike were like, you know what? We made a right decision right from the beginning. All of our calls are going right. Let's just go with the flow and keep converting those eliminations. And they got the Booyah as well. So kudos, man. That's the kind of approach you need overall to become champions. And this is the mentality, Krebs. This is that mentality.
This is the champion mentality. And this is such a chaotic fight. Like, take a look at how many times Eco repositioned. He was an absolute menace. Yeah, Prince was knocked way early on. I mean, he did not even get to go around this entire corner. But look at how they use Yogi. The moment Yogi got knocked, they were busy trying to finish him. And they were like, oh, you're trying to finish him? Cool, we're just going to pounce upon you right away. Forget trading. We believe in avenging more than that.
Lovely game. 18 total eliminations and 12 placement points. That just racks up to 30 total points. And overall, Young Gaming as well, they contributed so darn good. 13 eliminations from their end as well, total of 22 points. TSG Army, they were looking super concrete since the beginning. If you talk about Rising Esports, they were trying to, find a way to stay alive. But unfortunately, it was TSG just squad wiping after squad wiping. So Jaunty Gaming, kudos to them too. Double digits for them. Black Flag Army, all thanks to the eliminations. They have received 10 total points. After that is the part where you have to be concerned. HN, Aura Esports, Vintage, KFFC, all of them, they need to start buckling up because it's going to be a bumpy ride. And for that, you need to keep your pace steady. Not too fast, not too slow, just a steady pace.
Yeah, and Godlike seem to be going at a very, very steady pace right now. They are in cruise control. 2 Booyahs to their name, massive elimination game. This should let them soar onto the top very easily. You don't often get to see 30 bombs, but when Godlike is in the lobby, you better be prepared for many of them.
Yep. That's the kind of performance we can see as well. Nancy, the person who was taking the initiation, has Nikita as the active ability. So reloads are going to be faster. Moreover, the amount of damage he has already showcased is just massive. I want to go ahead and look at these team stats as well onto what kind of support we could see at the very end. So overall, love the way they have been, working out with the amount of plays that came through. Yogi, all thanks to Nobita as well, Nancy and Eco, all of them have been doing so good.
And now you can finally see why this team is such a well-rounded one. They literally let go of all other pets except for R1. They just need binoculars. 4 binoculars, man. 4 binoculars, sorry. That will let them use it 12 times. 12 times you can figure out where your enemies are between the 4 of them. That's an insane amount of information to work with. And this time, it's Yogi who steps up as the Grim Reaper.
Big time.
4,600 damage, man. That is ridiculous. And he's not even the highest fragger of the team. The highest fragger is Nancy.
Yogi, right from the previous game, he's on a hot streak. Oh, and yes, total damage being 51,000. Wow, that's a very well round number. 51,000. No more 9s or 8s or 6s in the middle. 51,000. Like it.
Yes, but while we get a nice round number towards the total damage, we also get a nice round number towards knocks. 99. Imagine if there was one more. Actually, no, wait. If there was one more, I would actually be so mad right now. The disparity between the knocks and the eliminations is incredibly high. 30 missed knocks. How are you not able to convert it? Especially on a map like this, Nexterra doesn't have that much cover, and the final fights were happening quite in the open. So, yeah, there should have been a lot more eliminations than here. Godlike Esports, though, look at them soaring well above everybody else. 10 points difference between them and Jaunty Gaming. 74 and 64. That's what the top 2 teams have.
Love the way Jaunty Gaming is catching up to the pace, whether it be Godlike Esports, whether it be Black Flag Army. They're already way above. I get it, 6 points is not a big difference, but overall, if you talk about the standings, they are doing pretty well wherever it comes to the amount of eliminations that they can bring in alongside the placement points as well. So yeah, that's a perfect combination that you have to take forward. Black Flag Army, the Pirates have been doing good, 56 total points. TSG Army, as expected, they can go more rogue, but it's just that they're taking all of those precautions, and because of those safety nets, they're not able to showcase the 100% gameplay that we usually see coming in from their end. Yarn Gaming, last bits were not that great, so might as well polish and refine on to how to go ahead and execute towards the final circles. And HN Elite, well, the start itself was pretty wonky. If you talk about Kalahari there, they performed at least a bit, and Purgatory, they were playing so well. So I'm having high hopes coming from their end, and all of those last 3 team scripts, they have to somehow buckle up and understand that this is no joke. You can get eliminated from this tournament, so might as well showcase a performance in the upcoming 2 maps.
And the upcoming 2 maps are going to be very difficult to step up in, because all the teams, every single one of them is going to start playing a lot more aggressively, especially the top 4 teams, because now they've acquired a taste for blood. Now they know that they are quite safe. Nothing can really dethrone them from the top 4. So they might as well start treating this entire lobby like a pub stomping lobby, and then smash down on all the teams who they don't often face in the tier 1 circuit. 2 more games remaining in Group D, ladies and gentlemen. Who's going to get eliminated? Who's going to make it to the next round? Find out in the next game after this short break. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
Group of destruction, group of death, group of demolition. That's what's been going on. The danger is still not out here in TEZ Presents Free Fire Max India Cup 2025. My name is Lucifer. With me is Arka. We are so excited to kind of bring you this final two games, and we still are unsure of what's going to happen and who's going to qualify.
I mean, unsurety is on one side and comebacks are on the other, because right now Gyan Gaming had a really good game, and yes, they did miss out on the Booyah, but I believe they would have got enough amount of points to place themselves somewhere in the top 5 or top 7. Now everybody's eyes are set on one single team, and that is going to be Aura Esports.
Yeah, I think that's one of those big names that everybody's kind of looking forward to qualifying right from the get-go, but their games from the very start, Arka, did not go well. Similar to what happened to Gyan Gaming, but Gyan Gaming here in Game 4 played brilliantly, survived smartly, played towards the north, stuck to that zone, took the damage, nonetheless made it eventually in the position in that compound or a platform, if you don't call it, and got points for themselves, and that's the reason they are now in the top, in that top 5 and safe from this elimination. Whereas from Godlike, I think this has been insane, the way they've gotten these back-to-back Booyahs, Arka. That is a lot of points that the bottom teams have missed out on.
I mean, I do believe that it's just going to build the pressure for the teams at the bottom, because the more the teams on the top dominate, the more lesser the difference between will be between the 6th to 7th, 7 to 8, and so on until the last place. So I'm hoping to see, more closer games to take place. I know it's going to be entertainment for us, but for those players out there, they're going to be literally walking on lava.
I think except for Group A, Arka, all the other groups that we have watched, B, C and now D, all of them have been very close, and you couldn't predict who that bottom 3 teams would qualify. It has always been that nth last game push under pressure once they've crumbled, and you've been seeing this from the very start, right? Diamonds, they go through a lot of pressure, and that's when you get a purest and the biggest carrots of diamond, and I think that's what's going to happen when we jump into this last and final 2 games.
I mean, I'm very excited for this, but with this, ladies and gentlemen, we are not going to wait anymore, because we're going to be stepping into the next map, the most awaited map according to me, all thanks to this beautiful terrain, which turns out to be somewhere from the China. The Alpine map is going to be on our screens now, and Group D will now have almost the top 9 teams who will be making it through by the end of this game. But yes, speaking about the flight path, starting all the way from stadium, ending towards the snowfall region, and this flight path is perfect for a game like this.
NBA, they're also one of those teams who are at the edge of an elimination right now at the 9th spot, but the difference between them and Aura is of 1 point. But I think in the position that they have ended up, it should not be much of a trouble. They should be safe and sound. But Jaunty Gaming, sitting at the very tippity top, they've been just grabbing points whenever they can. But Vintage, they're very close to both qualification and somebody pushing them out. But before them, it's Rising. And Rising, they also have to be a little wary, because right next to them, there is a team who could cause them all the trouble and maybe even push them out. That's Thunder Empire, and they need the points, Arka.
They've already got into that skirmish, right? I'm waiting to see which among these teams will be shining bright, because the more earlier they get out of this game, the more pressure they go under by the time they enter into the next lobby. So let's see what's going to happen. But TSG, we also have to, give them credits for the kind of comeback they did make. The start wasn't that great for them, but when given a chance, I do believe they've stepped up to perfection.
They've been grabbing points, but now grabbing a knock and then an elimination. Krish, but instantly counter. TSG were not ready for that. They knew they were taking a fight with KFFC, but now it looks like the players are one after another falling down. They've revived instantly using the vending machine, but the sides of KFFC, they're pushing up close. They found a knock on Siddharth, but Ace Ayush instantly turns the cards around. Legend goes down to Krish. Things are not looking great. Ace Ayush, he's the one who found the savior from the outsides, in from the points that they could have been grabbing. But what can he do right now with 2 players right in his forefront? Finds the knock. It's up to Deku right now. He's going for the instant revive, and he does that. It's down to a 1v2.
A 1v2 situation, but let's not forget that Krish, at this point of time, has a lot of responsibilities over his shoulder, because he's the frontline assaulter, and all he has to do now is try to track the opponent's footsteps perfectly. Whereas on the other side, the core, it's going to be singing the songs of death. Duke gets taken down, but Krish is trying to do his best. The SMG, I don't think so it's going to be easy for them as Ayush coming out, changing his position. The cross has been placed perfectly. Will be landing that shot as well. What a beautiful comeback out here. And let's not forget, he got that backup when required from his team, especially in the beginning phase of this fight. But ultimately, once he understood that he was all alone on top of that building, it was all about that cog singing the songs of death. Perfect placement of that crosshair, expecting the players to come in over there, and then just pressing the trigger to put them out of their misery.
That was perfection from Ace Ayush. It was an ace of a fight that he delivered. But you could see what KFFC wanted. They needed those points. That is the main reason they stuck to the fight. But one thing, Arka, the team is not eliminated. They revived Rain. He's a little further away. Now Rain has revived Carnage. So KFFC are still in this battle. They're not out of it. They still stand a chance. They know now it's the last 2 games and they should find a way to get more points later down the line. But TSG, the direction they're heading is close to where KFFC's player who got revived is, Rain. And if that is an information they get, it is going to be problem land.
Oh, speaking about problem land, look at what's happening here. VTG versus JG. That's going to be Jaunty Gaming right now. They're looking forward to, try to get as much eliminations as possible because they've been seeing that Godlike are on the very top. VTG in deep troubles. Ginotra and Jarvis, they're getting in closer. They're working as a perfect machine combined, and they were able to register 2 more eliminations. Now, somewhere I feel the teams on the top, Sam, are gonna fight and make sure that one amongst them are gonna be the champions of this group because they've taken it personally. They've seen Godlike going back-to-back booyahs, and now they're like, you know what? Let's not let that happen again. Let's not allow them to get that triple booyah. Let's try to break that streak. Let's make sure that we go on top of everybody else.
Fingers crossed, if they try to do it, it should have happened by now. One team that's not going to be doing it, Arka, is Thunder Empire. They're out of this game.
Yep.
That is going to be bringing them to the last and final game of Solara. So far, Thunder Empire, they've started brilliant fights, but they've not concluded. That's the same thing that happened here. But a similar situation, Aura Esports, they were so close to that booyah previously, but it was all stolen away. This time, they have to figure a different approach. Gyan Gaming took that points all out from their hands and then moved to the top 5 spots. And now Aura are left stranded in the 10th spot. And Jaunty right in front of them. The team sitting at the tippity tops. Aura, they've cut sound, cut the fight, but they don't know of this clear information that Jaunty have. They've covered them in all directions, Arka.
Now the most important part is Kaushik 21. As an IGL, how is he gonna bear all this pressure? How is he gonna guide his team out of this fight? Because ultimately, it's not about you converting all the fights. Sometimes you need to fall back to re-strategize. And Jaunty, they're very well known for lurking from the dark and coming and strangling the teammates. Ayush, trying to make sure that he has eyes on Jaunty Gaming as much as possible. As Jarvis coming in from the outside. The whole squad of Aura will now have to get into hard covers if they do not want to engage. Manish trying to run away from here, but Blaze from backlines is got in touch with Godlike, and Godlike seems to be punishing them as well.
It was an early exchange, but right now, as you rightfully said, Godlike, they've been taking the control. More number of players from NBA falling apart, meaning their chances of qualification not looking great. Jaunty, he gets spotted out in the open. It seems like Rising Esports, they're also here in this skirmish and a battle. Jarvis goes for a revive, but instant firepower coming in from Rising is looking unstoppable. Ginotra's confirmation is out. Now Vincent from afar using the Riptide Rhythm, but the glue wall doesn't reveal anybody because the player has already moved out. The play zone damage, Arka. Jaunty had their eyes set on Aura, but right in front of them is going to be Rising. Now, both these teams, not much to be worried about in terms of points. But is there an opportunity that Aura can turn things around, put an eye here and look forward to elimination points? Could be a possibility. They are close at the edge of the circle.
Couldn't have said that better, Sam, but I strongly feel that things can be a bit more different. The only reason being that right now RIE has become a blessing in disguise. Because Jaunty, they were keen to take down the players in front of them in the name of AG, right? But now AGF's got a breather. Not only that, they've got one part of the circle where they're going to hold on until the very end and convert that into that booyah. So let's see whether they'll be able to hold on to their horses. But as of now, as we were speaking about it, Aura Esports, they understand the commotion and now they want a third party. Kaushik, I've not seen a machine gun being used at such a long range. The desperation is visible right now.
An initial early fight, and right now maybe they've not found the best loot. But on the other end, it is a player of NBA again found but instantly revived. Gyan Gaming also making a jump. We saw that on the map towards the center, but Kaushik, as he was treading out, he gets spotted. Thankfully his teammates use the glue wall, protect him, and they all jump to a predator tower. This is going to be a brilliant position for them from here. Vision from the teams who are trying to enter through the play zone and the teams who are in the center, that is Gyan Gaming. This should be a vengeful performance coming in from Aura Esports, because it was Gyan Gaming the reason of Aura Esports missing that booyah, the northern edge that we saw in Nexterra. It could have worked out. Aura had full control of it. Jaunty there, also one of the players. Jarvis was trying to annoy them, but right now that is not a situation that they have to again think through to figure out what's the best approach. Now Aura has to look straight forward. Points is the name of the game here in Alpine.
That's one side of the story, Lucifer. Whereas on the other side, we're able to see that everybody else wants to stick to the zone. They do not want any kind of unnecessary commotion. They're going to take their time, try to make it inside the circle slowly and steadily. Allow all those people who are in need of points to fight it out. And I believe that's one of the ways to survive in this game. Hey, after all, it's a survival game, right?
Yep. Rising. They are at the 8th spot, so they know why they were fighting for. They needed those points. They've gotten the 5 eliminations. From here on, they would need a lot more. TSG, in the meantime, they spot the players of NBA who also need points to make it up. Mary now cannot move out, has to stay there. Because if he does, this is going to put an end to NBA's performance. Just like Thunder Elite, they're out of it. But look at Vintage, Arka. They're so far away, they've decided we have to survive. We are at the brink of qualification. Let's confirm that for ourselves.
For the first time, I'm able to see that Johnny is in a different position. Jonty is in a different position altogether. But I'm still waiting to see what Godlike will be able to do now. Because I know that one thing is going to be lingering in their mind, and that's going to be getting another booyah for themselves.
Could be an opportunity and an option. Their position looks good, Arka. They know a position of BFA, which they're already eyeing on. HN Elite trying to quickly run away from the likes of TSG. TSG have always delivered brilliant eliminations in their name and always stayed in the top 5, made sure they're qualifying, and you can see how well their individual players also perform. Now as a team they're performing. Previously Ace Ayush, he showed his brilliance of a game. BFA right now fighting off with KFFC. KFFC, they're the ones, the stringent ones who need points. They have to give their all galore fights, bring out the bestest of the performance, and they're trying. But Godlike, they can be the wrench in their works. They could turn this game around in their favor. But KFFC are trying hard. We can see on the feed, they've found a couple of knocks. They're trying to get those eliminations confirmed. Godlike in the mix, shooting a couple rays of bullets. And now a Riptide Rhythm that could break things apart.
No, it's not going to be that easy, because there's been a plethora of glue walls which has been put out there. And guess what, Godlike, they're going to be concentrating on 2 different sides because they're hungry for those eliminations. One after another, all they're doing is striking every single glue wall that's going to be in their vision. Whereas on the other side, we have to wait and watch how RIE is going to counter this. Because yes, they've got a hard compound for themselves right now, but they'll also have to look out for what's happening on the other side, on the eastern side, because AG, TSG and HN, all 3 of them sticking close to one another, waiting for someone to make a mistake. And slowly we're able to see that TSG have decided that they're going to pounce on HN. So we'll have to see, yes, they pounced on them, they've eaten them alive. And with this, it's good for us to say that the next circle is going to bring in the best of the best in the country together. And most of them is going to fight it out to survive into the top 9.
And for so long, right now when we're seeing survival being at its peak, Aura, they're still sitting in that same watchtower, Arka. And as you said, after getting eliminations on HN Elite. Now Aura is right in front of them, and TSG are taking their time. They know the play zone has to close, then they will make their move. Aura, so far, they've not given the information. Right now, Damage King coming high on the side of KFFC. They've cleared the players of BFA from that position, but it's not a full team elimination. One player is still surviving. He moved a little away. He's in the play zone, trying to get his teammates up if possible, and you can see him right at the edge of the play zone. That's level up. Gyan Gaming, just like Aura, they're sitting at the tippy center of it, and they're fine. But Aura, they find a player, Reflexer from Rising Esports, crucial. Now Anshu, it's only Harsh. Revive can still be given, but fighting out at the edge of the zone is going to be problematic. But a rush coming in from KFFC. Why did Deku do that? That is going to be questionable. More number of players getting closer, getting knocked, and that's Krish down. Carnage, what can he do? KFFC need points. He's also down. It's all up to Rain. His position's known. Godlike seems like they're going to wipe them, and yes, they do it. KFFC in such a crucial game, so well they were fighting, they're done for now.
Now desperation, pressure, everything is mounting on each and every team, and we can feel it out here, right? Look at what Godlike is doing right now. Now they know that they are the lions of the lobby. They don't need to worry about anybody else right now. All they can do is just bring havoc in this lobby. Yes, we were looking out for some other team to make a comeback over here, and one amongst them have to be Aura Esports. They've somehow made it to top 4, and with them is going to be Gyan Gaming. Previous game they made a comeback, and now they would want to replicate it so that they can cement themselves into that top 9. VTG as well. I mean, they wanted an opportunity to gain some decent amount of points, and it seems like they've also prepared a proper platter in front of them, and all they have to do is right now deal with the side of Aura Gaming. Desperately waiting for some booyahs in their name. Aura Gaming, they need to be careful every single step from here on, because the circle is not going to be in favor of anybody right now, because it's somewhere out in the open, and everybody's firepower is going to be challenged and challenged until the very end.
Vintage, they do not want Gyan Gaming out, and right now, as we were talking about the qualification, somewhere around 40 points plus, if you get 45 by the end of this game, should be confirming your qualification. And Vintage, that's what they're fighting for, because Gyan did that in the previous game already. Using the glue walls, making it out. Aura, in the meantime, they're taking the height advantage and putting the players of Gyan Gaming down. Godlike is also helping in this mix, and this is Aura Esports' opportunity, and yes, it works out as they also confirm a couple in their name, pushing their total to 7 eliminations, wipe Gyan Gaming. But Godlike, they're retaliating against the likes of Aura Esports. It is going to be tough now to make a hill down climb. It is always tough, because teams at the bottom, they'll have an advantage, they'll have the vantage peak point, and right now Godlike are holding the likes of Aura Esports from getting closer. Millions of glue melters, and Aura, it's up to Manish, the last man standing, and he'll also be put down. Vintage are quickly pushing to take advantage against the likes of Godlike.
I don't think so. It's going to be a cakewalk for this man, because Godlike, they're looking unstoppable. 15 is what they've got, and they're landing more. And this time it's going to be Salu who has all the responsibility over his shoulder. He's trying to do his best. He gets taken down. A hacker. I don't think so. It was a cakewalk for either of these teams, but the deserving one has walked away with the booyah, and it's going to be none other than Godlike. Back to back to back booyah is coming in their way.
The first time that we are seeing a triple back to back booyah. We've seen 2 booyahs in a group, but they've never been a back to back, and they've never ever been a triple back to back. Godlike Esports, what a ramp up, what a change in pace that they've brought into this game, and as we rightfully said, they're taking away so many opportunities and points. It is unbelievable. The bottom teams are feeling the heat, the pressure, and Arka, I'm pretty sure still around that 8th, 9th, 10th and 11th spots, teams are still unsure. Are we going to qualify? Do we still have a chance? Have we qualified? So many questions just because of one team, Godlike, with their back-to-back booyahs.
I mean, that's one part of the question. The other part of the question lies, are they prepared for what's going to come in the last game? Because if Godlike is playing like this, Gyan Gaming, Aura Esports, everybody have started to come back to their senses. And it all comes down to this one team who will be able to handle that pressure properly. And one thing is where credit has to be given to the IGL of godlike Yogi. The way he just moved towards the side of Aura Esports, and then he was able to, somehow net his way, take down that one complete squad, then welcome the rest of the other teams with a pour of bullets. It's not an easy job to do. And trust me, this team is no wonder considered to be one of the best team of the country.
And they've proven, and now that's, I think, a loud announcement as they're moving into the next stages, that be wary of godlike Esports. They're coming for it all. They're the contenders for that grand finals championship that we were talking about. Now that's still a long way, yes, but the way they've been fighting for, and as you mentioned, there's so much right behind them, and all of that they're proving here in every game that we've seen. While this happened, Arka, while you were also talking about the fight, the difference between the time, I also want to talk about that. While they finished the fight of Aura, Vintage were less than a second away and they instantly popped. That's how quickly the strategy was changed from the side of godlike. Put those glue walls down and instantly knock back against the likes of Vintage and get themselves this booyah. Brilliantly played from their end. Imagine first blocking all, making sure no defenses from the side of Aura are up, because they know when they're coming down, it's an easy target. And what they did, the only defense is glue, and they destroyed that as well. This is where it all started. Manish, last man, somehow tried to make it work, but Nobita saw through what happened as the player jumped away.
Now, Hacker, he did the right kind of opening, and after which they delayed so much that it gave Nobita and his teammates a bit of a breathing space to lurk around those glue walls, come in and find, each and every player. It looked like a surgical strike which was done to perfection. Yogi was eliminated, but it did not matter to them. Look at how Nancy keep jumping places to places, Eco as well, and the kind of support he was getting from Nobita. And I believe that this is how you need to use characters, right? One point of time when you know that there's a player who's going forward, you need to have that Cassie always healing, not only healing but also giving the right kind of backup using those shotguns. A perfect display of how to attain a booyah and also to show a dominating performance. 18 eliminations and a total of 30 points shows that godlike will look forward to end this day making history, as they might end up having more than 100 points within the 5 games.
The top teams from Group B, Group C, and now Group D. This is the same thing we started with in terms of discussion of how many points they've been running away with. Now Vintage, they get something for themselves, which should tell them that mostly they're okay in their position for qualification. TS Army, we already spoke of them. They're consistent in getting points, but Aura Esports, have they gotten enough? KFFC, there was a rise in terms of their performance, Arka. That's why they see a total of 13 points from their end. But when they had an opportunity, I think that approach was a tad bit too over-eager, where they thought they had all the news, information of how to take the likes of godlike down, and it did not work out. Let's quickly talk about the MVP. It is going to be Nancy, a forefront rusher with 2,623 damage using Nikita, Joseph, Tatsuya and Nairi. And Arvon for information. What a brilliant play with 6 eliminations and 6 assists, making a total of 12 eliminations he was a part of, Arka.
No, for some reason having Nikita, I was expecting him to use that SMG more, but it seems like Groza was the best friend for him in this game. Always. But yes, we did witness at given point of times a secondary gun which was an SMG, which did not need much of, reload, was always been this primary aspect in this game. And I believe that one of the best ways for you to understand this character, to make sure that you have the perfect synergy built between the team, this display is yet again showcased over here by the side of godlike. But, this was just game number 5, Alpine. We have one more game to go, and I believe the last map, I think that's Nexterra, which is going to be deciding the fate of a lot of teams out there. But the team stats Solara on your screens right now.
It's going to be Solara that we are going to be jumping into, but as you spoke about the Booyah team stats, and I want to kind of recap of what we witnessed in all the 3 previous games that we witnessed in Booyah for godlike. Always having their active skill for that last and final fight, whether it was a 1v1, whether it was a team fight, whether it was this 3rd game, again team fight coming through, the 5th game, and always having that active skill for those final fights, because other teams, whenever we witness, they use that active skill instantly for the final fight to get closer to it, and then when it comes to those heated up pressurized situation, whether it's a 1v2 or they're the solo man standing, they crumble because they don't have anything in their baggage left, the utility, the ammunition, and things just go vary. But godlike That's never happened to them. No team so far have wavered them. They've always been ready for a fight. They've welcomed fights with open arms. And look at the damage. Nobody less than 1,500. 1,600 coming in from Nobita. The highest, Nancy, the MVP, 2,600. But Yogi is even further ahead at 2,800 with his sharpshooter skills with 5 eliminations and 8 assists. With 8 knockdowns going to Nancy. Here Yogi giving those 8 assists and 10 assists on Eco. And we saw how the final fight even played out with Eco going ahead in confidence, Arka.
I was just thinking as to what kind of characters were actually complementing each other. And then I realized that, the 2 backline players or 2 support players were the people who were actually picking up frags. That doesn't mean the frontline assaulters were not doing anything much, but it was all about them giving the damage, that initial damage, weakening the opponents, and then allowing their supporters to do the job. But ultimately, when we look at the game summary, we're able to see that 44,845 damage being dealt with 91 knocks and 163 glue walls destroyed does show to us that every single team out there, they were keen to survive.
But one thing, the longest elimination distance, 274, Arka. I think that's the highest that we've seen so far. That is brilliant. And we are at the game 5, which is so close to qualification for the teams who are at the 8, 9, 10 and 11 spots that we've been talking about. And skills like this are coming out now. We are going to be seeing this cascade into game number 6. That's for sure, Arka, and that's going to be in Solara. And now I'm wondering how close the points are going to be and where the teams stand at.
I mean, I still want to point out that one mistake which Aura Esports did, right? It was no necessary for them to leave that sniper tower and then rush in against the side of Godlike, who had to walk into the circle in the open field. But before we speak more about it, let's look at the match schedule to understand which is the last map of the day. Yes, it's going to be Solara, and it seems like after the map of Solara, only few teams are going to have sun shining upon them, whereas the rest will look forward for a brand new day as it has been said to them. But let's see, as I said, it all comes down to those few points you need to gain. It all comes down to that few teams you need to wait so that they get eliminated first, and after which you can walk into that sunrise.
So far, this entire game has been heated up. This matchup of Group D has been unfathomable. There is nothing that we could kind of figure out that this is working out, this is working right, because those top 2-3 teams, they've been taking away points at all times. And now talking about Rising of the Sun, in which team's favor? Still a big question mark. Now, we saw Aura. We saw Aura even in the game of Nexterra, where it looked like they could even have a booyah for themselves, but it did not work out. But it's time. The last game, Solara here in FFMIC 2025 Group D, Week 1, Day 2 game. Who's going to qualify? The biggest question left.
Oh yes, the flight path. This is going to make things much more interesting because the flight path seems to be starting all the way from Windmill and ending somewhere next to Studio, right? Again, the flight path not favoring each of these teams, but rather being fair to each and every team to go to their respective drop locations. But again, as I said before, the teams in the bottom who have nothing to lose, all they can do is try to ruin the games of teams who have always put down in the previous game. So as of now, yes, we have seen few ups and downs, but those T1 teams who had a lot of fan following, they would still want to survive. They would still want to take fights only if necessary.
But KFCC, they're like, it is necessary for us. We need those eliminations, and they are taking the fight against whom? Thunder Empire. They're another team who need those points. But along with this, there is HN Elite who are so close by. The first point in this game has been picked up by KFFC. But it's still a long way to go from here on. Rising Inferno, Rising Esports also pick up points for themselves. But is it going to be enough? They're picking up points against the likes of Gyan Gaming. Gyan Gaming instantly revived their player. Rising Esports, they also know how close they're both to qualification and elimination.
Couldn't have said that better. But look at what's happening over here. Alex in a close range battle. Arnav will be able to answer him back perfectly. But Rohit, so close yet so far, doesn't come in time. And then eventually, he's going to be held up for a brief period of time. A perfect use of glue wall just to avoid those explosions into his faces. Now, this is a smart move, if you ask me. Thunder Esports what they're doing right now is they're falling back from a fight, regrouping, coming up with a new plan altogether, and then trying to attack yet again. So same goes to the side of VTG as well as Godlike. The backup comes in exactly when required, and I believe that is the true key of success for the side of Godlike.
Instant. Their key of success is team game. We've never seen Godlike where they're left with players stranded alone. Even in the final fights, they pick it brilliantly. On the other end, we spoke about Thunder Empire. They did lose majority of the players, and even spoke about the glue wall, which helped the player move away from the explosive. And from there on, revive the players and they're back again. But who are they against? It is going to be KFFC again. This fight so crucial for both the teams. We spoke about the first elimination. KFFC found that, but after that, they're still waiting. They spotted two of the players. Phantom super close. They're spotting the glue walls, knowing that the players are still close by.
Oh no.
Phantom in danger. Gets knocked. Now Krish going for Rohit. While this is happening, TSG, they're making an entry, Arka.
I believe that they're going to be busy with some other team, but KFFC, they've got an opportunity to put another elimination in their name. And yes, they're going to be listening to the commotion at a distance, right? And now they'll be like, you know what? We have another chance. Why don't we try to push our luck? Carnage? He's going to be welcoming another elimination in front of him. Which among these have got the self-rev? We have to wait and watch. But no shots have been taken from a distance. Carnage is going to be bleeding out. And so does the opponent, I believe, because Duke now has a view of the opponents.
HN Elite have been picked up in all directions. Nothing much for them to be worried. But NBA, the team that made the jump, did not have information and walked right to KFFC. Aura Esports, another team we spoke about who needed points, who needed the booyah, were close again. 2 maps they've been close. And this is the last and final map of Solara. The last and final game. And Aura Esports, they've still not found an elimination. Anshu is down already. Vintage in the meantime, along with NBA, they revive their players and instantly start fighting with KFFC and also pick up an elimination against Deku of KFFC.
Now look at what's happening here. So many eliminations, but no team is right now eliminated. That shows the desperation. That shows the commitment that until this is over, we're going to keep fighting. This has been the mantra for most of the teams, but KFFC, when I thought that the team is almost getting finished off, there comes another revival, a successful one, and then it's going to attract another team. TSG trying to do their best to grab eliminations. Windmill region is what they're trying to hold, but all of these teams need to realize the center of the circle is kind of that bit away from each and every team.
Dante, while they're closer to an opponent, they're picking up eliminations. BFA also doing the same. They spotted the player of Aura Esports quick on that trigger, and now they're chasing for more. They instantly did revive their teammate, but BFA, they're not backing off. They're quick on their heels, looking forward for information, spot the player. Manish and Predator in trouble. Ash level up, Cyber getting closer and closer to the opponents. They revive their own player Hemu and now going for a fight, but Cyber in level up, they get knocked. It's up to Ash who's the closest. Predator gets taken down. What does Manish and Kaushik do? Because BFA players are most of them down. Hemu, who got revived, is the only survivor and he's not going to get here at Aura Esports. They turn the tides on this fight.
An amazing display of valor, an amazing display of close range battle coming in from both these sides, because at one point of time, I really thought that Aura is going to exit from this lobby. 2 players down, they were looking weak, and then comes a phenomenal gameplay by Manish and Kaushik. And you have to also say at this point that, Manish has been that catalyst for this team. Sometimes you find him at places where his team needs the most. And hopefully we'll be able to see him represent, such character yet again in moments to come. VTG needs to be careful. KFFC Carnage, he's taken a player down, and Rain is just going to come in and get that confirmation as well. And I wonder what's happening, because if this kind of a gameplay was portrayed by KFFC a few minutes back, probably they would have had a better outcome of the overall standing.
KFFC, there was a little unfortunate situation, but now they've tied their lays up, cleaned their game, and it's looked very refined. Same cannot be said for NBA. 1 player's down. More number of players from TSG swarming that player, isolating him. Will confirm the elimination as well. And NBA, it is looking bleak, Arka, to be honest. Their sites to qualify are not looking great. Elimination points being grabbed from every team, any position NBA have been spotted. Their elimination has been taken from almost 3 to 4 teams in the map so far, but it's still not a team vibe.
Sam, I think it's good for us to say that in this game, the game stats is going to be off the roof, especially the total damage dealt. Because look at that, no team eliminated. Not even one. Every single team still survives, and the amount of eliminations which has taken place till now, I mean, the top 3 teams alone have got 18.
Clearly, this group with destruction, damage, demolition, all of it says right to this group. Big names, players looking forward to resilience, the fight that they're putting up, the conquest of still surviving in this last game for qualification. All of it shown in the gameplay for survival here in the last and final Solara.
The calm before the storm, and suddenly all the teams have stayed silent. And for whoever is watching back home, I'm asking you guys, guess which teams are in the center of the circle? I mean, no wonder these teams have got the highest success rate when it comes to this group. And these 2 teams, they're going to enjoy every other get decimated and finally grab that booyah by its throat. But again, we also have to speak about the teams which are showcasing some really brilliant gameplays. BFA, TSG, under pressure, these teams are trying to show us that yes, we are still considered the best amongst the lot.
Mind you all, we've not seen the overall standings before this Game 6, meaning every team is a little wary. They have an idea about where they are, and Rising Esports, they were at the brink of qualification elimination as we did see the Game 5. Their eliminations were picked by BFA, meaning their chances are getting a little tougher. Thankfully, the circle is not completely closed off. They still have revival points. They still have vending machines in and out of the play zone, which they could go closer to, get their players back up and get the fight ongoing. And that's what KFFC so far have been doing. Aura Esports, however, they find that player from Rising Esports. Another player gone, another elimination picked up. NBA as well, their resilience. But what a shot coming in from Vincent, the last survivor for Jaunty Gaming. He will quickly go close to Kunal, revive him, and HN Elite. They cut this fight, move away because their numbers are also not looking great. First team elimination with the last player on Rising Esports going down, and Rising Esports' qualification by a thread right now.
They just got 2 eliminations. That means just 2 points is what they've raked up. And see the irony, Godlike on top of the tower, making this their throne. They're wanting to, somehow convert the last game for sure. And Yogi is going to have that bird's eye view, which is going to just motivate him to pick up some frags. But as on the other side, in closer range battle, we're able to see that Jaunty Gaming yet again getting into troubles. Yes, the revivals have also come through. So are they going to come in and take a piece of this pie, or are they going to come in a different mindset altogether? Look at what's happening. NBA slowly making it inside the circle. A lot of places we're able to see that Arwan's, ability has been used. The binoculars have been used, and every single spot has been filled with players. So everybody will be cautious as much as possible.
Only 2 teams eliminated. The circle is so small. 10 minutes of the game. It's going to be tough. NBA, this is a crucial game for them, but Vintage, they're picking up their eliminations. This is what we said. Anytime we spot the players of NBA, it is elimination points picked up from different teams. In the same position, it was Jaunty Gaming earlier, but they decided to make their move in the different direction because they wanted to enter into the circle, because Godlike have been getting a back-to-back booyah, and they want to see if they can get this last booyah for themselves as well.
Oh, the chances are pretty high. Yes, the circle might right now betray the side of Godlike, but we all know what the IGL is capable of, right? We'll have to wait and watch how the other teams are just going to tackle this big wall in front of them in the name of Godlike. But yes, TSG, we're able to see that Siddharth is back to his shenanigans. He's got 3 eliminations already. He's been very strong with that. Now he's got to steal away another one. But under pressure, he does do it smartly, and then uses a UAV to reveal the location of whoever is close by.
Jaunty Gaming back again on this fight against Vintage. They were the ones, as soon as Jaunty Gaming got their revive, Vintage attacked them. But right now it's Jaunty Gaming. They want to clear their backlines. Vincent giving the cover fire. Ginotro opening up the knock. Finding a little more. Avjit trying his best, puts RNS down. Sorry, RNS is down, Avjit is down, Sallo is down. Clean shop is Jaunty without a single knock on their end.
I mean, do we call them the Thanos of the lobby? I mean, that was just by a snap of a finger and the whole team got decimated. Each and every player, it seems like they're connected in a very different way altogether. The synergy is on point. Probably they're the second best team in the lobby right after Godlike when it comes to stats. But yes,
right now, KFFC
looking back at what's happening right now, TSG, they'll have to be very, very careful in what they're going to do next.
Last man Deku on KFFC. This is crucial for him. On one end TSG, on the other end it's Jaunty. But Deku is finally put down. I think there is still one more player from KFFC. And yes, it is Rain a little further away. But right now it is TSG versus Jaunty. But while I was talking about that, Rain, the last man, gets caught by the crosshairs of Gyan Gaming. And it is done for KFFC with 9 total eliminations. Along with that, even HN Elite get eliminated. Godlike's position compromised. Gyan Gaming waiting for the opportunity of when this zone starts crumbling. Gyan won those eliminations in their favor.
Now let me tell you the 4 teams which are alive right now and kick in. One is going to be Gyan, one is going to be Jaunty, and they're going to continue their assault as well. Every single player walking into their crosshairs, all they're meeting is death.
Wow.
And that is how strong this team is. 15 eliminations and they won the top of the table. The difference between them and Godlike is not too much, but yet it is kind of far. And look at how they're going to be assaulting Godlike as well. Once they understand that this could be Godlike, they're not going to stop. Vincent trying to do his best. The MAT to be singing the songs of death. Yogi gets taken down. And we all know that he's got Maro as well. He's got everybody who's required as a character to point out where the opponents exactly are.
They cannot hide. The Moko is there. Maro in the distance. And then Raphael. But now they know because they were the ones to initiate the fight against Jaunty. But while this was happening, BFA now slowly make their way inside this safe zone. But again, counterfire. Vincent's down. He was the crucial sniper from their end. But look at this. Aura Esports finally making their entry against the likes of Gyan Gaming. This was the team that wiped Aura. And it seems like the story is repeating. Before Kaushik could help Aura Esports, most of the players have been swept and cleaned. It's only, I think, one last man surviving. And yes, gets eliminated. Aura Esports are done. And now we are down to the last and final 4 teams of Solara.
Now this is where all these 4 teams on the top of the table will be fighting to see which amongst them will hold the top position in this group. Godlike trying to push. They've always known how to hold their fortress, and now they're pushing against the side of Gyan Gaming, who have made this tower as the strongest fortress as well. Now every single player lurking out of that position, getting in closer. It's going to be a 4v4 battle. Each and every player needs to be careful. Outside of the blue is where the damage is being taking place. Prince gets taken down. Shub gets taken down. Godlike, they have the man advantage. Yogi is coming in from the other side. Eco, they're going to be bouncing up. Prince is going to be inside trying to do his best, but I don't think so. He's going to be breathing for a long time. Godlike, they're going to be singing the songs of death, and they've got this complete team eliminated. And guess what? On the other side, they've got Jaunty, the last man standing, and I believe that they can walk away with another booyah. Back-to-back 3s what they've registered now, and the 4th one is just walking into their hands.
They've done a double, they've done a triple. They're looking for a quadra, not an elimination, but a booyah, and they do it. The last man from BFA taken away, and a big booyah coming in for Godlike, a quadra booyah. And what a game, what a team. These are the monsters of the lobby, taking every point, converting every fight, not letting even a single team, irrespective of their numbers. They are the ones who come out on top of every fight and get the eliminations and also walk away with the booyah.
Oh my god, we were calling this the group of death, and I believe that we have found the gods of death, because they have just slayed the lobby. They have understood that we are here to make a statement. If you consider this group to be the toughest group so far, and let me show you how to deal with a group like this. They're on the very tippity top, and 4 booyahs back to back. it's unthinkable in a lobby like this, because every other team would not only want to play for survival, but they would also want a Booyah to build their confidence. And this confidence of Godlike is soaring so high, and I don't think so that any other team would dare go challenge them in the drop location in the future stages of this tournament.
Vintage did it here in Solara. Did not work out. Godlike pushed them away. Then slowly Godlike kept moving forward. I think there was a little challenge with Rising coming in between, and then Rising had to move away. Then we saw a fight with Jaunty, and they made sure, yes, Jaunty did get a knock, but Jaunty Gaming could not convert much against the likes of Godlike. They pushed them away, and because of Godlike taking a fight against Jaunty Gaming, their position was revealed, and they could never make it into the safe zone, and they were stuck at that edge, taking damage on the play zone, and similar approach for even BFA Arca. What is this team made of?
I mean, I think the IGL knows that, now we have a breathing space. Wait, hold on. Just try to recover completely. We all know that there's a team in front of us and they are inside the circle. They're going to be pounced upon. They waited for every moment to strike and they only struck when the iron is hot. Let me remind you, Gyan Gaming could have easily taken down the side of Godlike just in case, it was Team Elite from there, the Jaunty Gaming on the other side, both of them peppering down. All thanks to Aura, who made it inside and started to pepper down Gyan Gaming. And then Godlike was like, guys, this is our chance. Just rush in. Let's see what we can do. They come, they steal eliminations, they wait for an opportunity, and then they take down the side of Gyan Gaming as well. And after which, everything was set for them. Hard work does pay off.
Yep, big time. I think clearly mentioned, shown in terms of their fights, in terms of the eliminations, in terms of the strategy approach. Perfection. We even spoke about Jaunty Gaming. Before Godlike, it was Jaunty Gaming in this final game of Solara, showing us that similar approach in their intentions of a Booyah, yes. But this is the final fight that we witnessed. They cleared off Gyan Gaming. Hemu was the last man surviving, took his shot, and as soon as that shot happened, Vincent went down. They decided, we know where he is. Yogi was waiting with his sniper, and from there, clipped with that bullet getting through his head. And that is the final elimination. The Booyah, total 26 points and 14 eliminations, all in their name.
For me, the favorite team over here is Jaunty Gaming, because they've proven to us that even though you don't have that Booyah, you still be able to match up to the top team. And that is the only way of getting eliminations in your name. And that's what they've done. 8 placement points, but 18 eliminations with a total of 26 points. They're going to fall short to acquire the top spot. But Black Flag Army and TSG, where they were needing the most, the performance of getting that average 15 points, they push a bit more to attain 18 and 17 respectively. So goes for the side of Gyan Gaming as well. 14 points.
Arka, I'm now worried about Aura. We saw a brilliant game, but KFFC picked up brilliantly. NBA Thunder and especially Rising Esports, they were in the qualification threshold. Was it enough after this game? Because they've barely gotten points at the end of it. But quickly coming to the MVP, now it is going to be Nobita from Godlike. A brilliant game coming in as a healer, helping his team out over there. Yes, had the Oscar as well as a brilliant support. What a game coming in terms of information. 4 eliminations, 4 assists and 2,400 damage. And making sure in case something went wrong. I think that is one of the reasons Nobita was also always anywhere present, right? He was like the omnipresent player. Whether in the play zone he's there, with the team he is there. He's helping his teammates heal. Everything working really well, and information as well. Wonderful stuff coming in from that MVP. And every player in Godlike is MVP status right now.
Oh, absolutely. It is just that, they know their roles. I think they've trained their team in such a way that, you concentrate on this map. I'll concentrate on Bermuda. You concentrate on Kalahari. And Yogi, who's been that stellar performance player when it comes to that Kalahari map, where he knows that if he's got a high ground, he knows to land those headshots. Eco, when it comes to any game which has close range battles, that is where he starts to kick off. Nobita with the right kind of support, he starts to, kick off. So I believe this team has been working exceptionally, and for Godlike, kudos to them for picking up the right kind of squad to carry on their legacy.
Indeed, it is such a big name in general, but right now with such a big team that they've picked up, they're proving a point to everybody. And look at the damage that they've done. Everybody on an average has minimum 3 eliminations and an average of 2000 damage. Yes, Yogi might be low, but he's the sniper, but he's been doing the deed as well. He has 5 knockdowns, 3 assists, but on Eco 9 assists. This team is on a different level. Arka, we've seen all groups, right? In all the groups, there have been at least 2 players who represent as a supporter, who've been just finding the knocks, not doing majority of the damage. They're around 700, 500 damage because they've been helping the team push further. But this team, damage and getting the booyah and eliminations. What else have we missed? And look at this, finally that number hits that 93 eliminations. And you rightfully said, while we see the game summary, this should soar high from the other games in general that we've seen.
63,861 total damage shows how chaotic this lobby actually was. Let's not forget 198 glue walls destroyed, 2 short of the final glue walls which we saw. But ultimately, you know, the need of the hour is all your 4 players play like an assaulter. And Godlike has understood that time is with them. And I believe that from here on, they're going to be the team to watch out for. 130 points, standing atop of all these teams. 30 points more than everybody else shows that 4 booyahs, 62 placement points, and 68 eliminations. This team has set a benchmark. This team has shown us why they need to have a fan following by the end of this tournament.
Booyah's written all in their name, but a team who took the booyah, and the reason they managed to qualify very early on in the second game is Rising Esports at 43 KFFC. In the game, in the play they did, and as you rightfully said, if they did this a little earlier in at least the previous game, not in game 1, not in game 2, game 3, that game 5 of Alpine, KFFC maybe had an opportunity to qualify. That difference of only a booyah, no difference in the total points. It's both 43 and 43. What a game, such a close game. And even in game 5, KFFC picked up the pace on Alpine, but they took an unfortunate fight against the likes of Godlike in the power that we've seen Godlike in. An unfortunate fight, and now KFFC out of qualification, NBA out of qualification, and Thunder Empire as well.
Thunder Empire, these are the team which I had high expectations on, because by the end of the second game, they had around 24 points. Let me remind you, 24 points. In the rest 4 games, they could land only 3 points. And that shows how much of pressure they were under, and also the kind of aggression the other teams had brought on the table. And, you know, I couldn't have asked for a better weekend. This has been one of the best weekend I had in a long time. Each and every team showcasing their true prowess. Each and every team showing us that composure is the primary object for you to find success when it comes to this game. And consistency for those who want to reign champions as well. But Lucifer, I mean, the 2 days have been phenomenal, right? And now we're going to have the best of the top 9 of each and every group heading forward. What are your expectations?
Those 36 teams, and now that we've seen the competition of how close it was with the 12 teams and 48 lot that we had, 36 is going to get even tougher, because now they've been comprised and compressed to those 36. Which groups are they going to be in? That's what we have to see. Now, where will Godlike go? Everybody will start thinking about it. But one for sure thing is, even the fans are going to be happy at the end of this day 2 of week 1 is majority of all the teams and the fan favorites, they've managed to qualify to week 2. Now this online qualifiers gets even tougher. If you thought Group D was tough, wait for week 2. That's where the real competition arises for FFMIC 2025, Arka.
One of the primary reasons as to why this is going to get more tougher is because every single team is like an open book. Now, everybody's strategies is already known that, you know, this is how they play. This is their primary object. So the next time we come in over here, the counter strategies are going to be the prime, objective for each of these teams. How they're going to execute that, and how are they going to bring glory to their team.
This is the final one. Let's see what's going to happen as we come to the closure of week 1. We'll see you back again in week 2 of FFMIC 2025. Don't go anywhere. Hit that subscribe and like, and make sure you've turned the bell icon, because we'll be back again the next weekend bringing 3 groups and only 18 teams qualify then. See you and have a great evening.